Okay, press the button. Oh boy, I'm probably about to dislike a lot of life, aren't I? Oh boy, this is gonna be really fun. Um, in that way that you're really scared. Um, Come on. That macro still works. There we go. Oh boy. I I am about to open up a can of worms. And I realize that going into this stream that I'm about to do something. I'm gonna have to do a few things because of this stream, okay? One is ignore chat, so everyone knows how to say hi. But I'm not gonna be ignoring chat on purpose. So I'm gonna get into some of the reasons why I'm doing this stream as we get into it. Second, you're gonna see that I literally just took a little bit of extra anxiety medication just because of this stream. This is gonna be stressful as hell because whenever anyone puts their opinion on the internet, when anyone ever does that, usually they put their opinion on the internet.
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck!
Thank you, JT. I know I'm trying to differentiate the Johns and whatnot. Thank you, J. Everyone hashtag JT Wheatley over there. John Wheatley, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you. As I go over here, I'm trying to tell you guys why what's happening is about to happen the way it's about to happen. And then it's gonna happen. We're just gonna do it, okay? Cool. And I'm gonna preface all of it by a lot of things. First, like literally the goal for us going really long is actually further out than usual, and it's on purpose because God, this is gonna be a lot of people will put their opinion online. A lot of people will put it online and say what they think and whatnot, but they like to hide. They hide a lot behind the idea that it's not a live video. They can ignore comments. I'm gonna be ignoring comments, but basically they have the ability of like looking back and really structuring and scripting. And in fact, I'm going to be recording the footage of me playing this right now because I'm thinking about, after I do this, if I really get my thoughts kind of out there the way I want to, really kind of distilling it down into like maybe a 20-minute script, and using clips that I'm about to record on that other computer to maybe make a condensed version of what I'm about to do. But I'm not about to hide to be able to tell an opinion on something. I'm not gonna. Homie, don't play that. Anyone remember Homie the Clown? I do. So instead, the way I decide I'm gonna do this is that I do have Resident Evil 4 up and ready to go over here. It's I even got like New Game Plus deal going on, so I'm gonna have all of my I'm gonna have in-game weapons so we can go through it faster. We're gonna be doing a lot of I'm gonna be able to skip a lot of the harder parts of it because I'm not doing it on professional. I'm doing it on the normal. We're in this for the story, and not necessarily for the difficulty either. But I'm gonna be able to point out a few things because I'm doing this on New Game Plus. I'm doing this because I am really sick and tired of this discussion happening no matter what game I play now. Now it doesn't matter if I'm on Resident Evil 2 or 3. I'm sick of the discussion of 3 being whatever it is. I'm sick of hearing people speculating what gets the next remake when literally we're getting actual news about what's down the pipeline, and we've had devs and things slip up and say what they're doing, and then people are still do you think it's gonna happen? Kind of like what happened with Resident Evil 3 when there was one of the heads for the development of Resident Evil 2 said we are simultaneously doing 2 and 3, and 3 is being remade. And for 9 months, I had to field the question of, do you think 3 will get a remake? While I'm sitting there going, God, does anyone ever read anything before they make a comment? So what I'm doing here, what I'm going to try to do is a little bit different. What I'm going to try to do, what about my Joker breakdown? I want to do that, but I'm doing this first for a reason. Because basically, this counts as being extremely relevant, and I am also I'm just tired in general of people asking me my opinion on this. So, and people aren't asking me my opinion on Joker right now, even though I've got a lot of that done. People are asking me my opinion on this. And for once, I'm going to treat YouTube like the way they want me to, which is take something that's relevant and do something on it, and get through it.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
Hey there.
One of my favorite regames. Glad I can catch a stream again.
Oh, I'm glad you could be here for it too, everyone. Hashtag over there, Pastorelli over there. What up? What's going on? Glad you could be here for it. I've always tried to make sure I pronounce. I went for your last name first, didn't I? I went for it, knowing that I might screw it up. So okay. This is I'm gonna lay down a few base rules of how this discussion is gonna go, and you're gonna see basically from the get-go that I'm laying down the rules as soon as I switch it over, because I'm gonna talk about why the discussion is going the way it's going. There's a reason why I'm not gonna be entertaining what do you think should come out first, like Code Veronica or anything. There's a very good reason why Code Veronica should not be remade first. Very, very good reason. And it's very good. And I'm going to get to it really fast. Everyone hashtag over there, JP. I'll shorten it to that because I feel like I actually hit your last name once, maybe perfectly. So I don't want to screw up anything. So I basically, and yeah, the goal for going for this stream is a lot bigger just because this is going to be awful. People are going to come and troll. And they're going to say a lot of things. And I'm not really ready to take on so much. But I'm gonna do what YouTube finally suggests, which is do things that are a little bit more relevant, other than just and this is relevant. People ask me over and over. So basically, I'm gonna explain myself after I get to the title screen. I got 2 minutes and such before we get to that part. This is gonna be like soul taxing. Like I said, I already took extra anxiety medication. And I'm gonna start right off the bat exactly some of the things that just I don't want to have a conversation about, like Resident Evil 8, Code Veronica, and then this one getting a remake, and then the idea of like the DLC for Resident Evil 3 and all that jazz. I'm gonna start it off with all of those so people can just not talk about that, and then I'm gonna go through why. I have dogged Resident Evil 4 many times and also said it is one of my favorites. And I don't think people get why I can do both at the same time. And it's because I'm trying to objectively look at the game. There's quite a few things that I think people will skip over, and I don't know if it's nostalgia glasses. For some people, it's just that they literally really do like the product that came out. And for you, that's completely fine. I'm completely okay with that. For a lot of people, that's the nostalgia glasses, I think, are getting to them. I really think that if I just do a playthrough and kind of, as I'm going through it, talk about it, then maybe people won't ask so much, because I'm going to try to go, I say objectively, I know it's going to be a bit subjective in places, but really, I'm going to do my best to make this as objective as possible. Because I think this game suffers from quite a few things that would make it a prime candidate for a remake. Oh, and I'm going to cover Resident Evil 1 remake really quick at the very beginning of all this. So, I'm going to cover all that, and then we're going to get into the game. And as we go through the game, while things come up, I'm going to point them out. I'm not going to necessarily try to let people provoke me into discussions that I don't want to have. And it's not because I don't want to have a conversation about it. It's because I've already had the conversation about 1,000 times over in my comment section. I've had the conversation, so I'm ready to actually just say my piece, because thousands of y'all have said your piece, and I've read them. I don't know why people still comment on my videos thinking that I'm not reading the comments. They pop up on my phone, and I have to like either dismiss them or get rid of. I read a lot of comments, even if I don't get to say anything back. And I love it when people are like, hey, what do you guys think? Why do you think Darkness said something? It's like, you just commented on my video. If you really wanted to ask, I am a small enough channel still that I could have answered that, but I guess if you don't direct your comments at me, I guess I'm just not going to answer them. I don't need to, because you don't need me to. So anyway, oh boy, I know I'm opening a can of worms. I know I'm doing it. I know I am. But just hear me out. Hear why Resident Evil 4 is a prime candidate for a remake right here, right now. Okay? And I'm going to dispel a lot of things of why other games. Let me just start by saying hi to everyone. That I got the hit the record button over there. I'll start the timer, and then I'll say. So I'm going to be looking up for everyone who said hey, really quickly, just say hi, because it is hard to even discern all shields that are here. But since we're starting off, man, my computer is still suffering from something running in the background, and I do not know what it is. I don't know what is doing it. I'm hoping it goes away. Because yeah, I'm lagging. Oh, is it because Skype is open in the background? I don't know what's open in the background that's making it like hang up a little bit, but hopefully it won't be a big deal. I say that now, and I bet it's like famous last words type deal. So hold on here. Let me just say hi really quickly to. We have, and it's everyone who's all the shields that if you use the emojis to say hi, hey to me, that's who I'm going by real quick so I can get through this. So there's Matthew Stevens. I see Rob M, Psycho066. I see Shadow, Hungary Kitty, Jerry Watson, Haley, Roger Sampson, Andrew Oddly. Did I already get that one? Mike Sutton, Madonna is here. Gus, what's going on? Superman 47. We've got Mr. Chris Redfield, whose name is actually Chris. We've got Kale. I need to bring that Excel sheet. Dadgummit, Kale, your name is the one that drives me nuts every time that I know your name and then I blank on your name every time I read it. That's why I need that Excel sheet up to really. Oh boy, this can of worms I'm about to open. Wiley, hello there, Wiley Blair. We've got GJD 8000. We've got Jeremy Bianco. We've got it's gonna scroll down. Justin Edwards. Hello there. Let's see. It's gonna scroll. Oh god. It scrolled down really hard. I paused alerts for just a second to try to say hi to everyone, and I don't know. I pronounced it correct. So Joe has come to supervise. That's awesome. And we've got I see Eric's there. I'm going to I'm trying to the Hanura. Blake, hello. I don't know if I said hi. Robin, did I see it? Justin Edwards, I'm not quite sure. We've got a new family member, Osco. I'm going to make alerts come up in just a second. Voodoo King, hello there. Latoya, hello. Yashuan Gaming. Richie and Willow, for when Willow you watch it later. I'm thinking about you over here. Vicky, hello there. Lisa, back with the family. I just saw that. I recognize the face, so I said, Soul, what's going on, Daryl? It's gonna scroll to the bottom on me again, and I have lost it. If I did, I hope I caught it. Kenneth, hello. Jason, hello. Blake, did I say hi? I'm not quite sure. BJ, hello. Charles in Life. Vash, the Stampede. What's going on, Vash? Chad's here. I believe I saw Elle was here. If I'm missing anyone else, I'm really, really, really sorry. I'm gonna unpause alerts. So there's the welcome to the family right there. I'm gonna start the timer, so there'll be time added to it. You'll see in a second. You'll see that less time is added than you expect because honestly, basically, this is going to give me an anxiety attack trying to deal with people.
In my mouth!
Hey.
In my mouth! Please! Oh.
Hey Darkness, I found your channel a few weeks ago and I am so super grateful for your Everyman's Guides for Resident Evil 2. Keep up the great streams.
Well, I'm glad
Well,
you like
this,
it. Oh, Vash.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much.
I'll
Thank
answer
you.
that in a second.
American people. Thank you.
I'll answer that in 1 second. I realize that my screen switched back over to being 440p while I'm trying to stream, and that's a no-no. Because when I do that, it taxes the CPU a little bit extra. A little extra enough that I don't like it. And let me get chatbot up in the background. A lot of the Corium, did I say hello? I don't know if I did. Hi there. People want to know where a lot of those people spamming me are. Let me show you. Let me say really quickly. Let me answer that question really quickly for Jacob over there. Where are those comments? Where are those comments that people keep shoving their opinion at me? Let me go over here to where my app is supposed to be for YouTube Studio, and I can see comments and whatnot. I think I can see it without going on to the desktop. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to go over to comments, and I'm going to see what's going on, and I'm just going to let you guys know there are published comments. They're held for review and likely spam. Held for review means that you probably said some things in your opinion or whatever you said that you probably shouldn't have. And in held for review, I have roughly over 500 comments held for review. And likely spam, which means you really were trying to push your opinion down my throat so much from like skipping from video to video that it thought you were a spam, that I have over 1,400 likely spams, and I'm reading them and I'm seeing they're real people. Like, they are very real people that are actually commenting, but they won't stop with a lot of emojis to try to get seen, or they're just going really weird about it. I don't know why. There's a few people that have done reasons to begin. And there are, of course, the erase comments, the ones I hid because I was tired of them trying to start an argument in one of my other anythings. So if you're wondering where all those comments are, where are all the comments that I'm speaking of right now? They're either still counted as spam because people don't know how to say something once and then wait, or they're erased. Cool? Cool. That's exactly where the comments are. So let me skip on over here. I'll say hi to a few more people as we go on. I'll start the timer after I say a few things going on right here. And I'll start this off properly. So I think, oh yeah, I gotta record for the we're just having gameplay footage of this. And capture. Go. Overwrite. Cool. I'm capturing in 1080p, and I believe I chose to do it even in proxy, so it's not going to take up much hard drive space. All right, so let me just start this off. I'm going to say, hey, if you haven't said hi, I'm going to stop the timer, say, hey, say hi to me. I'll say hi back really quick. Let's go through a few things before we even get into the game. Let's cover a few basics, then we're going to get into the game. Everyone cool with that? I hope you are, because that's what's happening. So we're about to play Resident Evil 4. We're about to do... Hey, K. Melissa. I saw one more over there. So, let's cover a few basics. One, Resident Evil 8 was never canceled. I'm gonna... If you want to debate about how I'm wrong about that, you can just go shove it. Resident Evil 8 was always going to be another step. It was always in development. Development hell is a thing, and it exists, and it sucks. But Resident Evil 8 canceled, as in they weren't doing it, was never even on the table for Capcom. Just complete stop. I almost said glottal stop. Complete stop into discussion. Resident Evil 8 was going to happen one way or the other. So it's not like what should come out next. Resident Evil 8 has been in planning since Resident Evil 7 because they're continuing a story on. Things like that. So Resident Evil 8 isn't in this conversation because it's in a different league. The development for that is it's a totally different ball game. It is a completely new game. It's going to be in first person. It's going to be... I like that they're going on a trilogy type deal, how they're doing it. First, second, and third, we're in a fixed camera position or a dynamic fixed camera angle if you go by the Resident Evil 1 remake. 4, 5, and 6 were over the shoulder, and then 7, 8, 9 are first person. And they did first person to bring back the idea of we can do a horror game. And that's a very important point to hang on to. Remember, they had to prove that they could do horror games again. So that's Resident Evil 8. That's not why we're not going to talk about it. Why are we not going to talk about Resident Evil 3? Because I'm tired of hearing everyone talk about it. There's more DLC. I think there's more to come for Resident Evil 3. I even think I still am holding on to that there's a DLC for Resident Evil 2 still to come. And of course, in development, they were making DLCs for Resident Evil 3 while they made Resident Evil 3. Like, I don't think people know exactly how development works for video games, but you don't just, like, have your team make something and be like, okay, reassemble! Like, you do that sometimes, but they're usually constantly working on at least the bare bones of something. So Resident Evil 3 is not all the way finished. It's not fleshed out. It's not a finished. And on top of that, I don't like the comparisons people are making. I think it's a very well done remake, and that is a discussion for another time. So I don't want to talk about Resident Evil 3. I'm gonna come back to Resident Evil 8 though, because I made a point in there. Resident Evil Code Veronica. Code Veronica, yes, is totally going to be remade. It is. In fact, a developer not only slipped at one point and said it is being remade, another developer before that basically said, as long as people are asking for Code Veronica, it will be remade. Why shouldn't it be the next one remade? It needs to be remade for the new generation of consoles. Code Veronica is going to suffer because it doesn't have a number next to it, and people don't know how important Code Veronica is to the overall story. And Code Veronica does break a few rules on its own. I mean, it turns Claire into a badass, even though it's only been 3 months, and she was a rookie of, like, barely being trained by her brother with pistols and self-defense, and she made it through the storyline of Resident Evil 2. And they kind of ramped her up a little too fast. You see me clicking back and forth between, so it doesn't, like, do something random as I'm going through this. Code Veronica is going to be redone. I truly believe that Code Veronica being redone the way it should be, it needs to be on the new platforms, the new consoles. Like, it doesn't need to even be backwards compatible. It needs to be one of the titles that people, like, think about from Capcom's perspective. They release it for PlayStation 4 and 5. Okay. Well, what about people who never even knew Code Veronica really existed, much less is the time you find out Wesker has a beef with Chris? Code Veronica sets in that you play as Chris in Resident Evil 1. That's where you find your continuity of who do you actually play as in Resident Evil 1. It's Chris, not Jill. Jill's the one locked up, Chris is the one that plays, and you find that out in Code Veronica. You find out that in Code Veronica, Wesker is subhuman. You find out he's going for the T Veronica virus. You find out all those things. They culminate in Resident Evil 5. You need to know those things, but they're never really said. What happens with Chris being over in Europe? All these things. There's a lot of lore stuck into Code Veronica. If they made it for PS4 right now, if they made it like that, and it could be PS4 and then like up-res for PS5, there's a lot of people who might not know how much they need to invest into the IP. From Capcom's perspective, that is a bad way to go about it, when instead it could be a quote-unquote, not just launch title, but a new IP for a new platform. So maybe it gets lost in the annals of time because there's a new console coming out at the end of this year. Supposedly still coming out at the end of this year. And if you see Code Veronica already looks dated again because of that, you might not invest. But if it's like PS5 and the new Xbox, if it's like exclusive to like the new generation of consoles, then people might be like, I want to see what this fresh coat of paint looks like. And they're going to need to update the RE engine for that fresh coat of paint. The best bet for us to get the Resident Evil Code Veronica that we need is for them to push it off. It does not need to happen yet. And in fact, I'm still holding on to the idea that they're going to make Outbreak. They have the assets made. Outbreak would be a good test between PS4 and PS5, and it would show whether people are willing to invest in an IP that doesn't have a number next to it. I'm even willing to say, like, if they rename Code Veronica to being like Resident Evil 3.5 Code Veronica, like, it would make me happy so people would realize, please play Resident Evil Code Veronica to understand more of the story. So that's why I think Code Veronica, it shouldn't be like, should it be Resident Evil 8 or Code Veronica first? No, Code Veronica needs to be pushed back. It needs the updated RE engine. It needs to be exclusive to the next gen consoles. It really needs to spark the interest of everyone who's never even touched Code Veronica. It needs that. It really does. So I really do believe that the smart move for Capcom would be to go ahead with Resident Evil 8, possibly trying out a new IP. They're doing Resistance, and I think people are overlooking the idea that Resistance could become, if they tweak it and get enough feedback, could be the next Left 4 Dead type style, but in the Resident Evil universe, or could basically be the prototype for how do you do multiplayer for like Resident Evil Outbreak. That's why Resistance was there. Please don't take it for granted. It was put there for a reason. That was hard work, and they're testing something, and they're going to make something off of it if people believe in it enough to at least give it a shot and a chance. So there's that. The best bet is Resident Evil 8 has been on the drawing board for a long time. It should come out, and Resident Evil 4 needs to be remade in this era of remakes. Why does it need to be remade now as opposed to Code Veronica? I just explained it. Basically, Code Veronica really does need to be on the new platforms of like the PS5, while here it does not need to necessarily be like a PS4, PS5. It needs to have such a fresh coat that people like have to look at it because it's so sparkly brand new. Resident Evil 4 is in a different category. Resident Evil 4 already has a fan base. People are gonna go look at it no matter what. It could be for PS5 exclusive. It could be like Xbox exclusive. It could be whatever. It could be Nintendo exclusive. I like, you go buy a Switch to play. I mean, it could be whatever. If it's a remake, not a remaster, and let's not get those terms confused, then people are going to go see what they did with their beloved game. And so Resident Evil 4 isn't going to suffer from the idea, like Resident Evil 8 won't suffer from that because it's new. To find out what Resident Evil 8 is about, you got to go play it. Code Veronica could suffer from being, you know, the Resident Evil engine we've got now, not made for the new platform. It could suffer from that. So it needs to hold off. Resident Evil 4 here, everyone's got eyes on it. This is the time to remake it, and this game needs to be remade. Let me point out one more thing before we start. One more thing, okay? And hear me out. It does not need to be a copy-paste remake. And I'm going to be pointing out why as we go along. But for the love of God, it does not need to be a copy-paste remake. Please, God, no. Please, God, no. We saw a copy-paste remake of a game, and it's called Resident Evil 1 Remake. The Resident Evil 1 Remake for GameCube. Now, there are a few third variables for why it happened the way it happened. It was at the end of the GameCube life cycle. It was at the end of like a generation of consoles. They really were trying to push it, but they didn't have, like, you know, people have to own the console first to buy the game. But then they ported it almost immediately when they said they weren't going to. They ported it to just about everything. And Resident Evil 1 Remake is basically a copy-paste, but with Crimson Heads and Lisa. Like, they added something kind of cool to Resident Evil 1 Remake. Lisa's story is totally new, and it's awesome. And the rest of it feels so true. It was a financial and commercial failure. Resident Evil 1 Remake, go fact check me, was a failure on the market, and Capcom knows this. You cannot cookie cutter a game. You can't do it. If people know that basically the game you get is the game that was already made, you just limited the number of sales. Why? Why go? That was one of the reasons it really didn't do well. Resident Evil 1 was a failure for a remake. And listen, one more time, so people really get this point. Resident Evil 1 failed. It failed. On the market, that's why we didn't have a Resident Evil 2 or 3 remake sooner, with like that in the style of Resident Evil 1 Remake, it failed so much that it's canned their plans to ever touch Resident Evil 2 or 3 and do the same, give them the same treatment. That's how hard it failed. But I see GameCube exclusive. I just fucking said that. That's why I'm not reading comments. They ported it so fast, even with porting it, even with charging the same price, even by today's standards, with how many have been sold of it. By porting it to PC, you can get it on Switch. You can get it on any console that you basically own. You can get it on whatever. No matter what you can get it on, the sales have never made up for what happened for it. And you can try to blame it on GameCube. It wasn't all GameCube's fault. In fact, if you actually take the time to do the math, look at the number of consoles for GameCube exclusive, then the number of sales, and then you actually inflate those figures to be the number of PS console, they're like Microsoft and PlayStation or Sony. If you inflate the numbers for the GameCube sales of the system to being like Xbox sales and PlayStation sales, and then you inflate the number of sales for like the RE1 remake, it still would have been a failure. It still would not have sold enough for it would, no matter what you do, it's a failure. When you cookie cutter a game and give the exact same thing, it fails as a remake because it's not really a remake. It is a very, very glorified remaster. And I don't want a remaster. We have a very good game right here. For everyone that's saying we don't need a remake of Resident Evil 4, we don't. We don't need a remake the way you're talking about. We don't, as in remake. This is a good game, but it has some major flaws that a remake could really do for it. So let's get on into it. Let's just do this thing. Let me start the timer. Let me start playing it. We're gonna play it. Let's just go through it. Oh my god, it is loud in my headphones. Let's see how loud it is for you guys. Let's just get into this and see how it goes, so I can just note for note just talk to you guys about it. We can talk about. And yes, I took my sweet ass time and I paused it between a lot of things. I don't care. So I'm doing. We're just gonna. I'm doing normal costumes. I don't care. I'm just gonna let all cutscenes play out too. All right, everyone, good with that? Cool. And hopefully I took off like subtitles. So because I don't like it.
Got some rare things on sale.
Yeah, I don't need. Well, I totally forgot that even I can. I don't even know what would be buying and selling right now. Oh, like the Matilda's here, and I forgot all that. I think I already have in my box. I don't think I have anything that really needs it right now. I think I can just literally just run and go. Because the whole point of this is not for me to do anything other than like get through the game. Like, that's all. Oh, and you just sell that guy. I'll sell you. I don't need you. Okay, and then we cancel. Okay, so let's just read. Let's listen. Are you? Why did you just disconnect controller? Is the controller even rejecting me?
Never forget it.
Hold on. No. No, you don't. No, you don't. Redoing that. I'm not selling that thing. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, as soon as I start that, it's like, no. It shits all over. Like, I'm trying to record this in the background. Quit game. Restart game. Man, it really wanted to, it didn't even want to wait for it. All right, so cool. Let it reload, because again, if anyone's got a spare Xbox One controller that you'd like to send my way, or a new one, there's a PO box in the description below. I've pretty much broken this one, and so it screws up a little bit. Oh well. So that's cool. That's just how it goes, and I'm not gonna worry about let's go. So let's do it. Let's do it, and let's just skip right past here, except for selling this guy, because I always sell when I play new game on this and everything. It doesn't matter.
Thank you.
And then let's go through. Okay, let's watch it.
I'll never forget it. It was the year when those grisly murders occurred in the Arklay Mountains.
Soon after, the news was out to the whole world, revealing that it was the fault of a secret viral experiment conducted by the international pharmaceutical enterprise, Umbrella. The virus broke out in a nearby mountain community, Raccoon City, and hit the peaceful little town with a devastating blow crippling its very foundation. Not taking any chances, the President of the United States ordered a contingency plan to sterilize Raccoon City. With the whole affair gone public, the United States government issued an indefinite suspension of business decree to Umbrella. Soon its stock prices crashed, and for all intents and purposes, Umbrella was finished.
All right. That's and we've got more opening to go through, and
6
already
years have passed since that horrendous incident.
we've already got some ground to cover just from that right there. By that right there, we've got some ground to cover.
Special training via a secret organization working under the direct control of the president. I was to assume the responsibility of protecting the new president's family.
Coño, why am I the one who always gets the short end of the stick?
You, who are you really? Come on and tell us. You are a long way from home, cowboy. You have my sympathies.
Guess that's a local's way of breaking the ice. Anyway, you know what this is all about. My assignment is to search for the president's missing daughter.
What? All by yourself?
I'm sure you boys didn't just tag along so we could sing Kumbaya together at some Boy Scout bonfire. Then again, maybe you did.
Oh, you crazy American. It's a direct order from the chief himself. I tell you, it's no picnic.
I'm counting on you guys.
We're gonna have to break that down too. There's so many things even wrong with the opening that deserve a remake. Good God, we've got a lot to get through. Good God.
It was right before I was to take on my duties of protecting the president's daughter when she was abducted. That's the ultimate reason I'm in this lonely and rural part of Europe. According to our intelligence, there's reliable information about a sighting of a girl that looks very similar to the president's daughter. Apparently, she's being withheld by some unidentified group of people. Who would have thought that my first job would have been a rescue mission?
Yes, the alerts are a pause so people can hear the game. Hold on.
Freezing. So cold all of a sudden. Must be my imagination. Sorry it took so long.
All right. As soon as we're finished with this, I'll turn alerts back on and then talk about even what in the beginning is just wrong. Or not wrong, but we'll talk. I'll talk real quick.
Just up ahead is the village.
I'll go and have a look around.
We'll stay and watch the car. Don't want to get any parking tickets.
Right. Parking tickets.
Good luck.
Jeez. Who are these guys?
Did you say something?
Leon, I hope you can hear me. I'm Ingrid Hunnigan. I'll be your support on this mission.
Loud and clear. Somehow I thought you'd be a little older. So the subject's name's Ashley Graham, right?
That's right. She's the daughter of the president. So try to behave yourself, okay?
Whoever this group is, they sure picked the wrong girl to kidnap.
I'll try to find some more information on my end as well.
Good. Talk to you later. Leon out.
All right. So, we've already run into a few issues here. I'm going to unpause alerts, and I'm going to pause the clock for just a second because it's the beginning. I don't think it's fair. So...
Put it in my mouth! Put it in
my mouth. Please. Oh.
Thank you, so everyone. Hashtag Psycho066. Thank you so much. And I see Gus coming up.
Well, this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
My 2 cents on the remakes are I am thankful for them making games in a franchise I enjoy. I accept all of them. Some are not so great, but I still appreciate them. I play my faves regardless of when they were made. Remember, they all still exist.
Yep, they do.
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck!
Re-1 Remake released 2002, several months before Re-Zero. Re-1 Remake was more of a showcase for Re-Zero. Re-4 released in 2004. It wasn't ported to another console until 2008 for the Wii and 2014 for PS3 360th.
And you're absolutely correct, Richie. Everyone hashtag Richie. Also, though, they were banking on the idea that basically showcasing the game would be a very big boost in just about everything. By showing off Resident Evil 1 and what they can do, people would buy into Resident Evil 0. And then basically, again, by commercial failure, I mean, it didn't do what it was supposed to. RE1 on its own, by Capcom's own plans for that fiscal year, was the money it could make, could support RE0 and start Resident Evil 2-3 remakes in that same style. And it didn't. So RE0 was made. It couldn't support it either. When I say financial failure, the game didn't do what it was supposed to do. And also, it made back its money, but it couldn't make the franchise go anywhere. That's why you don't get... Okay. So anyway, what do we already have wrong that just irks me so badly that I just have to... Why did I already just stop a timer for a second? Why did I take a Valium before we started this? I'm prescribed it. I'm allowed to take it. But good God, I'll have a heart attack if I don't have some in me for this whole thing, because this is going to be hard to get through. What's wrong with that beginning? All right, first, did we just get a synopsis of 6 years, but we're just supposed to take all of it in stride because that's just how that works and we know how it goes? And okay, so in that 6 years, we're just supposed to know that Leon's trained. That's cool. I'm glad we're just going to glance over that, because in part of that training, we just missed out on a character. Somebody I'm about to bring up when we fight him. I don't know. His name starts with a K, and it's really important that you know that character. But if you didn't see a CGI movie, how would you even know about his, like, why would he be such a badass right now? Why can't we just skip through? And on top of that, why did they just send one lone person into this? Why on earth did they just, why on earth did they work on just, like, with one person, okay? One person. It's the president's daughter. Why is one person sent? I know the reason for this. I know the reason that logically this would exist, and it's just what I've always supposed and what has been out there before. But sending in one person for the president's daughter, we're talking about biological warfare, and we're talking about one person. Doesn't matter if it's the president's daughter. No matter what it is, we're still talking about. You know, they completely skipped over the whole thing. That the U.S. had its own clause in Umbrella, that the U.S. was investing in Umbrella's biohazard research, that like the U.S. wanted a piece of what Umbrella was making, and knew that even as a pharmaceutical company, the U.S. knew that they were making biological weapons. It was a known fact by the U.S. That's why in Resident Evil 6, it's so important that the president is about to reveal, dun dun dun, their involvement in Raccoon City. But they skip over all of that. Why is that really important? You need to know all of that. You need to know all of that to know that we can't send in a team. This is what I've always supposed, and what other people and what my brother and I even discussed of why Leon would be sent in. Sending one person in who actually knows the U.S. involvement of, like, how the U.S. was involved with Umbrella, with their bioterrorism, with everything else, and knowing that it is one girl's life versus, like, she's being held hostage, but on top, we're not going to start a war that can cost so many lives over one person, to be honest. I mean, it's a high-profile person, but if you could get another person in there that already has knowledge and a skill set, and could possibly at least relay intelligence to Hunnigan so that a team could extract Ashley from the site, that's what you'd want to do. Basically, send one person in that can look at bioterrorists, anything, wouldn't blink an eye at it, wouldn't open his mouth because he has reasons not to open his mouth. Again, the reason he has not to open his mouth, never fucking explained in the game. But it makes sense on a scale that he'd be by himself. But unless you explain all of that, why not send in a team? It's the president's daughter. Why not send in a team? And that's a legitimate question, because if it weren't for the U.S. involvement with Umbrella, there would be a team sent in, not just Leon. But Leon was specialized 6 years of training, and on top of that, what did that 6 years amount to? I mean, was he just at the range the whole time? Again, we're missing a whole character arc in that. And then his attitude as we're driving up. I mean, it seems like it's such a tonal shift. But you have to find out from other places that he's basically an alcoholic who's depressed and basically has to keep his mouth shut for various reasons. But the tonal shift works, but none of it's explained. So basically, even from the get-go, when you load up Resident Evil 4, when you load this game to play it, you're going to play this game, you're going to do it. They just fucked you like 3 ways from Sunday. Just from the beginning. So it's and Richie, you're doing exactly why I had to take Valium. I knew that even people could come in and do donations to try to get me started on things. I'm not going into this blind with some of my facts, so anyway, basically, from the get-go, this game has started off wrong. It makes a lot of assumptions that we're just gonna accept this. It starts off completely wrong. So yeah, cool. Let's unpause alerts and get back to everything though.
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck!
So glad to sit down and watch your stream after a long day of packing and getting ready to move. A great way to end a productive day. Smile.
Well, this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses
Thank
me
you
very
so
much.
much over there for all that.
American people. Thank you.
Can't wait for the Re4 remake. Hope I get to watch you play it when it comes out.
Oh god, I forgot the control scheme is so dramatically different. This is what I was waiting for right here.
Put it in my mouth!
Yeah.
Please!
Here we go.
I worked at GameStop during this time.
There we go.
Re1 Remake was considered a commercial flop due to it being exclusive.
Yeah.
Re0 was slightly better but still considered a flop.
Yep, that's true.
Re4 was so successful it basically made Capcom think action was the way to go.
And Richie's correct on all of that.
This,
Everyone hashtag Richie. Richie, one more
this is giving
time.
me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
Re1 Remake sold 3 million copies. Re0 sold 1. 2, so it was actually worse than Re1 Remake.
I think you're looking at
Correction on
current.
my previous comment.
Is that current numbers? I think Richie again one more time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much right there. And Diana, welcome to the family. Anyway, I hope everyone can see really right now, real fast, how even welcome to the family, Diana. How quickly this is, and it was also basically no matter if it was exclusive or not, they need to be able to invest in other things. Oh my god, the controls. Every single time I forget the controls are crap. The controls are actually are so bad. The controls are so bad that I'm struggling to remember how anything works really quick. Like, oh god, I forgot that you have to get reused to the controls. Welcome to the family, Diana! It's just so jarring that this is pretty much the first over the shoulder, so it's like the controls are not all the way there. But I'm playing all the cutscenes.
Excuse me. Sir? I was wondering if you might recognize a girl in this photograph.
Look at this photograph!
Lárgate, cabrón!
Sorry to have bothered you.
Those were the original numbers, Richie?
Freeze!
And then
I said freeze!
I gotta remember how to fire in this game. This is pretty pitiful. Hold on 1 second. I have to remember how, like, literally, I'm gonna have to go into, like, I believe, like, playing man. Where is the controller configuration? Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. Cool. Make sure that I don't get things wrong. Okay, cool.
Shit.
Is everything okay?
There was a hostile local. I had no choice but to neutralize him. There are still others surrounding the area.
Get out of there and head toward the village. Take whatever measures necessary to save the subject.
Understood.
Yep. Do I even bother taking rifle ammo and stuff? I don't remember. Whee! I'm on pause it after this little scene is over. Getting used to controls is utterly devastating, which is why I didn't do this on professional. I didn't do it on professional for a reason. So I'm pausing it.
Well, this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
No, those were original release numbers.
Those were? Okay.
One remake was reported to need upwards of 2 million TL be successful.
Yep, that I remember it being close to half of what they needed.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for explaining things for someone new to Resident Evil storyline. I can see that you are very passionate about it, which I love.
I'm passionate enough about what's wrong, about the game, because I really do like this game. I think everyone hashtag over there, Mr. Ghost and Richie once again. I think people forget that I really do like this game. Also, if you don't save the dog, you're a heartless asshole. Also, for anyone who I guess is new to this, apparently using a flashbang on birds is instant death. Oh god, I forgot using a flashbang on made the dog run away. I'm a heartless bastard. The dog ran away. I was just trying to show it for other people who might not know that I've always thought it's silly that a flashbang can do that. Oh god, whoops. I don't, it doesn't matter. Alright. Alright, where is the little path through? Right here?
Un forastero!
Yeah, during cutscenes and when they're talking, I'm gonna be pausing alerts. Is the game volume wrong, by the way? Is the game volume too loud, too soft? Dialogue? Let me know, as compared to my mic and all that jazz. What are we at? What do we got going on? Alright, good. I'm glad everything's good. Oh gosh. So anyway, another thing that could use updating, but you know what? It's part of the getting used to tank controls. You see, I'm having to get used to controls. I'm actually using the D-pad. And so I'm having to get used to even things like this, which is fine. That's perfectly fine. And let's just shoot this. Hey, what's up, big boy? Yeah, that's why I'm playing it on this level that I'm playing it on right now, which is New Game Plus, and I've already got my gear upgraded, because it really does matter that I just be able to get through the game to the parts that really need to be talked about, even if I have to fiddle with it for a second, because God, I got good with it thinking I was gonna make a guide, and then I didn't
Leon, how you holding up?
Bad question, Hunnigan.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sending you a playing manual. Hope you find it useful.
I'll take a look at it, thanks.
Man, could that be any more just like not fluid? Anyway, let's look at this real quick. Okay. Also, something that's always bugged me. I see that he's right there. I know things happen really fast. I know he moved. How the hell did the villagers, no matter what, however you chalk this up, how the hell did they get him pinned there when you took the direct route? And they put the car in the ditch. You don't see them really driving many cars other than like the semis that come at you. You didn't hear another car other than the one that goes over. How the hell does he get there before you do? Really? I mean, you're like jogging there. But anyway, that's a random thing. I'm gonna go and just decimate the village real quick. Just me and the village, we're gonna, cause now let me. Ooh, is that golden egg? Oh, lucky days. I love this. I love this. Watch this. I love this. I love this.
Why are these people? What are they planning? Chainsaw. Shit. Son of a...
So basically, this game likes to start off with something new, which is nice, which is your idea is to barricade yourself. Hey, there's a chicken in the room. Usually you would barricade yourself, right? You totally would. In any game, like an RE game, you would find a safe place. I can't remember how to reload. You'd find the safe place, and you'd kind of just move from there, right? I mean, it makes sense. And this game kind of subverts that. I really do like that. I like that they go for that. They're willing to take the chance on that tonal shift of just like completely saying, okay, yeah, that's how you'd usually survive something like this, but you're gonna get screwed over if you actually try to barricade yourself because the chainsaw guy is gonna come after you, which is a one-shot kill. But I mean, it's just like this whole idea of like subverting expectations. I like that. I really do. And this, I think this is a good way to get you started. I mean, look at this. They're not zombies. They're chasing you. These guys are actively chasing you. This is not your daddy's zombies, basically. This is definitely different. And that's an awesome thing. It really is. And boink boink. So we already have an opening that does something right, so I'm gonna point out those things too. This is correct.
Lord Sattler.
That's something they do right there.
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
That's actually done right with an asterisk next to it. Let's talk about that too. As soon as Hunnigan's finished, remember we're going through all of it.
Hunnigan, I have some bad news. I've confirmed the body of an officer. Something's happened to the people here.
Leon, you need to get out of there. Look for a tower and follow the trail near it.
Got it.
All right, so let's talk about what they just did right. There's three things. Hunnigan's, what she just said, fits. Everything fits, but there's an asterisk next to one of them. One, we just heard the toll of the... Okay, four things actually. I was saying it while it was happening. Five. One, they subvert your expectations. If you barricade yourself, every single time you do it, you get another chainsaw guy. So there's two potential times for you to get a chainsaw dude. I think in the first village, I think that's how that works. But even the one, like that whole scenario really puts you in the new mindset of like, this game is not like the other ones. Like they're thinking about it. They're really trying their best to get at you, and you can't treat them like normal zombies and normal zomboids. They have a mind of their own. They did that great. Excellent. The fact that they immediately brought like someone that you would think of as a boss in other games, Resident Evil 1 through 3 or 0, like, and immediately it's the chainsaw guy. He can one-hit kill you. It takes so much to kill him, and he's a boss type character, but they just throw him at you. Awesome. That's great. I love it. And then it's daylight here. Remember that it's daylight now. And the tone of that, them doing that is great. And then finally, when you finish it up, we get a cutscene right here. Okay, cool. We get a cutscene, and while they're walking to the bell tolling, you have no idea what's going on, but you hear Lord Sadler. So now you have an expectation. You have a reason to keep going. And finally, the asterisk, in the second to final, the asterisk. Leon's line there, where are they going bingo? It's not as cheesy as you think. But how many people picked up this game knowing that Leon is a depressed drunkard who is trained, has something hanging over his head, and is basically forced to go after this after he had other missions, one of which he lost his partner already? How many people knew that? Like, he's working solo and he's drunk and he's doing all these things. But if you think of him as like the cynical drunk that's now being called back into, like, he's being forced into action again, not forced, but he's doing it, then like that line right there completely fits. But where did they set this up for us? I don't want to go watch a CGI movie to understand all this. Set it up for me. Give me something to go on. That's the asterisk for that. Give me something to go on. But like that whole scene right there, the village, this is done well. This is how the game should have started, with the game before this having a little bit more to it of like, what the hell happened. Maybe later on in the game we get flashbacks. I don't know what the fuck you want to call it, but just take it for what it is. This is great. This is great. Leon was an alcoholic in Resident Evil 2. Not quite. He was depressed. His girlfriend had just broken up with him. He gets to the original. I'm not getting into all that, but basically he got drunk at a hotel and missed his chance to get to the RPD on time, which is why the barricades were already down. His girlfriend broke up with him because he wanted to go back to Raccoon City because of all the incidents in the Arclay Mountains and all that jazz. Blah, 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 blah. He started drinking because of RE2. 6 years later, he is an alcoholic. So if you take a cynical alcoholic that sees this kind of stuff, is trained for it, has lost another partner, he's got all this stuff, and then like basically everyone just walks away when he's in combat mode, take any person who served and then ask them how they would respond to people walking away when you're in the middle of fight or flight, like fight, I'm going to kill everyone here or I die, and then they just walk away. The line fits. It does. It's great. Mwah! If they just preface it a little better. Let's get on. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right. So anyway, we've already gotten some good things in this game. We've subverted expectations, right? We've gotten that down. We've shown that these are not normal zomboids. They have a mind. They've got this thing going on where why they put him up here. Shut up, Siri. We don't need you for this. So he's there, and you just realize that, and then all of a sudden now you've got an empty village where if you didn't know that you were getting stuff before, like now you can just run around and get your stuff. But I thought in one of these they put the snake already, but I'm not gonna care about like getting like the special stuff like the typewriter and stuff, so I'm not gonna worry about like collecting some of this. But anyway, if you barricade yourself, another thing they get really right, and it's great, it's just great game design. If you barricade yourself in here and run into the chainsaw guy, look what you get. You get the shotgun. You get a way to actually get yourself out of this situation. So, I mean, all of this, on top of this portrait being interactable, definitely not the type I get along with, it's setting it up well. So this game, this is not me shitting on the game the whole time. I'm really trying to be objective about it, okay? I hope everyone gets that.
Please.
I don't need to go through it. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. I'm really not worried about anything but moving forward.
Put it in my mouth. Put it in my mouth. Please.
I'm gonna shoot all these. Everyone, hashtag Richie and Vern, thank you so much. I'm selling the, I just said I wouldn't do that, but I can't ever not get the blue medallions because that drives me nuts. Kind of like not being able to collect things like this when it's so easy. Oh, where is he? Oh, there they are. By the way, if you ever wanted to know how to farm, if you ever needed to farm health items, you farm it at the farm. The chickens, they'll drop eggs over and over. So if you need early health in this game, you stick around here and you get early health, and it's really awesome. See, like this. Again, another golden chicken egg. Cool. That's an awesome thing. Being static and having to fire is a weird thing, but again, oh god, how many times have I missed some of these? Having to fire and do that, that's weird, but it's okay. Oh, where is the blue medallion sheet? Because I always forget where they are on the map. Because I am gonna play it semi-legitimately. I don't know. There's something about me that's just like, there are 15 things you must shoot. You go shoot them. Just do it. Why not? They're around. But again, the game is kind of subverting your expectations right here, right now. By use it. I think I took a hit. I don't remember. But you can farm chicken eggs. Look at that. Look at all the chicken eggs. But they're just doing their own thing. Like, all these guys are like, I don't give a shit. Like, they don't really care about me. Like, they do when they see me. Of course, they've got orders, but they're like, other than that, they're like, I got shit to do. Like, that's, like, you don't see zombies in the background of the other RE games going like, hey, hold on, I'm not finished with my, like, I got this hay that I have to, like, get out of the way and all that. Like, I've got shit to do, and if you could just give me a sec, like, just give me a hot sec, and I'll be with you shortly to nibble on your guts. Just give me a hot sec, I'll be with you. So anyway, the game sets itself up very well. I have forgotten where some of the blue medallions are. How recent is it that I played this game? In the last, about a year ago, I started setting myself up to be able to make a guide. I have a snipper rifle. I forgot I already have that. So some of these are just like, why am I not just doing that? Hi there. Like, yoink. Because I don't really care about the rounds. Where is the other one? I can't see you from right there? Oh, okay, cool. That's a cool thing. Oh, I'm still in a bad position. That's fine. That's cool. So, I'm hoping people understand that this is, I'm really trying to come at this from a perspective of, like, this is not just a marathon of making fun of the game and saying how it's wrong. It is definitely a, let's look at the pros and cons. And I believe by the map, I don't remember if it shows, like, map. I think it should be like, hey, there's so many whatevers. And I think that's all of them for in here, right? Cool. All right, let's just keep going, because if I missed any, I'll just get it later. Okay. We are about to hit something that I don't want to go apeshit binockers over. I have that much Magnum ammo. Do I even own the Magnum? I don't think I even own the Magnum, but I have that much Magnum ammo. That's, I'm a weird creature. Oh, this irks me. I understand why they did it. I'm gonna explain something. But I don't remember Xbox controller prompts all that well sometimes. So sometimes I screw this up. That shit needs to go. You see that? That shit needs to just get out of this game. Now, of course, let me explain really quickly why it was done, because it wasn't done haphazardly. The QuickTime events in this game were under the idea that they did not want you to sit back and treat this like a movie. They realized that most cutscenes, people will sit back, put a controller down, and treat it like a movie. And they wanted this game to be interactive. Remember, this was a two-headed beast kind of game that was made. One liked horror, one didn't. The guy that liked action wanted you to be a part of the action, and so that head developer basically made QuickTime events so that you couldn't just watch something play out, which comes up again in the most infamous one of them, which is Krauser. But the QuickTime event had a reason for existing. Now it's such a trope, it needs to get out. but I understand why it's here. I get it. It had a place in time. It makes sense. It makes sense for it to be here. It does. The logic was something, they were trying something new. The logic was good. I mean, it was well thought out. So can't really fault them for that. I mean, it wasn't like it was just hastily done. Like, they really did think out the idea that oh yeah, this is more powerful than like even the handguns, I think, at this point. Okay, there's gonna be some people blowing stuff up. Come here, you jerk. It's not quite as strong, but it's close enough. I'll take some grenades, because I'll make a deal with you guys. Every time I have to deal with the merchant, I'll stop the clock, because usually that takes me a second or two. Because I think I just changed my mind and thought I wanted the typewriter. Part of me kind of wants the typewriter now, which means I already screwed up with what I'm doing. Because I need to be able to sell everything I've got and some other stuff as I go along. Hey, look at that. Another thing that's new, dynamite. Being introduced to this long range. Great game mechanic. So the first one of these villagers that is throwing dynamite at you, they're throwing it at you where you can retreat, and the other ones won't come chase you. It's a new game mechanic, and they introduce it so well. I mean, it really is done very well. So you know about that, and then they introduce this. This has already been introduced, but they show it to you again, and if you didn't pay attention, you're about to learn a lesson. Trying to duck in here and get away from everything, yeah, you're gonna be in pain. So I can't remember where every treasure is in this game off the top of my head. I don't care to get everyone, but part of me is thinking maybe I should try to actually get the typewriter or something. I could always get the broken butterfly or whatever. I don't care. That's not the point of this. All right. I'm not gonna kick it down. Oh, I'm aware of how OP the upgraded TMP is. So I'm fully aware of that after playing this for years. Again, as much as I'm gonna be bad talking the game later for what it's not doing correctly, right now, oh no, this is good. We're back indoors. We hear a thumping sound. We're having to investigate it. Just the investigation itself is doing something, is creating a tension. You don't know what you're gonna run into. You have no idea what's gonna happen. Like, you're having to get through all these objects, and any one of these could be like the object you were trying to avoid. But now it's kind of like in that place where you fought some guys, and all of a sudden you've got to face, like, is this a zombie? Is this something? I mean, it's setting it up, but here we go.
A little rough, don't you think? You're not like them?
No. You?
Okay, I have only one very important question. You got a smoke?
Got gum.
They've already done something I do not like.
The big cheese.
What?
Something I do like right about now. This. So something I didn't like and something I did like. Let's talk about really quickly. What I didn't like was that it doesn't matter who you find. Leon is well trained. It doesn't. He heard a knocking in a whatever. Who the hell unties them immediately? Rip the thing off. Identify the target. What? Literally, you're gonna go off and make it so that they're a viable threat immediately? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This guy's he's been on deployment, 6 years of training. He's no longer a rookie, and he just goes ahead and unties him, thinking that he's not a threat. Cool. That's not. They've not played Leon out to be like that. What they did right here is that they just showed that even though they're about to show you action, even though they're going to put action in this game, they're going to show you that Leon, with all of his action, cannot overcome it just because he's a badass. So they did that right. if you want to look at this game as being technically already well done. They did that right with that one motion. The big cheese shows up, his foot gets caught, which honestly, even MMA fighters will tell you, anyone who's done mixed martial arts, some forms of fighting that, especially if you throw kicks, you'll talk about, you usually don't get like people will catch feet. You'll try to catch a foot because that's an immediate, you can take them down. And honestly, in any training I've had, I've tried to jump out of my foot being caught before. I failed and I fell flat on the ground, but that is a technique you can use. You can jump over where your foot is caught so you can get basically control back. But basically showing Leon isn't the be all end all. This might have some action in it, but he can still get his ass handed to him. So the way he treated Luis, wrong. The way that Luis talks to Leon, wrong. Like not getting information immediately. The way that they show that Leon just can't be a badass and just wreck shit. Done right. And I skipped over one other thing. Something else they did right. Hunnigan. Why did I skip over that? Hunnigan, when she says, get out of there, Leon. Remember right now, the objective no longer is to save Ashley. There's hostiles. There are people here. There's everything. Hunnigan, in one of the things I didn't stop for, tells Leon to get out. So no longer is this well, you know about bioterrorism, nothing's going to surprise you, you won't leak anything, any involvement you have, you're more covert, we can find the subject, we can get them out, when we're not. As soon as they realize Leon's compromised, Hunnigan's pretty much like, we've got a place for you to go, get out of there. So that's done correctly. Let's keep going. I guess I'll just start saving. I'll start saving in case something happens to the stream or something like that. Okay, cool. Let's get into the next one. This next little part.
Humans, let us give you our power. Soon, you will become unable to resist this intoxicating power.
It's for times like this that QuickTime was made. It's a movie, but...
Hey, wake up.
Crawl out of one hole and into another.
You want to tell me what's going on here?
Americano, see? Now what brings a bloke like you to this part of the world? Oh, hey, easy, whoever you are.
Name's Leon. Came here looking for this girl. Seen her?
What, are you supposed to be a cop or something? Nah, you don't look the type.
Maybe.
Okay, let me guess. She's the president's daughter?
That's too good for a guess. Want to start explaining?
Psychic powers. Nah, just kidding with you, amigo. I overheard one of the villagers talking something about the president's daughter in the church.
I like what happens there. Hold on.
And who might you be?
Me llamo Luis Serra. I used to be a cop in Madrid. But now I'm just a good-for-nothing guy who happens to be quite a ladies' man.
Why'd you quit?
Phew, policia. You put your life on the line, nobody really appreciates you enough for it. Being a hero isn't what it's cracked up to be anymore.
Used to be a cop myself. Only for a day, though.
I thought I was bad.
Somehow I managed to get myself involved with the incident in Raccoon City on my first day in the force.
That is the incident with the viral outbreak, right? I think I might have seen a sample of the virus in a lab at the department.
Hey boy, I'm not done.
Do something, cop!
After you.
Now!
It's Leon. Sorry I couldn't get in touch sooner, but I was a bit tied up.
But
You're okay, right?
I'm fine. There was a male civilian held captive. According to him, Ashley's in a church somewhere.
What happened to him?
He managed to escape.
Do you have a fix on the location of that church?
No, but apparently there's a secret passage in the village that leads there. I'm heading back to the village.
Okay. So, really quickly, let's talk about that little part that just happened real quick. Some things were done right, and I think people aren't giving enough credit to where credit is due for this game. One, you saw again why they implemented QuickTime events. That was a long cutscene. A very long cutscene that you can skip through. But there's a lot of people who, on their first playthrough, I remember I was one of them. I put my controller down for that cutscene. And when that happened, I scrambled for my shit to immediately hit the buttons. They were trying to avoid that. Putting a controller down to watch a cutscene, they wanted you to be involved in the story. And the idea was, if you had to have a controller in hand and fixated at the screen, whatever story they gave you, you would actually be invested in being paying attention to. If you were paying attention, they actually just gave you more about Luis than you ever get credit for. One, he lies about some of his background. He lies about being a scientist. He lies about why he knows about the sample. He lies about some of those things. I mean, his background as a cop and whatnot, I'm putting that aside. Him as who he is, from my understanding of how this game goes, he is lying to Leon right there to still cover his own tracks, just in case. So there is more character development than you would think, because right then and there, you have talking between them, Leon actually acting like he should, like start explaining, and something happened. Now, the action with like the chopping of the axe, this is the start of the action that I don't like. I understand the QuickTime event needing to be there, but that dialogue, people don't give enough credit to that. So that is actually something that's done well in this game. And that little exchange right there is important to understand that Luis has his own things, and he ran off. So why would he run off when he knows he's got somebody here that's trained, that can handle all of this stuff? Like, why would you do that? Like, why? Like, why? But it starts being made more and more obvious that, like, he has his own things to run from and do and blah, blah, blah.
Stranger.
But now we get to the merchant. The first time I'm going to pause it because I'm going to be dealing with my inventory a lot. I'm going to pause the timer.
Got something that might interest you. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
Oh my god. Let me just, other than the fact that this is the most memeable line, like his lines, like right here, like,
what are you buying?
Oh, such a meme. Wait.
What are you selling?
Yeah, okay, memes. Let me say something real quick. How much potential did they lose by not including who he is and why he's here? He gets around so easily. There is another character here that I know why they... Okay, I understand. They're doing something new. They don't give a shit. A lot of games during that time, when this was made, were just putting NPCs that you could get items from wherever they wanted to. It's cool. It's fine. It's whatever. That's how it was going. That was the trend. I get it. But like, this guy right here could have been so many things. He could have been a bad guy. You could have bought one of the last things you buy from him. He could have been somebody that was actually part of it, that basically at some point of time, this guy, like, if you don't have all the upgrades you need, you find out, like, you're just screwed. Like, not just screwed as in you can't get, but you have to get through the game through other means, and you can kill him and he won't come back. Why is he even here? Why does he have all the weapons? Why does he have so many things set up? I know I'm kind of repeating myself, but there is a character sitting right here that has potential for story and for carrying over, and they're making a new game for a new system, and they're really trying to sell this to you, but instead they made an internet meme for you to have to live down. What the hell? I think they give you enough visual clues that you can actually see what this guy is. And I'm not getting into that because I'm not getting into that part of the game. This guy actually, I think, has significance that they just never carried over. I think he does. And part of that significance, I think, is basically that he was able to do something all the other villagers couldn't. And that's as far as I'm going with it. But it's like they just dropped it. Maybe it's time for develop. I don't know what it is. But this whole thing also having to deal with your inventory like this, I hate this. I really do. This is like the bane of my existence right here.
Is that old, stranger? Is that
like like the timer has to stay whatever because of this. I have all the eyes ready to sell for later and stuff, and I just, oh boy, I don't think I have to buy a single thing because I have it all and blah blah blah. And I used to love the Red 19, and I don't think there's anything again to upgrade. So let's just get it. Okay, cool. All right. Anyway, let's just take a quick look at this guy, look at his face, and think of this game and Resident Evil 5. Just kind of take both of those in together, and that the fact that he's wearing a mask, and you start to see like there are some building blocks there for something that looks like maybe it was scrapped. I'm not quite sure, but he's everywhere. He kind of deserves something. Oh, no. In professional, if you kill him, he doesn't come back. I think in normal, if you kill him now, he'll come back. So anyway, now we get another section. I am not sure if I want to critique this section. I am sure, though, that it serves a purpose. But I honestly think the purpose was already served a little better. So let's just get through it and then just talk about what happens here. Let's just go. Oh, yeah. Just let that explode on him. Yeah, I don't... Yeah... Really, God, the game is loud in my head. The game is so loud in my headphones. I gotta turn it down. Oh God. Oh. And just blink and blink. I should use this. I don't care. Let's just go ahead and handle this. Oh, I still forget I get my snipper rifle. Me and this thing get along. I like this in this game. Like, I don't like how open and exposed I am behind me when I use it, but I am meant to jump down during all of that. Jump down once again, thank you. And climb up. This game gives options, I do like that. So you have a terrain that you can go through, and you can choose how you're gonna go through the terrain. That's a plus. Let's just take care of all of these guys real quick. Oh yeah, the other piece is on the other side. Why am I already over here? I'm wasting time. Whoops. You see how much I care about you being hit at the moment? I don't. I'll care later. I don't care now. I'll care a lot later. Oh, they're gonna put them all right there. That's cool. Oh yeah, let's just go ahead and... I like that you can shoot things out of the air. That's kind of cool. I don't think I've ever mentioned that part. I think that's a cool little mechanic to add in. You don't have to kill all the villagers. I just got turned backwards, so sue me. Because it's been a hot second since I played the game. I play a lot of games on a gaming channel. Who would have ever guessed that maybe I can get things backwards every now and then because I do that? I know, right? I'm committing a cardinal sin. then you have to combine the two. I think you can do it at the door, but I don't care. And while I'm at it, combine that. If I don't get all treasures, it's fine. I'm being wishy-washy on whether I want to be able to use the typewriter or not. Oh yeah, isn't there... Oh, shut up. Shut up. Alright. Is there a thing right in here that's easy? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. That was... Yeah, no, that's not what I was thinking. I thought there was actually one of the thing. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. These things. When I go off to make money in this game, I just combine these things, make these, and they... 10,000 for that. And it's pretty cool. As long as you don't need to heal all that much, then it's cool. Oh, that the doors can break down. That's cool too. And there's some cool things here. Let's just go ahead and fit something in there. Use that. And we're through this scene. Cool. All right. Let me ask a quick question. Let me just ask a quick question. Why did that scene need to exist? In my horror game, why? Why did that? Okay, let's talk about the pros of that. You get to see more enemy action. You get to see that you have to survive because they're going to make you survive waves later. I guess it shows you that. But they already just did this in the village. Like, I mean, we literally just went through this in the village. Now we just have ladders involved. Like, this... Why? I get that they wanted kind of more action in the game. I get they wanted to show that Leon could take care of himself. I get that. I get all of it. But I just did a fetch quest in a horror game that really didn't even feel fetchy enough or questy enough. And on top of both of those, just kind of, why? Why is that not more of a... I mean, there could be more anticipation. Dim the lights, something like that. I mean, put up more walls. I know the graphical... Just the openness of the area and being able to see what's coming at you, it shows you, okay, the pro, it shows you you've got options. It's showing you that this is more of an action game. It's doubling down on it. It's showing you that however you want to tackle it is how you tackle it. It's showing that in the middle of action, you're still going to have to do things. Okay, I get that. You could have done that with horror, though, also. You honestly could have done that with, like a horror aspect of that, which is basically... I know that was more open, but they didn't all have to be running right at you. Coming around the corner to something, think of Resident Evil 2 Remake. Coming around the corner and getting jumped by a zombie, now that we know that, how horrifying that is, I think we can all agree that maybe action wasn't necessarily the way to go to show that this game can get intense. But if you're gonna look at this as the action game that it is and not a horror game because it's survival horror, then I guess that fits. But in my perspective, this is an IP that's horror, so why did I need that? Why? I just got that from, I really did, I just got how they can gang up on me, how they're smart, and how they can come at me in waves, and it can be even like, I got a guy that had a chainsaw coming after my head. Really? Did I really need this? Is this the thing I needed? Or is this kind of like just padding the game a little bit? This isn't padding the game a little bit. This is legitimately you're exploring. Yeah.
Actually aroused me very much. Thank you.
Hey, you're going fishing with you. Well, you two have fun fishing. Everyone hashtag John Roar over there. And Mallory, hello. Hello to both of you. And have fun fishing. I love the fishes because they're so delicious. I think you can get an angle with the, is it the snipper rifle? I shot it wrong. I really did. I got it wrong. Ooh, someone actually did bring up what looks like a good point. It allows you to play with the sniper rifle early on. Let me toss this back at you. Why can't it not also be more in a horror setting and let you play with the sniper rifle? If you can get a good vantage point, they can still come trying to find you. Some can still also be static waiting for you. there can be an open space and also more corners that you have to go around that just feel more dim and dark. Because they put me inside a house. That house didn't have to be so brightly lit.
But you know what?
Hey,
I don't
Madonna.
care, because this is my art. And no, fuck!
Well, everyone hashtag Madonna. I actually did get that right. But playing with the sniper rifle right there, yeah, I'll give you credit for that one. Especially in a action sequence. Yeah, being able to play with the sniper rifle and see what you can do with more weapons. Yeah, that is a good point. I would say that you could play with a sniper rifle by trying to, I don't know, really play it safe by knowing that there are enemies further away and trying to take out some. I mean, these guys are cognizant of what's happening around them. Are you telling me that they can't be smart and I can't have like a... Now that I don't feel like I'm talking over the game, you telling me that there can't be like where they're smart enough to be able to follow you, do things, figure things out, yet like you can't be smart enough to pick a few off from like locations that would kind of help you out, but if you don't, you're gonna get stuck, cornered. Like the intensity can then amp up then. Like it doesn't always have to be like action, 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 action. It can slow it down, but for when I say that, I'm saying that prematurely. I have a criticism there, yet I know I'm saying it prematurely. Because there is something this game does right. Very, very right. And we're getting to it. Trust me, we are going to get to it. It does it very right. And it does it very soon. Sooner than I think I even remember. But it does it very soon. And it shows exactly why I don't think that section is needed as much. They could have spent more time developing a few more things or doing a few more things. I love the fishes because it's so delicious. Go fishing. Becky, thank you so much for being here. Hey, Tony J, I need to pause the thing and say hi to more people. I'm gonna take ammo. Give me the big fish. Give me the big. Give me the big fish. Give me the big fish. Give me the big fish. I fish with a pistol. Makes no fucking sense in the world. Because, I mean, unless they're shallow enough, yes, you can shoot fish in a barrel, I guess. Just give me the fish. Now I'm healed up. You see why I didn't care about taking hits, really? There are eggs and there are fish. I should, at some points, don't worry, I'm going to say hi to everyone. I'm going to stop the timer and say hi. We're not at that point yet. We're by far not at that point quite yet, because I got a few more things that we want to come up against that I really just want to... I'm not gonna say get out of my system. Let's just get to them. Let's get to them before. I like this mechanic. You can get the dirty pendant, or you can figure out a puzzle. I mean, honestly, people don't give this game enough credit for some of the small puzzles they do. Everyone knows now the brass pocket watch. If you don't shoot that down, it turns into a dirty one. But that is a small little detailed puzzle. We could have used more of those in this game. We honestly could. More of that. Like, give me more of that, please. I would love that. I would love having to try to figure something out that's mundane. It feels like it's just an everyday part of the game. You should be able to just pick up a treasure, but it's not just that easy. Like, but not just the same one every time. Don't have me shoot the same thing every time. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, that was a nice little thing. Now, I think a snake might be in this box. Fine. Nope. Those little puzzles could be peppered through a new remake. It could be peppered through a lot of things. Just the idea of getting an item and that you can get it two different ways. And if you get it the wrong way, it's not as valuable. That's great. That's great. That's great forethought. Really good. Really good. So that's really good. Like, we're seeing a lot more. I think this puzzle is stupid. I mean, really, I think this is just a waste of time. But I think we're seeing a lot more pros than cons so far as we start the game. Really, we are, I think. I think we really are. And then this. Is it here that we get this key? Is it here that the first Salazar? No, Salazar doesn't fall there. I can't remember where the first one. But I'll be giving that props where props are due for that. We're about to go through a door. Or I guess I gotta pause alerts for a second again. Because there's a cutscene.
Nuestro jefe se cuidará de la rata. Si la plaga es mucho mejor que la nuestra.
Tienes
You carry the same blood as us, it seems. Nevertheless, you're an outsider. Just remember, if you become unpleasant to our eyes, you'll face severe consequences.
What? Same blood.
Okay, so some more great storytelling, some more pros to go on that. I've got only pros for that little cutscene right there. I think people really skip over the idea that, like, being able to see a big guy that you don't know the name of, isn't his name Mendes? I can't remember his name. But the big cheese over there, the fact that he sees that you have it in you and he knows, like, Salazar's plan, and the idea just can sit in the back of your head if you really think about it, that he's sparing him because what if they both get back to America? I know they're trying to infect one, but if this is the guy that's an outsider sent to go and they can control both, it's more power for what Salazar is trying to do. So it does make sense to keep him alive. It does make sense for him to say, if you're unpleasant to our eyes, they'll do something basically. But it, like, all of that, and then Leon having to consider like one of us type deal. That's good. That's good story writing. It is good story writing. So there you go. More things are being done correctly. So, I mean, I see these little things. I know people have probably played this game enough times that they skip over the cutscenes, but it is telling a story, well, so far. Me, kind of.
Leon, I've been able to get some new info that might help you.
Fill me in.
Apparently, there's a religious cult group involved. They're called the Los Illuminados.
Los Illuminados. That's a mouthful. Anyway, I had an unexpected run-in with the big cheese of this village.
But you're okay, right?
Yeah, but he could have killed me, but he let me live. And he mentioned something about me carrying the same blood as them. Whatever that means.
Carry the same blood. Huh. Interesting.
Anyway, there are more important things than solving riddles right now.
You're right. Hurry and find that church, Leon.
Okay, so we have, by the way, can't you try to go back through that door? I always forget on this one, but, yep. So, okay, once again, by the way, there's an asterisk when I said that they're doing something right about the game, the storytelling. The asterisk was they didn't set the game up. They didn't tell you about he's an alcoholic, that there's something special there. I already did my critiques at the very beginning of the game. How they're telling the story now, like just for what it is and we're picking up from right now, it's done right. I think there's a pro and a con right there. One, that's optional to even find out that Ada is in this game early. So that's really kind of cool that there's something in this game that is optional for you. And it's optional to be able to find this, like the Chief's notes, I believe are completely optional. That you find out, like, why keep them alive, I don't understand. I think you like to keep them separate, blah, blah, blah. You can find out all these things and tidbits, and I really like that. I like that you can find out Ada's here. I don't like that they made it so blatantly obvious. Like, to show us that it's Ada, like, they did something pretty cool right there. But to show us just out and out that that was Ada, I mean, just give us a little bit more ambiguity. Like, a little more ambiguity just to really tug at us, to make us go, what? Like, why on the storyboard would they sit here and go, that was the way to go? Why would they do that? I do not understand this part. I don't understand why they do that. I just don't get it. It's waiting there. Like another thing that you can just be anticipating for. Like, when do I get to meet the person? Because remember, and let me reemphasize this, most people to this game, they hadn't seen the CGI movies. They don't know Ada has a grappling hook. So just to show someone grappling, like a flash of them going in and out, being shot and whatnot, all that stuff, more intrigue, more something. Why would someone save Leon? But they show her out and out. So they give you something optional that's kind of a nice treat, and they show you why, like, Mendez is acting why he is, but then they show you Ada out and out. I can... Maybe it's to keep some people around to see when Ada pops up next, but I think it's so much better done if it's ambiguity in something like that really makes you want, like, more. Like, you need... In a game design, you need to crave more. I think in their desire for action, they thought the action would keep you going. What about people like me that like the story? I want to crave more. I just got more of the story. I know Ada's got to show up because I don't have to guess. It's totally Ada. I know it's Ada. So anyway,
this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
That's just great. Now you're inspiring me to potentially purchase RE4 for PS4 from the virtual store. As if I needed more.
Oh, I'm being awesome about that, aren't I? You're welcome. But anyway, that's again still more pros. This to me is a funny pro. I like that you could bust into a door and at a urinal like you caught him taking a piss. Like that right there, that's a beauty of a scene to me. When do I get to knock one of those off the wall? I can't remember. Let me take the egg. Let me get more things that I'll just be selling later anyway. But just catching a guy in the middle of taking a pee like that, that's great. All right. This right here, what's about to happen, I think it is great. I think they did this very well. Oh, I'm running low on that. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and blast them all with the knock. The striker, let's go. So now this is another suspenseful point. You get a moment to realize that if you bust out that door and didn't go far enough, you get a moment to realize that guy that can chop your head off, which probably if you played this the first time did chop your head off, he's in a close quarter situation now. Where are you going to run from this guy? Like, they give you a moment to just appreciate the moment that you might get screwed over right about now. And I like this. This is a great game. Like, right here, like, giving you a moment and then he revs it up like that. Giving you a moment to appreciate that you could be screwed. That's good. That's great. I think they did that right. Of course, you can lure him around. There's different ways to tackle this. You can run away from him. You can lure him away and things like that. You can try to get past all of them, but then another great bit of design. I'm going like willy-nilly with the shots at this point. Another great bit of design is, I believe, what comes up next right here.
Well, this is giving me an erection.
Hey!
Very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone hashtag 8KingPhil, thank you so much. So, I think we got snake yet? No, red herb. I think the inventory could have been done better, but I'm not going to fault him for that. Having to deal with this Fustercluck, rather, having to deal with this all the time is just annoying. It's annoying. But another piece of great game design that I think people skip over a lot. So another thing this game does great. You can get around the chainsaw guy. You can totally do it. You can totally do it. Yeah. But look what happens if you do it. If you decide to actually juke the chainsaw guy around that table, go back inside, run away from him, try to get as far as you can from him, do all that, you have to get through a few more villagers instead. So basically the game's like, you can get away, but you better have gone fast enough like, the game really is telling you, like, it subverts, again, your expectation of, like, oh, there's a big bad person. I could run. I can do something. There's a few people barring the path and whatnot. I can do something, blah, 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 blah. But then all of a sudden, like, then you're stuck. Then it's like, okay, if you don't have my inventory right here, you're stuck right then and there. And you never saw it coming. Cue that song. Shit. Anyway, let's just put this back on. And then, this is great. I love this. And I'll say why. We'll get to why in a second here. Let me just go ahead and... Oh, talking about this game analytically like this in front of a crowd is an anxiety attack. I'm not even kidding. I'm very glad I took another another not clonazepam anymore or anything like that. Diazepam. I need to take that because I'm selling that shit immediately. More stuff for the merchant. I think this is done well, and I'll explain. Oh yeah, this guy too. I need you because I gotta sell you to the merchant or use you. I don't know which one. I haven't decided, but you guys are worth money, so, and money is a thing. Anyway, this. Oh yeah, I never got the stuff inside that house either. Also, that guy's staring at me. Also, there was something on that roof I never got. I'm not going back for it now. Also, I think there was something in here that I never got. I'm wondering if I should go in for it. Let's see. Going for this. It's a dirty bed. Yeah, okay, cool. Where... I swear I've already passed up the first time a snake can get you. I was trying to quickly find it, but there's no point. Let's just go ahead and move on. Oh, and this. This is a separate point. Being able to get up here and then realize you're stuck when the villagers come and attack, another great thing. They give you ammunition to get yourself out of it, but to realize that you can like get the high ground, which is what you would do in most games, right? You'd run for the high ground, right? And then to realize that when you get there, like, oh, you done screwed up. You shouldn't have gone that path. Like, I think that's great too, because they'll throw shit up at you, and they'll climb up the ladder. It can be used. You can use it to your advantage, but you know. Okay, so why do I think what we just did is kind of another cool point that we should like look at, and it's something they did right. They're setting an expectation. They're setting an expectation that you can't just run around this place. Like, I can't just willy-nilly go somewhere, or at least I feel that way. Like, right now, I don't feel like I can safely just go back out there. And it kind of sets in an anticipation and a panic. And it serves two different purposes, and I really like that they thought this through, because it's obvious they thought this through. One purpose that it serves, and it serves very well, you basically never now go into an area thinking that, oh, I cleared it, so now it's clear. And they do it again at the church. So you don't ever get to like relax, and that's awesome. And the second is that you're starting to, like, my mind is, if you get through that, if like you run through because you're low on ammo, or even if you want to backtrack all that, it's like this, you've got to get you got to collect, you got to do things. It makes it more fast paced. I know it's more action, but also it's setting a tone. It's setting a tone for you that it's going to carry through, and it actually pays off. And one of the best points of this game is when that tone of that village right there being set back up again pays off. It's one of the best things this game does before it starts going downhill. Because I don't know how far I get through the game before you're gonna hear more negatives than positives, but the game it screwed up not giving us enough backstory. It screwed up with a few other things, but it's setting tone correctly. It's setting expectations correctly. I guess if you look at it as an action game, it's setting the action correctly. It's doing a few things just pretty well, the way that you would hope that they would do from being experienced game makers, and is putting an anxiety inside of you to do things, get things done, especially if it's your first playthrough. I know I'm talking to a lot of veterans, but imagine your first time playing it, like how anxious it was that you're running low on like handgun rounds. Like, you know that you've got the key to get to that door if you checked everything the first time you went through the village, but now they're attacking again, and now I don't want to go back out there. Like, it's setting a tone. Now, once again, here I have an issue.
Might interest you.
Jesus H, this guy.
Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
I said I'd pause the timer every time for him.
What are you selling?
Because I just gotta sell a lot of things. I only ever keep flash grenades. The hand grenades can just your money for other things that I actually want.
Is that all?
I don't want you. I want other things that you get me later.
Thank you.
And the scope, the infrared scope. Yeah, I don't. I get you again. So I don't want you yet. I want you. You can go away.
Thank you.
At the point at which I can basically get the, I'll have to see what the typewriter is when
stranger?
I did pause the clock, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that getting rid of enough things that I'm not? And the Magnum ammo, I'm always iffy about the Magnum. I never get the Magnum, but I always hold on to the ammo because I'm indecisive as all get out. Basically, if anyone's wondering what I'm really saving up for, I have a lot of fun in this game with the... Oh, shit. That's not how you unlock the... Oh, screw me. That's not how you unlock the typewriter, is it? It's not by beating the game and then buying it, is it? I made a mistake. I made a mistake with what I remembered. Oh, now I'm remembering. Now I remember. Shit. It's unlocked a different way. It's, I think it's Mercenaries or Ada something or something like that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well... Anyway, back to the things that I critique about this game. Just, how many people know that there's a cheap way to get through this game in almost every boss fight, and I'm hovered over it right now. Because right, it's right there. I don't like that. I think that this is a poor design choice right here for how much money you're able to get. This is not okay. This is not okay to me right there. I don't like this. I really think the rocket launcher should cost more money, because you really the rocket launcher should cost more money. It should cost more money. Okay, let's just, and we'll just move past this now. The rocket launcher should just cost more money. Wasn't there a thing in here above me somewhere? Blah, blah, blah. I'm about to take just a 2-second break. I know, like, probably like a... Oh, this scene. I love this scene, too. It's really... It just... A 2-second, like, tonal shift in the music. Bringing down those rumblies that are... You know, they could have done it a little bit more... with that chord that they were playing. A little bit more dissonance as it was doing a little crescendo. To let you know that this isn't something to feel okay about as you're getting into it. But just to set the tone that, like, oh, it looks empty. I'm gonna run right into it. You know, that kind of feeling? And then, nope. Like, this is that. You see that there was no music? I love that. I think that was incorrect. Finally. That's what I think there should have been more of. In, like, the big village, when they all attack you, like, no music. Because when the music dies out, you know they're all dead. It's way too action-oriented. But I walked up on her. And there are more alive, I believe. They do it here. Why don't they do it in the village? I don't... giving you that musical cue that they're all dead, I think really is a detriment. So we're talking about reason. Oh my God, me aiming in this game is a good enough reason for a remake in my eyes, because God help us all for me having to aim in this game. Oh yeah, and I have to remember. There we go. The music kicked back up. Just get it. Thank you. You run into them, they actually make music like that. If that big village scene was more like this, I think it'd do a lot better. Kind of like the music kicks up when it's supposed to be, and then when it's not. Okay, there's another one. Cool. I'm about to take I'm about to take a short break. Don't go anywhere, guys, when that happens. For whom the bell tolled. I believe you can also accidentally trigger something if you don't think through this part. I believe I also have only a few more things to get before I get something that I can sell. Though now that I can't get the Chicago typewriter, I'm disappointed in myself. I don't know why I should just go get the Magnum. Oh yeah, and this puzzle, that annoying ass puzzle. Has anyone ever looked at that puzzle and counted it as a pro in this game? Has anyone ever looked at this puzzle and thought that this was an actual, like, good puzzle? Or was it, we all guessed when we were younger until we got it right, and then we're like, thank God, and then the next time we play the game, we guessed until we got it right, and then we're like, thank God we got past that part of the game. Is that how everyone else was too? I remember being like that. I hope you guys were like that. I'm gonna do that puzzle in a second. I'm not sure if that counts as a puzzle. I mean, I was just talking about... Oh, wait. Hunnigan, hold on. It makes me sound hypocritical, but hold on.
Leon, have you reached the church yet?
Well, yeah. Sort of.
Leon, did I mention not to take the scenic route? At any rate, Ashley's probably inside that structure. Rescue her. Hurry!
I like that you can trigger that to happen. I also like this. Because I don't know why I'm saving up for anything at this point anymore. That. Bloink! That you can accidentally, like, get yourself surrounded and you don't know because you're like, hey, there's a little bell. Why don't I ring it? And then I think these guys always come up no matter what because of that. I think that's how they come up no matter what, so... I never remember, like, which ones are which. And I'm about to look really stupid doing this. I'm trying to get the S... SM, S&M, got the S&M. Oh, and we gotta get that V. We got the S&M, and we gotta get that V. That's. We do the S&M all to get the V. That's how I remember this. This I've never memorized it. You guys are gonna get frustrated with me. I'm even right now going to pause it because I know that this is stupid. I know that I think it's, oh God, I've already done it wrong. The quickie way to do it, I think I already did wrong. Yeah. I think I already screwed it up. I believe I did. That took 2 seconds. Oh, I'm playing Ring Around the Rosie now. Now we gotta play this game. And then... There we go. Alright. It took me a little less time than I thought it would take. There we go. And Hunnigan being able to chastise you for going past there instead of having an invisible wall. That's good game design. Invisible walls don't need to exist in a game like this. So Hunnigan chastising you for, like, not checking, like... And then there's another phone call.
Hunnigan, it's Leon. The door's locked. I can't get in.
Didn't they teach you how to pick locks at the academy?
There's some sort of indentation, like something might fit inside.
Well, there's no use standing around. Leon, you have to find some way or something to get inside.
Call back to Jill! That's a callback to Jill. So anyway, I'm about to take a quick, tiny little break. But I will, right after that, come back and anyone I haven't said hi to, say hi. Any of the shields that I haven't said hi to and whatnot. Oh, here's a snake. It's a snake! Oh my god, this handgun's so strong yet so unsteady. I think this is great right here. Boom. That snake. Those snakes making it so you have to question the boxes now, I think that's great. I really do think that's a good piece of game design right there. Like having to question all the boxes. From here on out, everyone knows the double swing. You must, from here on out, double swing every box because of that one box. And most of the time you're wrong. You look like an idiot. But you will never trust them. You will never trust another box. I like when a game will subvert expectations. It makes me happy. I'm a happy camper about that, blah, blah, blah. Do I have to go back to that one merchant to get the thing that I'm gonna immediately sell anyway? I don't remember, but I'm going back anyway. No, I'm not, because there's immediately after this whole thing, there's a merchant. I'm an idiot. There's a merchant. I'm not an idiot. It's just been a while. That's why we're doing this together. Trying to take an objective look. I know I'm subjectively inserting some of what I believe is good game design, bad game design. I'm trying to give at least game design in general and how the game's built from the ground up a general look at, because we're looking at a remake of this. And so we really have to break this game down for what it is, what it's not, what people have built it up to be, take off the nostalgia glasses, and act like a bunch of adults who can critically analyze something and come to a conclusion that is not based off of because I said so, harumph, and cross your arms. That's kind of the whole point of opening this Pandora's box that I just did. Again, good game design. You just heard the roar of that thing. That thing just, you know something's over here, and you know, like, this door is like trepidation even checking it. It looked like the gate securely shut. Like, that's good. That's great. And just letting you browse where a boss fight is going to take place, that's good game design. Yeah. Being able to, you don't know that you're browsing where a boss fight's going to take place, but in essence, they're asking you to collect supplies from a place that a boss fight's going to take place. So this arena isn't like having to deal with an El Gigante or whatnot. Might be the surprise, but it's not the arena that gets to be the surprise. And if I hadn't startled the wolf, getting the wolf to help you out is a nice little bonus to all of that. So it's, I mean, there's some pros to that. Just come on down here. Yeah, I spooked the pup on accident. I forgot about that. I was just showing that the flashbang taking care of crows, I've always thought it's kind of like meh, but then I did a stupid.
Got a selection.
Isn't it?
What are you buying?
Isn't it that you can buy the Punisher? Hold on. Do you have to upgrade it before you sell it back to him?
Thank you.
Or do you just get to, like, sell the Punisher right back to him? I always forgot that one. Yeah, you can sell the Punisher right back to him. And now that I know, I'm gonna grab a Magnum here soon. I don't even remember which Magnum is the best. Don't tell me, because I don't care.
Is that all?
Oh yeah, pausing it because it's of where we are. I hate menus. I hate having to deal with menus for way too long. I know you guys probably hate watching people deal with menus.
All, stranger? Is that all, Is that all? Thank you.
All right.
What are you?
I'm gonna buy. I think the Broken Butterfly is more powerful, and the Killer 7 holds more ammunition. So I think the broken butterfly, since I can afford the upgrades, is the way I'm supposed to go. So I'm gonna go that
I
way.
see you have an eye for things.
Yeah, I'm gonna go broken butterfly. I'm gonna rip off the wings of a butterfly. Furry soul, my love. Rip off the wings of a butterfly. Anyone? How do I No, don't cancel it. I'm trying to remember how to move an item. Thank you. God, I was hitting every button but the correct one. Gotta move things around. Because I'm gonna take a break because I have a very big issue with one of the a very big pro and a very, very big con with what's about to happen.
Thank
The con is not okay. It's just not okay. Hey, broken butterfly, we're just gonna.
Is that all?
I don't even think I can afford everything.
Not enough cash, stranger.
Yeah, I can't even afford the entire tune-up for it. But its capacity is fine, and then it becomes OP, I believe, afterwards. But I actually got to find some things. That's cool. That gives me something to look forward to. All right, so please don't leave. Just over a quick break. We're not at a chapter's end, but I'm gonna do this real quick. I'm taking just a quick little break, and I want to say hi to all of the people who are here and supporting and listening to me rant and ramble and all that jazz. And I finally have the Magnum to use because I usually don't get it. But just hold on 2 seconds for me to just stand up, and then everyone I haven't said hi to that's got a shield, you know the emoji to give me, the darkness hey, but give it to me when I'm back. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Right back. Okay? Okay. Timer's paused. That's cool. I'll pause alerts too. So I made sure I got another Valium sitting right there. I can take another dose soon. And I did not realize how mentally taxing playing this game and critiquing it, and also trying to show why it's like all the reasons why, like I'm sorry that like this is harder to do than I thought it was going to be. I thought I was just opening Pandora's box, but this is actually really hard. So let me say hi. Everybody here that I haven't said hi to, all my shields, you know what, like Mike L, son of Krypton over there. Hello there. You guys know what emoji to use real quick before I start this back up. Let me say hi to everyone real quick. Malky, hello there. And everyone hashtag Vash while we're at it. I'll unpause alerts. Juby, hello. James Daly, Dylan, Psycho066, hey there, and thank you earlier. I'm sorry if I didn't say hi earlier. Kid7, I said hi. I think I did. Hammered Hobo, Reagan, Kayla Perry, Felicia, Jeremy Spoken. You've probably heard that 1,000 times. Bianco, Vern, hello there, and thank you. I see Blake. I see Lowres 96. I see Gren is here. I see TJ 648. So hey guys. Carl Jr., what's going on? Yeah, I know you get the, but that Pearl Jam is one of my favorite bands of all time. So, and it's one of the only bands that his register is more my natural register, and his tone, the grit in my natural voice actually fits Pearl Jam songs. So some of the only ones, Pearl Jam is some of the only stuff that I can put on in the car and yodel to it, and actually another car can pull up and I'm not ashamed that they hear what I'm sounding like. So it doesn't take your name for that one. Sunny. I'm just gonna say Sunny from here on out. So anyway, thank you guys for being here and supporting this. Oh, no one sings like my voice has just the tonality of my voice and the grit in my voice makes it so like any like Pearl Jam songs, like I can vibe with it and sing better to that than other like Maroon 5, like that kind of thing. Like I can't sit there and match like Adam Levine's high pitch. I can't do it. But his I was about to say dynamic range, but his range and the natural grit in my voice make it so I'm not embarrassed when cars roll up next to me when I'm like yodeling. So and everyone hashtag DJ Ty Dubs. So anyway, I'm about to go back to playing. I'm sorry if more shields if I didn't say hi, or if I'm not saying hi, or if I'm not interacting as much. This is harder than I thought it would be. This is a lot harder than this is a lot harder than I thought it would be. To play and at the same time get everything that the game puts at you, all like together, and then like say it cohesively, when I thought I came into this knowing exactly how I was gonna say everything cohesively, and I was dead wrong. So, oh god. Hey there, Val. Alright, let me unpause alerts real quick.
Well, this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
You know what, Vash? That is some good a good idea right there. Everyone hashtag Vash.
Complaint, but you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck!
Darkness, you're the man.
You know what? Everyone hashtag both of them once again, but wow, Vash. I never really thought of that one. But holy smokes, it would make sense of why he has so many weapons on him. It makes sense of all the of why he's even there and why he shows up everywhere. The only thing it wouldn't make sense is why would he help Leon when Leon's trying to also get Ashley, unless he's basically having you do all the heavy lifting. it would also mean that in my head, basically, he is infected and can break Salazar's will, as in he for some reason he should be like the rest, but he's not quite. So he's pretty much armed himself to fight the rest of them, is how I've always thought about it. And in that, I've always just made a little bit more, that to me makes a little bit more sense. But let's get back at this. This is, we're about to get into another part that, again, we're going to have more of a breakdown. This is, again, this is coming from somebody who, when asked about favorite Resident Evil games, I say this is one of my favorites, and also one of my least favorites, garbage. Like, it is one of my favorites for what it did, kind of, but one of my least favorites for what came after, because people thought action was what, and for like my nostalgia, also my nostalgia glasses, make it like, I remember playing it and I loved playing it. With all of that said, I really do think this game is, at the very least, if you could sum this game up in one word, it would be bipolar.
Complaint, but you know what? I don't even care, because this is my art. And no, fuck!
I finally got my girlfriend to watch the stream. Thanks for being awesome.
Well, Vadinsky, thank you so much. And hello, Vadinsky's girlfriend. And Holt, hello there. So, let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. You're seeing that I am trying to give all the pros that I can give to it when it's doing great on game design, when it's setting expectations correctly. I'll tell you when those expectations pay off, especially with having to revisit the village the way you did. Putting anticipation. Again, we have another setting of anticipation because of having this this big door that we feel we must go back around here because the church is that direction. But we also know that at some point this door is gonna come down. So it's just kind of like, at what point? Do I trigger it? Is it on accident? Do I come back right now? Do I need to be prepared? And then there's a save point right there. It makes you question everything. I think that's very good for game design. So we've got this game has a lot of pros to it. But remember, for those that didn't watch the very beginning of the stream, it might behoove you to watch the very beginning so I don't have to repeat myself about some of the things, including this. I think this, again, I understand why they did it. I understand. It doesn't mean I have to like it. I understand why. I think I need a Kleenex. I think my nose is about to get really stuffy. Oh well, I'll find another Kleenex box here in a second. Anyway, it doesn't mean I have to like it, so. Isn't there don't you get rewarded for going back up a little bit by a thing? Oh god, the back of my throat is killing me. I'm so sorry. Oh. Leon's importance can't be stated enough. Chris's storyline is more one of like hate, vengeance, a lot of things. By the way, singer spray. Not for singing, but because my voice for some reason still hasn't healed. I swore there was like a gym or something like that. Oh, there it is. I didn't have to go very far back up, did I? My bad. So this part.
I'm getting a noise complaint.
Hello there.
You know what? I don't even care, because this is my art. And no, fuck!
Hey, Johnny. Oh, I unplugged my thing.
That's interesting seeing
I want to be able to hear people. Everyone hashtag Johnny. While I'm quickly trying to be like, where are my, by the way, he can see me and he's not doing it. There they are. Yeah, I'm a smidgen, I might be a smidgen not feeling my very best. Give me a little bit of a break and nasal spray. Again, yeah. I know. Just trying to do my best here. Got my clean Xbox. Okay, cool. So back to having to take this game critically, right? So we got to go through this and we got to actually talk about the pros and cons. Okay. This part. You see this haze? You see this fog? This part was almost done so correctly. Like, I'm not even kidding how correct this part almost was. Almost. And I think they got about 80% of the way there. Just look at this. Like, take this in for a second. This is some Silent Hill vibes if I've ever seen. Like, there's a dense fog. You don't know where everything is. I have a limited sight and whatnot. There are tripwires. So there are things that could go wrong and everything. This setting right here. Like, mwah, like, as soon as you look at it, like, this is, like, I'm finally seeing, oh my god, this is what I wanted. This is what I wanted for so long. Why did it take you so long, game, to get me to this? Like, okay, we're at it. We're in the vibes of, like, shit is going wrong, and there should be horror. We're here. Cool. We're at it. Watch what happens. And then he points me out.
Well, let's
and then that damn music.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just stopping in to show some love.
Well, thank you, Superman47. Everyone hashtag Superman47 over there. This music, while toned down, just... anyone ever notice it has a Jaws vibe to it? Anyone notice that this music seems like it's blatantly trying to rip off Jaws, by the way? Like, it feels like it's blatantly, like, very blatantly trying to rip off Jaws. But, I mean, okay, so they set me up for this environment. They gave it to me. They're giving me good ambiance. I like the ambiance, but take away the violins, and why not just start with the ambiance? And look, it disappears. Now I know that the area is clear. So tell me really quickly. I mean, there's a threat down there. I know there's another one, but I actively know now that nothing is chasing me, and that I can stop right in my tracks, put the controller down, and walk away from the game. You tell me how that's good game design. When the music is literally telling you you can put the controller down and walk away, there is something wrong. Especially when the environment is done correctly. Like, this is an environment that belongs in an open world style Resident Evil game that isn't confined to a mansion or something like that. That isn't confined to, like, streets and everything. Why did the music stop? The music should be here throughout. It should be a low rumble. Don't rip off Jaws. Take down that cello a little bit. We get it. The cello's the best stringed instrument in the quartet. We get it, okay, cello person? Don't rub it in our faces that we didn't choose cello. It's not our fault. We thought violin would be better. Like, but, like, I can put it, look, I can put the fucking control, I can walk away. That shouldn't happen in a game. It shouldn't happen. This shouldn't happen. So why? This is a big con. This pisses me off right here. They get so close, and then they so tantalizingly close. You're telling me that this couldn't be done better right here? Like, this low visibility, they could have like an ambiance that's just like making your heart race. You can't quite hear the footsteps. You're hearing for splashing, but there's also floorboards. So you're not quite sure how close they are because they could be under you. They could be like on the same platform. Like, it could be a little bit darker, everything. But I know I could just put the T... What? What? Now we're moving again. Double swipe. There is that snake, but I get the chicken egg. But anyway, like, small little changes and them not always... I understand them screaming. I would also think that, I don't know, wouldn't it behoove them to work together by having a signal that you would have to figure out a little harder? I mean, like, they're screaming so you can hear it. How much more terrifying would it be if, like, if you didn't catch a signal that they're sending between each other? Like, how much more like, let me set a scene for you guys really quickly. What if I came over this... Hi there. And I have to come back over here because of that guy. Let me set a scene for you guys real quick. Oh, you guys down there got spawned up too? Come on. Where did they come? Oh, there they are. You come up there, and where's the other one come up again?
I'm getting in the way. complain, but you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck!
I realized how the music played in like that.
Yep, it totally. Everyone hashtag Sean over there. Okay. Everyone hashtag Sean over there. Yeah, the music plays in like that, and it really does take away from some of it. Now let me set a different scene for you really quickly. Since there's still an enemy around, and apparently that's enough to keep it going. Oh, dadgummit. I was hoping that they would be stuck for a second. Yeah, they come for a second. I don't care, I got eggs. You only see me care about health when the eggs go away. When eggs and fish aren't an option, I care. So let me think about the music that's playing. Okay, the music's gone. Let me set a different scene for you. Let me set a different scene really quickly. And any game developers out there, aspiring game developers, you're gonna see where I'm going for. Anyone who's played recent games, horror games, let me set this scene. You have low visibility. You realize that now there's an enemy. They showed you an enemy right there. Now instead of them screaming, you know that they're all sitting there waiting for you. I mean, they pushed a boulder. They're coordinated. They have all of these farming tools, but some of them have dynamite. What if, and just think of a what if really quickly. What if there was like a signal flare of some sort? Like their way of coordinating is something a little bit more silent. That if I were literally looking this way, there would be music that could cover up footsteps and splashing until it got too close. And if I were looking this way, maybe I didn't see that they shot off a signal flare this direction over here. That all of a sudden now they're charging, and it could be everything else is the same. The music just has to be there, and now instead of them yelling, it is literally something like a signal flare goes off, and if I didn't catch it, I'm screwed because I don't know they're coming. And so all of a sudden now, I could be standing here and surrounded within 2 seconds. Why? Why is that? I mean, I'm just spitballing an idea here to try to show why this. When you play a game too much into one trope, which right now we're playing into action, you're missing out on so many opportunities. I mean, that is a straight up. Did I really not start the timer again? I'm gonna be at this for forever, aren't I?
I'm getting a noise complaint.
Oh god.
But you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck! Un forastero!
Everyone hashtag Richie. I hope so. I hope the same thing. I saw someone say, hey, give this game a break. It was made in whatever. Sorry to tell you, but better horror games were made before this one ever came out. Some people on a 3D platform on the original PlayStation seem to have figured out that you don't just do something. I don't know. Let me just think real quick. Silent Hill. I know it's a different IP, but no, I'm not giving. No, this is the direct. You're seeing a correlation between somebody who wanted to push action in a game when there are times that action did not belong. Action does not belong here, but it was pushed. Again, the music. I knew there was someone there. That now I know I'm safe, at least for the moment. As I know that I'm not safe because he shouted as soon as I came in there instead of attacking me. Why didn't he just attack me? I don't know. Makes no sense. I passed up the pipe, didn't I? Oh god, I passed up the pipe. I'm actually trying to save up for this now this one weapon. Oh god. I'm trying to actually for once save up for a weapon and I forgot the pipe. But there are games that figured out how to pretty much set a tone. There are games out there before this one came out that what you're seeing here and when you start hearing me say more cons than pros. By the way, again, if you've been with me this whole time, you've probably noticed I've said more pros than cons, haven't you? There are more pros to this game than cons. There are. By this point in the game, there are more pros to what they did right than there are cons to what they did wrong. There are. So, yes. As I am sitting here playing, as I've said in other streams before, as it has been spoken, so it has been, now you're seeing live. Oh, give me the snake. Give me that snake. as you now see it, I'm just showing. It's like show and tell now. Hey, there's another snake. Really? We're just gonna give me freebie snakes here? Did I really look like I was that pitiful? Okay. I'm about to strike a nerve with some people. I'm gonna save it and do something that I think is great, and then I'm going to rail this. I'm going to rail this for what it does. And hold on with me. Hey, Zach.
My mouth! Put it in my mouth! Please!
I know.
So mad, bro. You're getting riled up. Take that chill pill. Much love, bro.
I gotta. I usually I would say, hey, you don't. No, you're right. I need to. Everyone hashtag Zach. I need to take deep breaths. It's because I'm basically now finally playing through why I have said this game is the best and worst Resident Evil. Like, it is just... This game is a bipolar clusterfuck. And it is one of my favorites and least favorites at the same time. It's so many different things. And now I'm actually in it, playing it in front of a live audience. And you guys are going... I mean... Like Zach just did with being able to, you know, put a message up on the screen. Even if I ignore the chat, it is possible for people to still find it. Like, because this is my job, there's a way for there to be a pop-up and someone to try to get me triggered on something. I use hashtag whatever. I don't care. Trying to use. I love this. I love this. You know how they just taught you that fish can be food, and so you see these fish. And you might take shots at them. I love this. Like, look. Like, you're taking shots at the fish. And look. It turns green. You think you're doing something right. You might be able to get in the boat, get some fish. So you start shooting at all the fish over here. And then that happens. Oh, God. I think that is... I think that is... Oops. Whoops. I hit the wrong buttons. I love that. I love that they set so many players up for that one. They showed you could get fish. They showed you that there is a way to get health. They're showing you right there that you could get more health and there's a boat. So you're thinking, okay, and if you get in the boat, you'll go back and dock it because you realize that you can't get the fish. Everything is telling you, go ahead, get the fish. And if you go to get the fish, the thing eats you. I think that's brilliant. That's a stroke of brilliance right there. They hook, line, and sinker so many people right then and there.
Shit. Vámonos. Ándale.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more good game design. Setting you up without knowing how the hell you defeat something like that. Setting you up knowing that you're about to cross a pond that cannot be crossed safely. That's good game design right there. I think that it draws the correct amount of anticipation. It does what it's supposed to. It serves its purpose. And then this happens. This fight. I take issue with this fight right here. I take severe issue with this fight. I know that they were just trying out a lot of new things. And by the way, yeah, you can get on the boat. And then you can get back off the boat. So if you're anything like me, you got some of those fish and you got surprised by that one thing. And otherwise you were set up for this, but then you see a harpoon. So okay, there is something about this, and then this is like the point that everyone's realizing. Oh, like if anyone realized that they had a harpoon before they started taking off, they realized that something was going on with this. I'm gonna tell you why I take issue with this, and it's in context of what comes next. Let me tell you why I take issue with it after this. All right, so let's do this. Let's just do this real quick. And here we go. Having to steer this thing around, and we'll just nail this guy a few times. Or as we think we will nail him, not quite sure. I mean, we had time to throw harpoons earlier, so I guess that's something. I count as something, I guess, maybe? Oh, boy. Whoops. Except for that wasn't a whoops. Now we have another one of those quick time things where you gotta hit a button fast enough to get back. So that's if you run into them and you're aiming and stuff like that, because it's hard to do all of the things at the same time, you go back and then you can be beaten, eaten, whatever. Okay. So cool. We figured out the mechanics. We know that we probably have to like skewer this guy. It's cool, it's fine. And then this happens. And we go through this part. And we know he's right there now. Alright, so here we go again. Here we go again. Just gonna get through this. Just gonna put a bajillion things in him. And he's just gonna he's gonna do his own thing. So we're gonna sit here again. We're kind of gonna sit here again. I'm assuming. Oh look, I guess right. By sound, at least they got the sound design right for that. There we go. Oh, but wait. Oh, but wait. So I want you to take this in, take everything that we just in, and then just give me a second. Just give me a chance to talk about it. Because watch what happens here, and then let's talk. Okay. I have alerts paused for just 2 seconds because you know how everyone like spoiler alert for The Walking Dead, but there is a scene where there's basically an unlimited shotgun. No one say what it is, but there is a scene that everyone points out the unlimited shotgun. My first problem with that fight is that some of the tension is taken out and replaced by frustration by the fact that you have unlimited harpoons. I know that sounds weird, but in a fight in a boat in that kind of area where you're being dragged around and you're hitting stuff and whatnot, it kind of doesn't it's obvious they are going for a lot of action. But then what happened as soon as he came out? They reminded you that this is a horror game because he's injected with something and he just passed out. So if it weren't for what just is about to happen in the next section after this end of this chapter, like we're about to hit chapter 2-1. So we're about to hit a different scene and whatnot, and you're going to see what it opens up. That fight right there, one, I think could have been structured better because of not unlimited harpoons or something, makeshift, anything. Basically, just the way the whole fight for that is designed, it feels like a frustrating, like, whatever. Like, you get through it and there's no satisfaction. I don't feel like that one was truly thought through. I think that the monster was thought through, and the idea of like it being able to snag or like the lake isn't even safe was thought through. I think they thought through enough of the design where they got to the point where like it could be dangerous there. But then for like a monster like that, doesn't it feel like what if I had harpoons enough to like hold it off and then I can get to the other dock? Like, and then in the next part, we're going to see that we can get back on the lake. Enough harpoons to hold it off to get to the merchant. Like, he doesn't necessarily have to be beaten, and I guess you could design it that way, but unlimited harpoons on a boat that really just feels, it throws you back into action and then expects you to appreciate the horror that is about to get you. Like, it tests people's patience. And when people get frustrated with something and it's testing their patience simply because you have to do it, and it doesn't feel like it fits with any other part of the game. And that is the biggest thing I'm about to stress right now. It feels like it fits with no other part of this game other than the fact that it's an action sequence. It just doesn't fit. Then it's kind of just like, is it like you get over and you're just like, oh, good, I finished that thing. Like, I didn't tip the boat over, he didn't eat me, and I didn't do whatever, and I did it, I guess. Like, it's... And then now when we go into the next scene, as I save it real quick, I'm going to double down on this, on what I just said, by the next scene that comes up. So we just saw him collapse in the house. And again, we could have had a scene that was more like running away. Like, give me infinite harpoons, but make it so that I have to keep him at bay. Like, basically, the thing in the ocean... Like, to get from point A to point B, I gotta stun him, and then I can be killed. That could be frustrating too, but at least it's like this point of like, I don't want to have to get on this like any more times than I have to, and I can get swallowed whole, and it can be awful. It can kind of be like, I don't know, you can kind of consider it like the chainsaw guy. Again, just spitting out ideas, but what was given to us, I don't think the execution was solid, especially because they just went from pure action for action's sake because it follows nothing else in the game to this. Let's just...
Leon, it's been 6 hours since our last transmission. I was starting to get worried.
Don't you mean lonely? Anyway, I started to feel dizzy, and then I guess I must have lost consciousness.
Lost consciousness? Maybe that has some connection to what the village chief was talking about.
Can't say. But I'm all right now. I'm gonna continue my mission.
And now we've got a setting that it is raining, thundering outside. It is dark. It's gloomy. This is like genre whiplash. I don't know how else to describe this. This is like genre whiplash. We just went from action to him collapsing to it being a nightmare. Now we're setting the stage for it to be creepy, and I like what's about to come. It's a big pro. Okay, so I'm playing an action game, but now I'm in horror. Now this is again supposed to be kind of horror. Again, I'm supposed to be vibing with the idea that this really is horror. But why was that action scene just there? That is pretty much why I have a critique with that. If you take nothing else with what I say, that fight in there basically does not help lead up to this idea of we're about to actually be encompassed more with the horror aspect of this game. The parts of this game that are done very well are just kind of like it's like they put a little stutter right in there by not leading up to it. It didn't lead anywhere. In fact, it's almost like when Leon's infected right there, shouldn't you almost feel like the anxiety? Shouldn't you feel something like that? Like I feel like Leon passing out, waking up, and then having the infection, and then you see him going, and then he's talking about it, should be some kind of anxiety. But you just went through an action-packed sequence that got your adrenaline raised and probably your frustration up. There's nothing to do but come back down off of that. So it's kind of like... This is the first good instance where we see genre whiplash. It's bipolar. Is it an action game or is it a horror game? Is it a blending of both? If so, are we transitioning well between the two? This is my first good example of I don't think we're transitioning the way that we quite should, especially since now you give me this scene. I can shoot in the lake as much as I want to. It matters not. And I can get in here and I still have the harpoons, I guess. But like there's nothing like now I'm on a spooky scary lake that like what if he were still alive? I mean, what if this dude is still alive? What if I have infinite harpoons because like he's not dead and I ride around? Watch me find something new that I've never found in Resident Evil before, but like Resident Evil 4. But like what if riding around now here, like you know the merchant's there, the blue lights are there, and your map is telling, I believe your map even tells you there. Like, yeah, even your map is even telling you there's a merchant and there's an item over there. Like everything is telling you. So you set me up to have an adrenaline rush. You brought me down off an adrenaline rush with something that should actually be getting me worried about something, but I'm too busy being calm that a big boss is over. And then you expect me to go back out on a lake and feel like this is foreboding when basically to get to the merchant, the next place you need to go to get a treasure and to upgrade your stuff, the lake no longer has any enemy presence on there. What? Why? It just like again, why could there be a Resident Evil 4 remake? For simple things like that. Simple things like that could not maybe justify it, but could help make people understand who are defending like it shouldn't be touched. Things like that. Just little changes. Like my anxiety getting high because the fish is chasing me to the other dock. Then Leon passes out. Then I'm wondering what's happening. Then I get back on the lake and I realize, oh shit, he's not gone. I've got to stun him again to get over here. I get to get stuff over here. But then when I get out, I know it's like the adrenaline's still going. I'm thinking about Leon. I'm thinking about the story. I'm thinking about the adrenaline rush that I've got to get back out on that lake. But there's nothing. And you know it. There's no musical cues. There's no cutscene. There's no anything. There's nothing. There's nothing to keep the tension going, yet we're about to get one of the best parts in the game right after this. So it's like, come on, choose your genre. Like, choose your genre. Like, But though, again, remember, I like that they set you up for failure. I like the fact that they teach you can shoot fish in the lake. Or, they teach you twice over, I believe, by then, that you can get fish to eat them when you're going in the murky swamp area, and when if you could climb the ladder down before you get to the church. So they teach you twice that you can go off and get fish, and then if you shoot the water to get fish, because that's the only way that you can logically figure out how do I get the friggin' fish, then all of a sudden you get eaten by them, and that's like a nice little jump scare. Like, that's a well-deserved jump scare. That's well-deserved. They earned that one. They did that well, and then the setup to, like, the dread of, like, you have to go back down into that stuff, like, that was done well. I really do believe that was done very well. It was very well thought out. I always forget that I'm, like, right behind him when I do that. It feels so uncomfortable. And then it just feels like, it's like it's like they get the beats right sometimes, and then they just don't execute right. And I'm just gonna chalk it up again to, they had a two-headed beast. They had two people heading up this project. One person liked horror games, and the other person liked action and despised horror games. That's why we had so many versions of Resident Evil 4 before Resident Evil 4 got there, like the Hookman version and all that jazz. Like, I think just having one person make the decision on how this would flow would have solved a lot of the things I'm critiquing this very second.
Got a selection of what are you selling?
And it would be it's such an easy, just a fluid fix. Now let's say, welcome to the family. I'm gonna mess up your name. I know it was 5 minutes ago, but Gizelli? I'm not. If you phonetically spell it out for me,
Is that all, stranger? Is that all? Is that all? Thank you.
I'm not. Well, welcome to the family, and thank you. That's so. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And Eric, I see that you're saying that it's like I'm looking at the games with 15 years of knowledge. Yes, yes, I am. I can't deny that part.
What are you buying?
What can I say to that instead? I can say that,
stranger?
Even with the 15 years of experience that I'm looking at it with, no, actually for me, I did not necessarily like I always did not. I have so many save files from my original copy of this game where I stopped playing this game halfway through. This is not something that's new for me. This is actually something that's been a long time coming. I really, like, if I could find all of, like, the cards that I saved, all the, like, the memory cards, I could prove it, but I don't know where they all are. There are so many times where I started playing this game and I stopped. This is not a new observation for me. Many times, I mean, many times that happened. Many times that happened. Many times that happened.
Is that all, stranger?
And it makes me sad, upset to this day.
Is that all?
And then, like, we'll save up for that. I don't know how many other people went through that. I don't know how many other people watching went through that same kind of feeling, where you played this game or any other game to a certain point because that's your favorite part of the game, and then you stopped. When this game truly turns bipolar is when I usually stop the game. At this point, I was frustrated at that fight, and I didn't quite like all of this, and I didn't like the pacing, but I liked the overall, like, this is Resident Evil 4. I was giving it a lot of benefit of the doubt, like a bunch of benefit of the doubt. And then it does things like this. It does things like this. They obviously can get it right. It does things like this. Right here. Subverting expectations again. With one simple thing. It's so simple. This. Like, that's what drew me back into this game when I was younger. It was scenes like that. Where all of a sudden I thought I had it kind of like, I knew where it was going. I liked the rain, but, you know, the tension was taken out for me. There's a lot of things. And then this. This happened. That, my friends, is what this game needed more of. Like, we've got the environment down. We led up to dealing with villagers, so we know we're dealing with them. So, okay, what if you want to give credit to the action sequences? Well, now we just brought some real horror into this. And I'm talking like Parasite the Maxim horror. Like, go watch Parasite the anime, or read the manga if you want to. That's an existential crisis waiting to happen. But that scene right there to set you up for that, great, mwah, great, well done. Then you have to deal with it. You can back out of that area. You can say, fuck that noise, and just run. But that was That was that right there. That was done so well. The environment was done well. I still don't like the music cues. Like, look, there's a blind corner. Why do I still have a music cue that tells me that I'm pretty much safe to run around this corner? Like, and I guess that is like something like a live and learn type deal. Like, I guess maybe, like, you know, the company grows and they figured out that some of those things don't work and whatnot. But this is why the tonal whiplash this has got me back in the game. Like, seeing that happen and then realizing like it's raining, it's dark, it's cramped, and I'm in a cramped space with something made straight out of like a some kind of horror film that would give me nightmares if I was a kid. And like, it really it's like bodily horror. There's a whole genre for that, and I forgot what it's called, but it's what Parasite the Maxim comes from, that genre. This got me right back in the game, going like, oh god, there's something new. Like, this is intriguing. This is good. And you heard, finally, there's a guy that attacked me and there was no music to back it up. That is what needs to happen. I need to hear the rain. I need to hear something washing out. My only cue that there is a freaking sharp, pointy object flying for my face. I need that cue erased by the rain. The rain, great ambience. I mean, the rain's covering up a lot. Am I missing something else? Do I need to check my... I mean, in the map, I know there's only one treasure, like, halfway down. But, like, what is going on right here? How do I figure this out? And then it gives me a simple puzzle. But, I mean, this feels a little satisfying the first time you play it. Like, you know, figuring out, oh, that, like, you can do this. And that's pretty cool. And then it's like, okay, well, I've got to do it again twice. So let me just line up those shots. So I guess, like, that's cool. I mean, it's a different mechanic. It's not necessarily puzzle, but, like, I get what they're going for. I appreciate this. This all feels different. It doesn't feel right. I didn't hear the music for that one guy. I know that things can sprout out of heads. And they all did it to me in a confined space that it's not easy for me. I have to confront it to move on with the game. So basically, to move on, I have to confront the thing that now is scaring me. Cool, awesome, love it, great. Let's keep that vibe going. Let's make sure that we don't lose sight of that. Pull the lever? Yeah, pull the lever. I don't know what this does. I'm gonna pull the lever. Of course I am. And like, oh, a cave. Like, I unlocked a cave. So now, okay, I'm seeing where, like, the horror director must have gotten his mitts on this game right now. Right here, right now, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it 100%. Like, I could almost tell you, like, of the two directors, which one had lead on this part. Like, it almost feels like, okay, he was given a chance. Like, we're gonna do it your way, and now you're cornered. You can back up. You have to face it. This feels imposing. I have a strong-ass weapon, so it doesn't feel quite fair. And now that I've been set up to know that these things can actually sprout shit out of their head, I'm scared of them. I'm legitimately scared that, like, what if one of these things does it? And, oh god, it does do it! Like, if I didn't have that strong weapon, that would be really, that's like some real tension there. Like, you're trapped on a bridge, you can only go so far before, you can't run forward, you can't go back, you have to jump across, and you know you get trapped, and any one of them can sprout that thing. And now, if you try the trick of going up that ladder over there, one of them can sprout the things out their head that can cut you, and also possibly corner you and kill you by stun locking you, kind of. Like, it's done pretty well. That's pretty good. That's a pro. That's pretty, the game, it's like you're learning that you're survival horror. It's nice. It's so nice of you to do that. Much preach. I can't wait for what's next. And guess what? It's not a letdown. What's next? What's next is not a letdown. Yeah, I just saw Blake pretty much spoofing the Reese's Pieces thing.
Put it in my mouth.
Hey.
Put it in my mouth.
Yes. Yes, Zach.
Hello everyone. It has been a long time since I have been in a stream live, so good to be back.
Yeah.
For Re4, my favorite part was normal zombies could become more dangerous by mutating. The monster designs would be very intense with a remake.
Yes, yes they would. Everyone hashtag Zach Randall over there. We have a few Zach, so I'm not always sure if it's the same Zach every single time. But yes, the idea that they just threw something new at you, gave you a deep, dank, dark place to have to face it in cramped quarters, even though it feels like it should be open, and any one of them could now become the danger. Like, this feels right. And now, like I get the round insignia and I know it goes to the church, so now we're going back. And now we're gonna see where they set you up properly for a few things, and we're gonna see it right. So let's watch.
I've obtained an object that resembles a cult group's insignia.
Wonderful, Leon. Head back to the church. Ashley's safety is our immediate priority.
Also, by the way, kind of the whiplash also of the dialogue between, like, basically they're saying, let's extract Leon. We didn't know it was gonna be this dangerous. They all leave and they say, well, go ahead and get Ashley again. I guess we're not gonna get you out. I think that was just a barely oversight type deal, so I'm not gonna get really nitpicky. But like, there's no disappointment in what they're setting up for me right now. Like, I'm not disappointed. We're playing like my favorite parts of the game. Like, finally I'm feeling like I played all of what I played already. I finally feel like it's starting to pay off. I finally feel like I just invested in a Resident Evil game, a game series that did legitimately scare me when I was young. Resident Evil 1 scared the shit out of me. I don't care how corny the dialogue is. It scared the shit out of me. That Resident Evil 1 scared the shit out of me. And so, like, we're finally to a part where, like, it's paying off. Like, it's cool, it's paying off. What happens next? This is done right. When I'm having to sit there and go, like, at the game, what happens next?
Good things on sale, stranger.
Oh! Aw! Oh, you're the girlfriend! I'm sorry if I got your name wrong. Budinsky, hello there. Everyone hashtag over there. Oh God, I'm sorry if I don't pronounce your name correctly. I'm really sorry.
Is that old?
Really, really sorry.
Thank you.
Really, really, really sorry. I don't mean it. I mean no harm. I come in peace. But everyone hashtag over there. Thank you so much.
Is that old?
So deep breath for me. Deep breath for me as we go back into this. And I'm taking a deep breath because I'm doing all these little things to remember that I'm supposed to be giving you pros and cons. And now you guys are seeing like a lot of the pros, why I gave this game so many chances. And I say it is one of my favorite and least favorite games. Because like this is exactly like, this is the setup like I was waiting for. Okay, give me all that action. Tell me I'm a badass and then tell me how weak I am. Like, let me be, okay, cool. Let it be an action game. Then let me feel weak right now. Set me up to feel weak. And I did. Like, when I first played it, I felt so weak. I felt so weak against, like, normal zombies all of a sudden. Normal, like, not zombies, but normal villagers I felt weak against. And then it does this to you. And this, to me, is just, like, immediate, yes. Like, now it's paying off. I know the environment. I've been through here. And I know, like, bad shit's gonna happen. Like, we know bad shit's gonna happen. Wow, can I scroll through those menus any faster? We know this. We all know it. And then here's the payoff. Like,
¡Rápido! 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 ¡Larra! ¡Usa los músculos! ¡Rápido! ¡Apúrense! ¡Por aquí! ¡Rápido! ¡Rápido! ¡Por aquí! ¡Por aquí! ¡Ay! ¡Se vuelve loco! ¡Mierda!
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. And now you know he's a danger even to his own people. Absolutely. So basically, how long did it take for them to set this up? How long are we into the stream? I know we're talking 3 hours in. We're about 3 hours into this. And now I'm finally talking about how they set something up right and it paid off. Finally, this is the first, I think, legitimate payoff of what they were setting up before. You've explored this in daylight. You knew there would be a boss here. You come back through the area, you get to the top of the stairs, and then you realize, oh shit, something's probably gonna happen this time. You see a cutscene. The cutscene shows you that you're about to face something bad because it just waffle stomped everyone else. And the only way you survived is your like back handspring bullshit. But still, for all of your coolness and skills, you just saw this thing just waffle stomp everyone. If you don't have good weapons and if it's your first time playing, this is actually a hard part. Especially if it's your first time playing. It feels like a good payoff of just like, what the fuck do I do? And you know what? I'm gonna show you another, a smaller, finer detail of this that people I think overlook. I'm gonna show it really quickly. Hey, Kamara Panda. So here we go. Here we go. Another payoff. So I'm getting this herb just to like heal. Second, I accidentally scared the wolf again, so I know he's not gonna come. But there's a big payoff for the wolf too. Like you don't know what it's gonna do for you, and then he comes. But there's this right here. So they just showed you could get stuff from these things earlier when you're in the village. So of course you're gonna be like, I'm kind of safe in these things. I'm gonna run in here. I'm gonna stock up because I'm woefully underpowered. And oh fuck! Did you just see what happened? Oh shit! Oh god! Mwah, are you kidding? Yes, that is what this game needed more of. Right there. You see that? Like the game taught me the first time I came through that there was gonna be stuff in those. I see him waffle stopping everyone. I know there's probably more shit in there, and I could probably get my bearings and figure out how to beat this thing. I go into one of them. I probably stay long enough to like be in there or whatever. And then all of a sudden, oh no, you don't. You do not get to run away from this thing in cabins. Like this thing will break down everything. And all of a sudden now you're like, well shit, like there is no cover, there is no safety. Like all of that, this is now tense, especially if you don't have the weapons I have. This is like a real, very well set up boss battle. Like, what do I do? How do I do it? And then, it shouldn't have ended that fast, but I am OP for playing. I know. This is New Game Plus. I got the broken butterfly like almost maxed out. But normally, there's a reason I'm playing with all of my weapons from a New Game Plus. I don't need to sit here and struggle when I'm trying to talk about what the game does right and wrong. I don't need to struggle through bosses. I just need to show them and then get done with them. So that was a big pro. So that's the first, I think, what I believe, the first very solid. They did it 100% right. Couldn't have said it better for that boss. Everything about this scenario just pays itself off in dividends. It subverts your expectations. You think there could be one thing and it's a difference. I hate that the broken butterfly looks like it has 6 rounds and it can hold 12. Is doing everything, and then we're about to come up against something else that I really think they did quite well. So let's get to, oh yeah, let me change over to that. Actually, let's change to that because we got a lot of this. So we have that, and yes, yes, they did it, and it's almost like the horror guy was like, give me the fucking controls back. I want to program the game. Like the horror guy got the controls back, and then we get back to all of this, and now all of this is still again, like, what do we expect? Do we expect something from the water? We've had a water fight. Like, do we expect something in the cabins? We've had people in there. People are responding where they shouldn't be. Are there things in here I should check? Oh, wait, there are crates back. Do I have to double swipe? Now there's snakes in there. Like, everything about this is done correct. And then And then there just happens to be this. Which, getting jumped by a dog, bad enough. But then, that, when you don't fight them fast enough, or you're trying to back off and you run from them, and they grow the things out of their back. Oh, yes, yes, dogs are bad enough because they can chase you down. But then to teach you, like, don't run from them, you give them more time, and they will screw you up. Like, yeah, oh yeah, good. You did it, you did your job. Proud of you, game. Proud of you, game. You're finding your roots. You remember that you're a Resident Evil game. It's got to be survival horror. You can have some action in it. We can have our Jibble sandwich and eat it too. See what I did there? We can have our Jibble sandwich and eat it too. I took a really old saying and I tried to make it new, but I made it more stupid by doing so. I'm really funny sometimes. You can catch me at the Chuckle Bucket on Thursdays. Wait, what's today? Thursday. Fuck, I'm late at the Chuckle Bucket. They're not gonna let me on anymore. So, and then again, I like this. Silence, and what do you do? Great. This is great. I don't know what to do. I know it's storming outside. I have no idea what's going on. It's eerily silent. There's been a lot of noise. There's thunder in the background. It sets a tone. This looks like an altar of some sorts, but you, like, your first time playing this, you wouldn't know what to do. You're doing what I do right now. And you go up and check everything, and then you'd run into this. This insignia is everywhere. I wonder if there's if it's a religion from this region. And you'd start just checking things. And, like, there's back to a sense of, like, scared and wonder. The dogs can mutate. The villagers can mutate. You've got everything mutating on you now with some body horror and whatnot. And then you're like, oh, okay, I come to this, and now there's got to be a way to get around it. And then, oh, wait, you can jump. Okay, cool. So it's a mini puzzle, but at least by being a mini puzzle, that it's, oh, wait, and then I can miss it. So you're like, oh, the timing actually matters. You don't just whatever. So you miss it the first time. And then actually, this is a little, I think the mechanic for this could have been tweaked a little. Because honestly, half the time I think that I get this, I miss it. Like, sometimes I'll, like, hit it, and everyone knows what I'm talking about. Where you hit it right, where it feels like you got it, and then you don't. So, like, you get that. And then you're still exploring. And everything's quiet. And for anyone who's never played this game, this is just tension. You've got a big portrait of this guy. You know he's something special, because you saw him, like, inject you with some shit. You're solving a puzzle, but for what? Who knows? It's a simple puzzle, but it's fine. Because all you gotta do is basically match up the biggest part of it, like, so, like, this could only be there, and then, like, the green, of course, you turn it to, like, the biggest slash is the bottom right, so you turn it until that, like, that can only be, like, there, but that can have two places, so I just kind of turn myself into a liar. But the biggest slash is, like, the top left for the blue, so you do until the blue can be, like, right there, and then all of a sudden you get, like, maybe the puzzle, but then you realize, like, they have to even up to something, and you'll probably hit combine about right then. And it doesn't work, so you're like, oh, the green is that, and then you're like, oh, it's the other bigger part. Like, okay, it's got to be that one. Cool. All right, simple puzzle, but it's fine. It's effective. It does what it's supposed to. Oh shit, I got it wrong a second time. I am talking too much, too fast, to actually remember my own shit. Back. What did I get wrong? What did I do wrong? Didn't I get it right? I'm trying to talk to... Oh, duh. I did that wrong. Anyway, so it's a simple puzzle. I got it wrong, and it's a simple puzzle, but I swear to God, this is nerve-wracking trying to critique one of the most revered games ever, and I'm sure I'll get people unsubscribing and thumbs downing, and new forms of the N-word I've never heard of probably are already in my held for spam for some video because of what I've done here, or some kind of shit like that. And then we meet this thing.
Ashley.
Don't come!
Hey, take it easy.
No! Get away!
Calm down. Everything's going to be just fine. My name's Leon. I'm under the President's order to rescue you.
What? My father?
That's right. and I have to get you out of here. Now come with me.
Come with me if you want to live. So we have a tonal shift, but it's okay.
It's Leon. I've succeeded in extricating my subject.
Good work, Leon. I'll send a chopper over right away.
Where's the extraction point?
There's another trail that you can take to get out of the village. The chopper will pick you up beyond there.
Got it. I'm on my way.
Okay, so now the game is set up. Oh, I really need to let this play really quickly. Hey!
Well, this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
Tears of joy at the chef's kisses. You're doing fine. Love you.
Oh, thank you so much, Liza. Lisa, I'm sorry. Everyone, hashtag Lisa, and welcome to the family. VOR. VOR? VOR. Thank you so much, both of you guys. Let me quickly pause the game just to take the things off the screen that aren't needed. Because if you guys want to support me doing something like this from here on out, then you support it. And if you think it's bullshit, then you won't watch it. And you won't support it. So, but the an extra hour was the most I'm doing. So I'll say that we'll be at this. What time is it? Almost 11. We'll be at this probably another. I'll just round it up to like 3 hours. How about that? I'm rounding it up to 3 hours real quick, and we'll be at it. And if you want to support, you can. And the extra bullshit that's on the screen that doesn't need to be there anymore is now gonna be off the screen. So, thank you so much, Lisa. I'm glad I also know how to properly pronounce your name. And let me just, let's go ahead and just do like 3 hours. No, for doing 3 hours though, I am immediately going to take this Valium because this will be, good God. Could I one more time? Hey, Kellel, hello there. Can I say one more time that this is really nerve-wracking? Like critiquing a lot of people's fan favorite game and trying to give a real, honest, objective. I don't know. I know my subjectiveness is coming into this, but I'm really trying to play through the game and give you guys an objective look at what made this game strong, what made this game weak, and why it actually is on the docket for a remake. And I'll end it off again with what I said at the very beginning for those who missed the why isn't CV, Resident Evil 8, other like Resident Evil 1, all that stuff. I can repeat that at the end when the timer's up. But for right now, let's keep going. And I'm taking this Valium because I know I'm going to start losing my mind with 3 hours. So now here we are. Now, for those who have played this game, you now know that having Ashley is, you now know that Ashley is probably one of the worst parts of this game. Ashley is by far, and well, did I say welcome to the family enough? Because I feel like I didn't get your name correct. Yeah. Oh, I think I've been watching since every minute. Yeah. Well, thank you for joining the family. So, here we go. For those who have played the game, you know Ashley, but let's just explain really quickly why this still sets a good tone. So, what do we have? We've got the horror shift back on. We're back in a horror setting. We know that the game has made us pace through this now and has subverted our expectations a few times. We know now villagers are dangerous. We have Ashley as escort. So now we're thinking, okay, something's probably going to happen in this church, but we're probably also going to get out of the church. And getting out of the church means that all of those things that were attacking us, now somehow Ashley's going to play into this. So without knowing that Ashley is so fucking annoying and you want to shoot her and make her die immediately, without knowing that information, without the ability of hindsight, you now have set up the idea of you've got to rescue someone through the horrors that await them and they're helpless. Escort missions, you love them, you hate them. This is a game that was made long enough ago that it's kind of like a give or take, whether you even know how well they could be done yet. They had been tried. They're not tried and true things. and everyone knows fetch quests and escort things. They've been done, but more like Morpurgers and things like MMOs, things like that. And you know that they just feel like tedious, but you don't know what to expect. The horror's back. You know Ashley's gonna play into it. You know something awaits you outside this church. So everything's right now. You've got her, but you don't know what to do with her. So let's go from that assumption. We don't know that Ashley's annoying as fuck, and we know that we got her and we don't know what to do with her. And we know that like everything's dangerous. And as soon as I do this, we know that we're gonna be getting in some combat. Whether you knew it or not in your head when you first played this game, the second Ashley ducked behind you, it meant that you were going to be having to fight with Ashley near you. Like, you knew this was going to happen. Wow, was that a delayed sound effect? Cool. So you knew this simply from this action right here. You could turn as much as you want to, but Ashley stays behind you. And because of that, you know now, yeah, some of the horrors that you just witnessed, that everything's mutating and there are bosses, Ashley might be, and oh, what is this? Oh, what? Doth my eyes deceive me? In the bottom right hand, do I see a health bar for Ashley? Shit. So she's gonna have to hide behind me. I really gotta protect her. She's gonna be able to get hurt. And, oh wait, do I have enough health now? And so everyone goes off, and before they know that she's annoying as fuck, they're like, can I heal her? Can I do what? Do I have enough health? Do I have this, that, and the other? So basically, and then you go to, the next time you go to heal yourself, boom, right there, it proves to you, who do you want to heal? Now it's like, fuck, okay, so I've got limited inventory space. I've got somebody I've got to get out of the horrors of this mess I'm in. I've got to be able to beat things. I can't just run from everything, maybe, because maybe she could get hurt, or maybe I have to run from everything. I don't know. And I've got to be able to heal her, so maybe I don't have enough healing items. Have I been playing the game right? Do I have enough flashes? Should I have... So now basically they've set you up for something great. They've set it up for a horror game, survival horror. As much as they've put onto you, as much as they've like forced onto you that there's some action in this game, we're back in, we're in survival horror mode. We know we are. Hey there, Angela. So, and then all of a sudden now Ashley's helpless, and while this wasn't annoying the first time, we know now that Ashley need to be catered to, and she can be left behind on accident. So basically, this little part just gave you a little bit of a tutorial of how to deal with Ashley without you ever even knowing it. It's not as good a tutorial as like Mega Man X's, with you play the game and you don't even know you're getting a tutorial. But Mega Man X is like the pinnacle of showing you how to play the game without actually you knowing you're getting a tutorial. So like you get that. And then this happens.
I'll take the girl.
Who are you?
If you must know, my name is Osmond Sadler, the master of this fine religious community.
What do you want?
To demonstrate to the whole world our astounding power, of course. No longer will the United States think they can police the world forever. So, we kidnapped the president's daughter in order to give her our power and then send her back.
No.
Leon, I think they shot something in my neck.
What did you do to her?
We just planted her a little gift. Oh, there's going to be one hell of a party when she returns home to her loving father. But before that, I thought I might bargain with the president for some donation. Believe it or not, it takes quite a lot of money to keep this church up and running.
Faith and money will lead you nowhere, Sadler.
Oh, I believe I forgot to tell you that we gave you the same gift.
When I was unconscious.
Oh, I truly hope you like our small but special contributions. When the eggs hatch, you will become my puppets. Involuntarily, you'll do as I say. I'll have total control over your minds. Don't you think this is a revolutionary way to promulgate one's faith?
Sounds more like an alien invasion if you ask me. You okay?
Leon, what's gonna happen to us?
Don't worry. We got into this mess. We can get out of it.
All right. So, yes. Exposition dump? Yes. Yes, it was. You knew something was going to happen in the church, but once again, it subverted your expectations by having no action in the church. I appreciate that because now, jumping out the window, I know I'm going to have to face the outside that had those dogs mutating, and I know Ashley has to be behind me while I'm doing it. So, basically, the church having an exposition dump, I'm okay with. The only thing I'm not... And, by the way, in that exposition dump, one, you find out what's in... Like, it's the eggs, and they're hatching, and that they're being controlled, so you get to finally know more of the universe. That's always important in a game. So props to them, especially the voice acting for it. The voice acting between Sadler and Leon, even though Leon is, like, iconic in a sense, some of his snark could come across dry, but if you do know that Leon is basically a very, I don't know, what is it? Nihilistic alcoholic. If you know that Leon is a nihilistic alcoholic that can throw some snark, then yeah, it's a thing. Oh, I never started the clock back. Cool. Maybe I should do that. Thank you. I'm glad someone showed the clock. So, like there were a lot of good points in there. And if you're really paying attention, you have to realize at this point now that, like, they plan on giving Ashley back. So how do they plan on doing that? And he's gonna extort them for something. And it makes you wonder, how did they get Ashley in the first place? Now, again, you're not supposed to know all the pieces yet, but it makes you ask the question because the way Salazar, am I saying the right, Lord Sadler? Am I saying Salazar and when I mean Sadler? Oh God, did I just get him mixed up? Oh. Have I really been doing that for a long time? Sadler now is dropping a few hints about, like, basically you might be ticking time bombs. You might even have to face down or control your ally, whatnot. Basically, still, we're going on the assumption you do not know Ashley is annoying as fuck. They've set the scene for you very, very well. The only thing that I think is wrong with that is that it's almost like that guy that really likes action just had to poke his head in again and have two guys with crossbows fire at you with flaming arrows. I mean, I know what let me play devil's advocate. I know what they're trying to do. They're trying to prove to you that you are about to walk out into danger. So basically, they, without giving you a tutorial on Ashley, told you how Ashley worked, showed you her health bar, showed you she ducks behind you if you aim at anything, showed you she can be left behind and that you gotta take care of her, shows you all of this, and then they were trying to show you that there was something outdoors, that you are about to face something with Ashley. So you've got all the pieces, you got all of it. Why the fuck would you risk killing the president's daughter by a misfire? Why? Really? Like, really? Like, really? Hey, Melissa. And Wolfie 13S. A few people I noticed I didn't say hi. Like for 2 seconds, they gave the action guy the reins back, and he's just like, we can't have an exposition dialogue just like end off with Salazar Sadler. Like level with me for a second. Sadler could easily have just walked away, and as soon as, like, you know that Sadler's powerful, we could have set expectations for Sadler. We could have forced Leon to retreat. I mean, we didn't have to set up the outside like that. We could have set up as, like, Leon tries to face him right here, and Sadler can show a little bit of his power. Basically, that tentacle that kills Luis later, or, like, the staff he's carrying can do something, or basically anything else that forces them out of the church by saying, like, basically, you're my bitches, you'll do what I say. He can even, at this point, Ashley's already been injected. What if Ashley runs out of the church and, like, Leon's about to face off with Sadler and realizes he has to chase after Ashley? I mean, there are so many ways that could be done. And I just mentioned one that I've thought for a long while. Why didn't they do that? He could prove that he has control right then and there, barely a little bit, by having Ashley about face and walk out of that church. Leon wants to confront Sadler about what the fuck is going on and has to chase after Ashley instead. You have a little cutscene about she snaps to. You realize she's having the same symptoms as Leon did earlier, because we already saw Leon having like this whole thing after the lake fights. Sadler gets to walk away scot-free, and you don't have to have people with crossbows come over and try to kill you. But instead, the action guy was like, this must end in action. And so they have crossbows out of nowhere that could kill the exact people that have to make it back to America for Sadler's plans to work. Why? Why action, dude? Stick to Devil May Cry. We didn't need the crossbows. It doesn't, the continuity sucks right there. It sucks. It's stupid. So, like,
Well, this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Robin Main.
Thank you.
Not enough cash, mister.
Oh god, the merchant. Everyone hashtag Robin Main. Thank you so much. Oh, not enough cash, mister. Like, what? I can't even try. But everything about that, I like what they're doing. I like the way the game's going at this point. Now you can see why maybe I said earlier, I played this game many times, pretty much halfway through, a third of the way through, and stopped it. This game seems like it's doing everything right. And look where we are again. We are right in the thick of it again. We're back outside. We know what's gonna have to happen. We're gonna break barrels unless we didn't aim before. But because remember, maybe we didn't break the barrels when we got Ashley, but you're gonna notice these. I mean, you're probably gonna be scrambling for health at this point, so you gotta break these barrels. Which, right there, it gave you health, by the way. So, like, you know, mad props to them for actually counting on your anxiety taking over. And, you know, we're doing a few things right here. Like, we're getting it right. Okay, cool. So, right now, to this point, let me make clear. At this point in time, up to this point, there are vastly more pros than cons to this game. Okay? Remember that when I'm about to shit on it later. And there are a fuck ton of cons and not so many pros. Remember that, to this point, vastly more pros than cons, and this game is actually pulling itself back out of the action and showing you there can be some action and horror. So let's just make sure everyone remembers, vastly more pros than cons at this point, and I'm still saying it deserves to be first on the docket for a remake. I even said it when I played Resident Evil 3 in my last thoughts. Go watch me a month ago when it came out in my Resident Evil 3 video when I did my static playthrough. My ending and my just whatever, while the credits were rolling, I said I can now even see Resident Evil 4 being remade because of Resident Evil 3. Yeah, this is why. So, yeah. Vastly. There are vastly more pros than cons at this point. So you unlocked it, cool. And then this gets pointed out to you. So this is pretty cool. They give you a new scene. They all have torches. They're all waiting for you. And listen to Ashley really quickly. Give you the heads up.
Leon, shoot those arrows on that wagon.
Okay, listen to Ashley. See, now, again, something I really like. Ashley can be helpful. And I'm like, okay, cool. She told me something. Shoot it. I didn't know that mechanic was going to exist. Why would I? There's no reason for me to know that mechanic exists there, but they just use somebody that I'm using as an escort mission to be useful. Mwah! Love it. Great. We've got good things. If we nix out the crossbows and just have her running out of the church sick, then we've got something that's finally turning itself back around and remembering that it's a horror game first, not action. Okay, let's keep going. But now you're sitting here, you have to protect her. Everything can be dangerous. These guys that didn't get finished off, they could be dangerous. You don't know. It's like okay, let's just let's go. We got this. I'm gonna start using more snipper rifle ammo because I have a lot of it. In fact, yeah, I have a lot of snipper rifle ammo. And they just gave me more. Now, if I'm not mistaken, even with her right here, if the music is still playing, did they get it right here or am I wrong? I believe if the music is still playing, it means there's still a threat. Or do you just have to run to a certain point? I believe there's still a threat. But either way, having this constant ambience, and I just killed all the threats I can find, and I'm like, you know, I'm doing my normal thing. I'm being a typical RPG player playing a game like this. Those of us that have ever played a RPG, especially JRPGs, we backtrack. We know to try to find supplies. Now we know we gotta take care of Ashley. But you notice that thumping never left in the background. So now there's a tension. I don't know when monsters are gonna show up again. I rounded that corner. There could have been, there could have not been. It was nice. It's a nice. That should have been there for a while. That sets a better tone. It sets a better, like the timbre of what am I going for? It's I'm looking for a specific word when I'm trying to describe this. It sets theming. They're theming. They're finally. It seems like the action and the horror guys are working together. They're theming the aspects you're working through. There's a thematic through line. Finally, they're theming it. That the rain is pouring down and the music's in the background. They're all dead, as far as you know. I could go back up there and probably be proven wrong. There's probably some on the bridge and in the back, but whatever. They're theming it properly. It feels right. Again, pretend you don't know Ashley is annoying as fuck. And they're theming it correctly. We're finally getting into yes, this is the Resident Evil 4 I paid for. I paid for this game. I'm playing this game. God, I'm loving this game now. Like this is where all of a sudden like that part of me is like, I didn't waste money. I didn't just mow lawns for no reason. Like, or when did this game come out? Is this 2004? Yes, I would have probably been, was it spring or fall? Because that is the difference between me going to school 40 hours a week and working 60 hours a week, and the difference between me being able to pull off a summer job and buy it. But anyway, theming. Like they're finally doing a thematic through line that is needed, and it was working out, and you're about to see the thematic through line carry over again, and we're gonna see it in just a second. So we're gonna get to it, and it's nice. It's nice when they do it right. So we're gonna get to it. I'm letting the clock run, even though I said I would undo the clock whenever I was doing anything with this dude, but I forgot to hit the clock for a few, and I can't remember how much the broken butterfly costs. Oh, still double of what I've got. Is there anything I can sell that I just don't use that would get me there fast enough? I use the blacktail. I use the TMP. All right, I'll just have to
come back anytime.
2005. Oh, I was a poor college kid. I was just. Oh, holy shit! Really? I see Goodnight Wiley over there. Hey there, soul bad guy. I don't know if I said hello to you. January 2005. Cool. I had just not been homeless. And having a place to stay and a roof over my head and barely having enough money, I now realize why it took me a few to play this game. I thought it came out during spring. No, it just took me a few to afford it because once if you're ever pushed to the point where you're sleeping in the back of your car, you probably don't have money for video games all that much. And the nymphomaniac that lived next door to me wasn't helping because while she probably would have paid me if I would have just slept with her, that would turn me into a man whore and a gigolo. I didn't want to get any favors from that side because they were like, "Oh, you like video games? Let's get you one." And I always knew like the subtext to that was going to be, "And could you be like the chocolate cream in between our vanilla cookie, please?" Like, oh god. Anyway, so we've got a thematic through line. Wow, that's a little bit of my past, by the way. I was at the end of 2004 or in part of 2004, I was homeless, sleeping in the back of my car where I got things set up the way they were supposed to be. There was a little mistake. When I got out of the back of my car, of course I had what I needed to live. And then after I had what I needed to live, I didn't afford quite a few things. So it took me a few to earn money to splurge on things like, I don't know, a game like this. So I don't think I got this one for Christmas or anything. I think I just saved up for it. So that's sort of fine. I'm gonna save it here because we got another thing happening right here. This, I think, we are about to tackle the pinnacle. We are about to tackle the pinnacle of what this game does correct. The absolute, I think we're about to get, I don't think it gets any better than this. We're about to be at the mountaintop. So join me at the mountaintop while we see what can come of actually theming, having a thematic and a through line and a continuity that builds on itself, to have a through line that your thematic presence that you've been pushing while the person's been playing the game comes to fruition. It comes to fruition right here. We're about to enter an area for the third fucking time. This is the third time we hit the village. The third time. And this is Resident Evil 4 at its pinnacle, right here. We're about to see it. This is the third time we're hitting the village. And now, what the hell? None of this is okay. There's not a single bit of this that's okay. You hear them yelling, but the music isn't as strong. You can try to run from them, but it's not gonna work as well. This is boarded up. She's looking behind you, making you more paranoid, which she should be doing. Oh god, I forgot, like. Uh-oh, and then you have to wonder, oh god, and he was another one of those. So, Ashley now looks behind you and gives you more paranoia. Did you hear music? I didn't. It was a nice change. You heard him yelling. Okay, cool. It's not this signal flare that I'm talking about. You heard yelling, but you couldn't pinpoint it. It's nice and foggy. You're getting flashes of light, but you don't get everything. You run away from something and Ashley looks over her shoulder. It makes you question everything. Now this is foreboding. I mean, think about the first time you played this and you're just like, should I search? Is it okay? Like, there wasn't music. There wasn't music when those guys came up. I mean, is this building okay? Do I go into it? I mean, are there going to be more things? Are they going to be changed? Does Ashley get hurt? What do I do if Ashley gets hurt? Do I risk it? Like, it pays off. They twice over showed you that this place was a place where they're smart enough to attack you. They're smart enough to attack you in groups. Sadler's now controlling them, so you know they're bad. And now they sprout things out of their head. Now they just took your light source away. They barred some things out. There's like, I think there's a dead cow somewhere. And every corner now can be like the next danger. Danger? I am the danger. Like, alright. Anyway. So now you're exploring something and it actually feels like tension. It paid off. What they did earlier in the game, as actiony as it was, paid the fuck on off right here. Because everything you're doing feels like a risk. You've got a risk. You've got Ashley. If you do something wrong, you messed up and you don't. By this point, if you've not had like Ashley caught, you don't know what the risk is for Ashley other than her dying. Like, you think if she's just behind you, you're fine, so you don't know any better yet. But like everything about this now is like, I heard a noise. Where did it come from? Okay, it's down there. Cool. Is it just her? Oh, there's a bear trap. I mean, I killed her, but I mean, I have an OP gun. But remember, if this were my first playthrough, I probably would have just taken a few pot shots at her with my pistol, and she'd still be alive. And I'm like, where is she? She's climbing up somewhere. So I climbed down. Oh crap! I climbed down and I gotta catch her. What if they had gotten up there and grabbed her? Like, I know she's annoying. I know this. Give me the benefit of the doubt on this one. I'm talking about remember your first time playing. So put on those nostalgia glasses and remember your first time playing this and how new this felt. And then also remember that we're 15 years later and we don't have that nostalgia anymore. So we're kind of comparing and contrasting what we know now versus what we knew back then. It does this right. It's doing it right. All of this is correct. Every single part of this is a risk. The risk is on Ashley. Oh, and wait a second. Did I purposefully just do something that spawned him? Yeah. Yep, he will spawn out there if you go in there. He will surprise you, I believe, every time. If you go in there and you check things out, yep, he'll do that. He sure as well will do that. I believe there's one other place you can get him to do that on you. And I can't remember where. I cannot remember where off the top of my head. Did I ever get, like, the things over here? Because I'm just looking for shit to sell, but basically I'm still looking for shit. I think it might be gone. Anyway. So now you know this place, but you don't know this place. And you know you have to go through it, but, like, there's even a bear trap. Like, oh, I shot the bear trap. I'm fucked. Where are they coming from? Probably in front of me. I hope that's all there is to them. If it's me with the handgun, it's not just one shots. Uh-oh. It could be oh, shit. It's one of those things. Like, so do you get what I'm going for with this? Like, they did it well. Like, the theme that they are trying to pull off has paid off. Is paying dividends. This is what it should feel like. And look, again, he's dangerous. If he gets near Ashley, who the fuck knows what will happen? Can Ashley be killed in one hit? I know you're seeing my second playthrough, but Ashley has half this health when you meet her. So there's another thing that's going on, which is every single time you get one of those yellow heals and you can extend the health bar, who do you give it to, Leon or Ashley? You don't know. I mean, can you protect yourself better or Ashley better? Are you better with escorts or not? And the music's just going, the ambiance. You tell me this. Why couldn't this ambiance be here the whole damn time? Why did it take this far into the game? I'll tell you why. The director that liked horror games knew better and knew that you put an ambiance of music. If you're gonna add it, you don't just add it when enemies rush you. You have it there the whole time so you don't know when the enemies will rush you. You don't want to know when the next corner could be the next zombie. That takes the suspense out of it. So now you know better. Now you know in this part the suspense is there. The theming is there. Your sightlines are gone. Things that should not happen are happening. Your old paths don't work. Ashley could be in trouble in any of this. And now you're refacing even this area. And it's like, what horrors await me? But then they give you this. And it's like, this is now ingenious also. Hide. So now you know, okay, well, you're being taught something in a simple situation. And that's a great tutorial right there. That's right there. The pinnacle of showing you how the game works without shoving it down your throat. You know this area is going to be dangerous. You were probably freaking out about this area if you didn't notice that dumpster right away. So let's say for a second that you forgot. Hey, Tara, I saw over there. I just got back from the hospital with my daughter. Oh, Tara, I hope everything's going okay. So, okay. I hope everything's going okay over there. So let's assume you pass by that dumpster bin. Like, Ashley belongs in a dumpster fire. But let's pretend you didn't know that yet. And you pass by the dumpster. And you freak out. And you see these guys and they're rushing you. And you go to back up. And your immediate reaction. Again, you will pass by. You've got a second chance to pass by a hiding spot for Ashley. They give you 2 chances to do it. And now they're giving you something new. The idea of there are going to be times where you need to hide Ashley. That's a given now. We know this. And there are going to be times where it's going to be essential that you need to do it. And you put her in there and it's like a relief. Like now I can tackle these new horrors that await me. Okay, so now I've got the confidence to go ahead and I'm going to be able to, like, whatever's coming at me, at least Ashley's not getting hurt. I mean, that's cool. The suspense is there, though, because it's raining. The music is there. I don't have a musical cue to tell me, are they all dead? Oh, shit, they're not all dead. Oh, she throws shit. Oh, okay, let's shoot them really fast. I know I'm killing them a lot easier, but the music's not stopped. Oh, I set him on fire. That's cool. Oh, God. Wait, I can put them down off there and they can still sprout something? Oh, I'm fucked. Like, I'm talking out loud as if this is like a first time, but like, it's just to show the pros of this game. And I'm having to say this out loud for one reason. So many of you guys here watching have played this game a bajillion times. So I really think I need to point out how it was when you first played it, at least how I first played it. So I'm pointing it out on purpose, not because I'm forgetting that I've played it a bajillion times, but pointing out what they did right. So when I start tearing it down, you see where it goes dramatically wrong. So now I hear screaming again. Isn't the screaming a nice cue to make you get anxiety when you don't know how many of them there are and you can't see the scream where it came from, and by chance now it's not just a stupid ass little thing that, you know, it starts the music and once the music ends you're done with the, like, yes, that's what it should be. It should feel like you should be treading lightly with all of this. And like, if you brought Ashley along with you, you'll be suffering about right now, because half of them do sprout the things from their heads. So you like don't know what to do. You're trying to protect Ashley. You're wasting all of your heals. The chickens aren't here to help you. So like, this game is now telling you we're in horror territory and you better prepare yourself. And I'm going, fuck yeah. Even actually back then I wouldn't have said it. Like, actually, you know what? I just got out of, I just got out of a situation where I probably would have said fuck yeah for the first time in my life. But like, yeah, are you kidding me? Like, yes, back in 2005, early 2005. Oh yeah, every inch of this was like yes, 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 yes. So. And by the way, I'm going to check the map. I forgot there's a shortcut to the map button, and I don't think there's any other treasures. But then you're faced with like this thing of like, okay, like what do I do? And it tells you how to deal with Ashley. But like now you're worried. Like, what if Ashley comes back prematurely? This is barred up. We can't go this way. I think I killed them all over here. I got to get rid of these traps. I mean, I don't know if I'm going to have to run back. I gotta check all these things because I might be running low on ammo, which you probably are on your first playthrough. Your very first playthrough of this game, you probably are running low on ammo. I mean, you don't know what you're doing exactly. You're probably getting the hang of it, but you're probably also not a professional. And YouTube was not a thing, so you're not going on YouTube to look up that tutorial or whatnot. Like, my Everyman's Guide isn't there for you, so you're figuring this out on your own because you went to GameFAQs. And you were able to see a screenshot or two that to maybe help make sense of the game FAQs that you just looked up. You just read a text file and now you got to do it. Like, yeah, that's the best you got. And then you can start taking these things, and you got Louis Sarah. Now you got more of this going on. The whereabouts, and now you're getting more story of Louis Sarah. I love this stuff. It's world building. He's using old secret passages that taught to him by his grandfather who used to hunt. Like, they know he's here. You're getting, like, Luis's backstory through some things that I've skipped over. How do you find out about the egg injected into his body and the fact that he was able to remove it before it hatched is concerning. So now if you're actually paying attention to the story and picking up the files and reading them, now you know that there's a through line. They're doing another through line for you. There's a way to get rid of the eggs. Can you get rid of them? Yes, you can. Another factor is that he's escaped our property just before the American got here. So I don't believe it is coincidence. Has to be another player involved in this. That's what bothers me about Ada being shown so blatantly if you go back through the door with, what's his face, Mendez. If you go back through the door and it shows Ada, this document kind of loses its meaning. Like, there has to be another player involved. Who's the other player? Well, it's probably the grappling hook person, but if they blurred it out and didn't show me specifically that it was Ada, maybe I would actually be questioning who the fuck it was. It was Ada. It was fucking Ada. So anyway, they know they have to capture Sarah, and you kind of know he's like a doctor in all this, a scientist, so like, now we know it's Ada, but like, we only know it's Ada because they shoved it down our throat earlier if you went back and got that optional cutscene, which is why I think it was a pro and a con. It was something that most people didn't know they could go get, but also is something that if you got it, it kind of ruined it for you. Some of the story, like the surprise that she'd be back in here, and then all of a sudden you gotta do this. Because it told you about hiding Ashley. And now, if you're wrong, Ashley has to run to you and she can die. So there is like, you're sitting there watching her like a hawk. Again, Ashley isn't annoying to you at this point yet. She doesn't have a true reason to be annoying yet. I mean, she can be tedious, but you're having to watch her like a hawk. Everything you do now, you're second guessing because she's got to follow behind you. You don't know exactly what you're doing. You know this is the only place that's not barred off. This gets annoying pretty fast that you got to catch her, but it's fine. It's fine. You're new to her. I mean, how often are there going to be drop-offs, right? Yeah, there are going to be some drop-offs. That's going to get pretty fucking tedious. But like you don't know yet that you're going to have to deal with that shit over and over, right? So, like, what's the harm? You just know that, you know, you're protecting Ashley and you're trying to get out and everything's scary. And like you come to this door and you see piggyback and you're like, what? Wait, Ashley's even helpful? That's cool. Oh.
I opened it, Leon.
Yeah, she opened it. She was useful. So now she's not god awful annoying. But then look again. Thematically, the tone is set properly, and we are engaging in the continuity of the through line they're trying to present to us, which is, this doesn't get any better. What's the proof it doesn't get any better? What's this fucker doing right here? Why are you here? Why are you here? Why do you exist right here? You shouldn't be right here. I know where you exist. You don't exist in places like this. Why would you be here? I look at my map and I see, oh fuck. That's an area. I see a lot of locked places and one unlocked. There's a merchant, and I'm like, can I go anywhere else? Nope. That's backtracking. I can't go anywhere else. There's a merchant. Fuck. That means something. I guess I gotta talk to this guy, and I gotta deal with Ashley. So we got something. There's anticipation. They built anticipation. We know something's coming. It's not Ashley because she's not getting a piece of Leon. Leon's dick is safe for Ada, apparently forever. But we're about to get a piece of action, and we know it's coming. And so, like, we're ready for it to come. Like, almost there. Almost. Can't get that yet.
Come back anytime.
And then we get... I'm just gonna pause alerts for a second, and then...
Leon, I have some bad news.
I'd rather not hear it.
Well, I'm afraid I have to tell you anyway. We've lost contact with the chopper. Someone must have shot it down, though we can't determine who.
Great.
We're prepping another chopper for you. Meanwhile, I want you to head towards the extraction point.
Got it.
Yep. Okay, so now we know Hunnigan just chimed in. And Hunnigan chimes in at important points, and we know that the merchant is here at important points. So we know this bridge, like, you're probably expecting, like, a village situation here. Like, what you're expecting? Probably that you gotta fight a few people, you don't know how you're gonna control Ashley and all of that. So you're running across this, and you just go ahead and go across, and then let's just let this play out. Oh, fuck.
What are we gonna do, Leon?
Oh, shit.
Say it, but we're sandwiched, all right. Quick, in that cabin.
Leon! Small world, eh? Well, I see that the president's equipped his daughter with ballistics, too.
How rude! And I don't believe there's any relevance with my figure and my standing. Who are you?
Oh, excuse me, Your Highness. Perhaps the young lady might want to introduce herself first before asking someone his name.
Her name's Ashley Graham, the president's daughter.
Is she... well, you know...
Don't worry. She's cool.
Never mind. There's supposed to be some kind of obvious symptom before you turn into one of them anyway.
Look!
Ashley, upstairs.
Okay, it's game time.
Okay, no, let's music shut up. Is there a way to make the music shut up for a second? Is there a way to, you know what? There is a way to make the music shut up for just a second. We're gonna have the background music going, but I have to point this out. I have to point this out. I have to. So 7.9, 7.9. Gotta talk about it for a second. Sorry, gotta do it. If the mountaintop was leaving the church and having to run back into the village for the third time, where you finally see the payoff of what they've been building up to, that they went from action to actually survival horror, that feeling, giving you that feeling. If that was the mountaintop and it can only go downhill from there, this is like another peak that is almost the same mountaintop. Because if you're gonna give me action in a horror game, if you're gonna do it like this. This is the way to do it. This is how you do it. Like, this is how you do it. I'm not even kidding. They made you feel pressured into it. You feel like you've got something to protect now. It can't be just you. You're trapped somewhere. You know you're gonna have to stand your ground. You gotta start thinking about, do you have enough shit? You're wondering now if you should have gotten more stuff from the merchants. And then you actually have to do something that is considered an action part of the game. How many people here really think of this part of the game though as action? This though is like anxiety, but like the survival horror anxiety. This is almost like Left 4 Dead anxiety. This is like the final stand, like for in Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2, before like the chopper gets you out of No Mercy. That's the kind of anxiety this is giving you. This is actual survival horror anxiety. So this is the way to do it. If you want to put action into your game, if you want to make sure you have a through line, that you thematically stay in one lane, but you want to have action in a survival horror, then if you want to build up to it, if you want to do it, and you want to have payoffs, these are the payoffs. This is the second best part of the game. This is the second best part of the game, and it feels justified. That's what makes it different from a lot of the rest of the things. It feels justified. You walked across a bridge, you had no other way to go around, you know you gotta do it, you know you're fucked if you don't, and the dramatic music is there no matter what. You don't know how many people are gonna be coming around. Luis is helping you, but you don't know if Luis can die, you don't know if like Ashley can die. You just know you gotta hold them off until like basically Left 4 Dead style. So, if you wanted action in your game, this is it. This is how you do it. So, like, this is why it starts boggling my brain when we get later in the game, when I'm gonna start shitting on other parts of it, when all of a sudden there are fewer pros and there are more and more cons to the game. Like, all of a sudden when I get to that point, please understand, it's because of things like this. I know they can do it. I know they know how to thematically put action into horror now. They've proved it twice over. They've done it. They're doing it right now. So why can't it stay like this? Let's go ahead and play it. Let's go ahead and play it. Oh boy. Like, and let me push the decibels back up for you guys. Everyone who's ever played this part, your heart is pounding. You probably failed it at a time or two. It's done right. All right, let's see what weapon do I have the most of that I just want to get rid of some rounds. Let's get rid of some handgun rounds first, because I think let's get rid of some TM. Yeah, snipper rifle first. It can hold so many. Lots of snipper rifle. So there's so many different tactics to be able to go about it. It makes you feel like you have agency in the game too. And player agency is so underrated. Like having the feeling that you have control over your surroundings. Oh, and all of a sudden, by the way, Ashley's bar has gone from the bottom right. So those that played this game and were like aware enough of their surroundings realize that actually their like anxiety about Ashley was misplaced. But, you know, maybe that was just me playing it for the first time. I remember being anxious about it if they got to get to Ashley. But that, you know, just trying to just trying to put everything in perspective. A place for everything and everything in its place type deal. So we're just gonna start like. Hey there. What's going on, man? Oh god, don't give me more rifle ammo. I'm trying to use it up. And then I'm gonna let's use up saying use the handgun. Whoops. I know I should go up the stairs. Shut up, everyone. I'm trying to make it more difficult for myself for 2 seconds. Oh, wrong button. I'll bring. Did I use it up enough? No, I didn't. More. There we go, there's the upstairs thing. And then this just becomes push a ladder off a thing and oh, sorry, I finished too late. I'm a little OP, so I know.
Looks like they're backing off.
So, what do we do now?
The bridge I crossed to get here's out, so I guess we have no choice but to keep moving.
I forgot something. You guys go on ahead.
Lewis.
I like how he uses the American pronunciation, but Luis is how he. So. Everything is a pro for that, like that part. Like, I'm serious. We just hit the mountaintop of what this game is going to give us, and I think the only thing is that the poor writing of forgetting that if you oh, I get to use a line in this game. I didn't realize. Oh, I didn't realize there was magic in this game, but look at Luis over there turning women into objects. Anyway, they forgot that Luis probably shouldn't have objectified her and then made it sound like she was the one being improper. And also, they're keeping Luis, him intriguing like he's running off on his own is a good storytelling agent because they are giving you pieces of like documents if you choose to read them. So anyway, there we go. Now, as this gets up, so sad to say, from here on out, we're gonna have an issue. And there is no way for me to properly talk about this issue other than you'll see it. And the game, I know it's for replay value, but we're gonna see some of that issue come up. We're gonna see some other issues come up. Issues that it is a hindsight thing, so take it with a grain of salt. I even realize it's hindsight. I don't believe it's the game dev's fault for some of these things, but it does break enough of the thematic, the through line that they've been putting out there, that really it does start bringing the game down before it should be brought down. And I think I know what they were going for, but from the average player, it was frustrating. So, player agency. The feeling that you have control over your surroundings, that your choices actually matter, is very important in video games, more important than you think. Like, even the ability to tackle a problem in several different ways, to figure out, like, you can take it one way or another. But here's right. So let me just talk about that for 2 seconds. More than 2 seconds, but just hear me out on this. Okay, so when your player agency is the idea that you truly have control, that you really do have control over what's happening around you. Like, your actions matter. The storyline that's forming, the story you're being told, the story that you're receiving from documents like this, all of it is being, your actions are leading into it, are causing or are having an effect. Like, you're the cause or you're the effect, and that you can see an appreciable change because of what you're doing. And when it comes to puzzles, or when it comes to routes that you take, when it comes to the way that you tackle the challenge, that is called player agency. Giving a player agency in their surroundings is very important in video games. And this was the first time they did an over-the-shoulder, this kind of game like this. And so I can forgive them for this, but in their trying to do everything like this, they took away some of that player agency. It's quite obvious many times how you're supposed to be able to tackle a problem. And I think the developers knew that. I think that if you really look at this and analyze this properly, you can look at this document right here and what's about to come up and realize and see what they're trying to do. They realize that they've been streamlining you. They really haven't been taking you on this grand, like, escapade of survival horror. They're not taking you through a mansion where you can go to any part of the mansion. And I know the mansion keys give you a clue of which part of the mansion, like Resident Evil 1, where you should go to next, things like that. Or, like, you know, things like that. When you have, like, one place or another. Remember, remakes hadn't been made by now, so I'm comparing it to Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3. Like, the key items you're getting are kind of giving you a clue on where to go, but you can choose not to go there. In the original Resident Evil 3, you could choose when to face a nemesis even, and when to run, and, like, you could make a dynamic difference in when he appears, what items you get, when he drops them, when you go and grab something. That's the same in Resident Evil 2. You can choose even who you play, first and second. And Resident Evil 1, you can just explore the mansion a lot. I think they knew that. I really think they did, and I really think they tried to bring it forward because it's now so blatantly obvious that they're not taking you on a survival horror genre like exploration. They're taking you on a tour of the game. They're, like, telling you, like, go here next, make sure you stop by there, and also after you get off the El Gigante ride, if you want to have a photo printed, it costs $15. Like, they know what they're taking you through it. And this is what they're trying to do. They're trying to give you back player agency, and they do it this way. And I think this is so wrong, but I can understand hindsight's 2020. It's so wrong. How many people here got frustrated that they couldn't get the treasure in both routes right here? How many people got so frustrated that you didn't go? And you can. Let me go back and say you can, but, and this is a big but, you have limited ammo if this is the first time you're playing through the game. So people who are the first time you're playing through the game, even veterans of the game that realize they accidentally used too much ammo or didn't upgrade the right weapons, like, how frustrating was it, like to have to come to this part and to be able to then read all of that, and it says there's two paths in front of you, and you have two different challenges. You come over to him, you talk to him, and then when you talk to him, he's got a new map for you. So you go over to here and you get a new treasure map, or is the village part of the treasure map? Either way, you have a treasure map. So then you go over here and you go and you check your map like you're supposed to, and you're looking at the two routes and you're trying to, this is like Robert Frost all over this. Like two paths diverge for Leon and Ashley. and B, one pair of travelers, long they stood and looked down one as far as they could until it bent into the doorway you had to open up, and took the other just as fair, and perhaps having the same claim because there's a star that we wanted there. I just bastardized Robert Frost, but you see what I'm getting at. You open the map, you see 2 stars, you want both treasures, you know that money means better weapons in this game, and now your player agency is now taking a gamble on which one is the better item, and maybe if you get through it with enough, you can go back to the other one, but it's really not logical to go do that. So you usually on your first playthrough stick to one, and then God forbid on your first playthrough you went through the one that was the village that didn't have El Gigante, because he's the easier one to actually clear, go back and do the other one. If you do the other one first, there are so many enemies and so few drops if you don't clear everything that you can basically feel like you don't have the manpower or firepower to even try to deal with the other path. So you kind of feel forced into choosing a choice that shouldn't be there. I get it. I get it. They're player agency. They're trying their best. They are trying their best, okay? They're trying their best. And just like Kale just said, you didn't know you can go both ways? Yes, you can get the treasure, you can back out, you can go the other way. You can go both ways. But this is not true. This is a false choice. This is a gamble. This is flipping a coin. And if you're in a game where you're flipping coins, every now and then in survival horror, it's flipping a coin between like, am I going to survive being able to do this or survive being able to do that? But this isn't about survival. This is them telling you that you've just got 2 different ways you can tackle a challenge, but you don't get both treasures. You can think it through and you can have player agency finally, but it doesn't really matter because you can't have both. And if you're anything like Kale over there, you didn't know you could backtrack and get the other one. So this is just fucking frustrating. So this is a big ass con, but I get it. It's 2005. They replay value is there because now you could always reload the save and find out what the other treasure is, or you can choose to take the other path the next time, or on your next playthrough when you have all of your OP weapons like I have right now, you might figure out that you can go back and do the other one just fine. So there it is. They gave player agency and then they immediately stripped it away. That's what it is. It's like you're so close. And I only point that out because having that kind of disappointment set in that you have to choose but it's a false choice leads into something that'll come very soon after. So I'm pointing it out so we can make sure that we're on the same page when I point out kind of what it leads into, okay? So basically the game just gave you another pinnacle and then it gave you disappointment. So anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and do the OP route, which is just going ahead and killing the damn thing and taking everything. I probably need to sell a few things. I forgot. I was sitting there trying to talk, but I get it, but like,
what are you selling?
Like the execution is more frustrating than empowering. Like when you get player agency, it's supposed to be empowering, and this one is frustrating. And I know it's hindsight is 2020. That is all it is. This is a case of hindsight is 2020. And I bet the developers of this game, if they could go back, they'd change that. They'd make it a little easier. They do something. I know. I just know it because they would have seen it and known that like it didn't land the way they thought it was going to. I've got to believe that because it doesn't. So, all right. Now let me make sure that I can pick up everything, that I've got enough to do that, and let's just go ahead and kick the ass of El Gigante over there. It is no big deal to many people. Again, to Jake. And this is why I'm not reading chat all that much. Again, you've always just done both paths. Remember that I'm trying to analyze this as a game for the reasons why it's justified as a remake and what it got right and what it got wrong. You just said, I've always just done both paths, as in you're using hindsight. I just said, hindsight, going back, There are differences. You would know better. And now that you've had time to play the game, of course you do both paths. You'd plan for it. If this is you picking the game up off the shelf, how did you feel about it back then? And if you're like me, as like 90% of people who complained on every forum possible, they fucking hated that they had to choose. So, like, it was them giving player agency and then making you feel bad like you can never win about it. You basically just point out, yeah, hindsight's 20/20. You can do both. Yeah, you just do both. Why not? That's why I can't read the comments, because people are gonna point things like that out, and it's that, of course, that's the obvious thing.
Leon!
Yeah, just duck. No. I'm too OP. I don't need that shit. Yeah, I don't need it. I'm too OP. But that's pretty much, you just now when you go through in your second playthrough, especially if you have a Magnum. Wow. Wow, that really was. Ooh. Let's see. I can't remember exactly where the treasure is, but I'm just gonna go get that and go the other way. Maybe I should just kick the door. I'm just gathering things so I can finish off the broken butterfly, so it can become so OP that I don't have to stop for anything else ever, pretty much. Because after that, I don't think there's anything that this needs to be really bought in this game. Just a lot of things that need to be sold, and I have to remember to have health on me, and that's it. You got the old key. You don't have to go off and use it. Like, and I like that the game gives you ammo, but really on your first playthrough, he seems so imposing that many times people just run and they don't realize they can beat him. And it's all right. In subsequent playthroughs, that is something that people recognize and they figure out a way around it, especially with doing New Game Plus. Wow, the treasure is behind me. So I don't think I need to go this far. Great. Wait, how many mods do we have here? Oh, hold on. Wait. Hold on. I'll hit it. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. Man, if I see people complaining like about what people are saying every time I look to the right, especially to you, Gambler 1, go fuck yourself. Do not fuck this up for everyone else. I'm trying not to go on like unprovoked rants, but listen here. If all you've got is negativity, get the fuck out of my channel and my streams. If that's all you got to contribute, I'm trying to give pros and cons. I'm literally trying to analyze here. If that's all you have to offer, really, if that's especially in your real life, please just get rid of all of your friends, because you don't deserve them unless they're like thieves, beggars. If you're in prison, maybe you deserve them finally. Like, please just ostracize yourself, because people like you that are asked to stop and they say, no, I don't think I will. You're the kind of people that are toxic to a society that doesn't need that bullshit. When information can be spread so fast and things can go around the world and you can bring people down that fast, and then you're gonna say you're not gonna stop, you're about at the point where I start saying, do you really deserve to breathe air? Because the air you're breathing is just to speak more garbage that we don't need in this world. So shut the fuck up, get on someone else's channel, never come back here again, unsubscribe and forget I exist. Do not fuck with my community. God damn it, people don't do that shit. And rant over. Now I'm gonna finish clear that. I know it sounds like I'm being negative about a few things of the game, but I really am trying to do a pros and cons list of things. What's in up here? Is that my treasure, or I don't remember what my treasure was? Yeah, that's the treasure. Okay, I can get out. So that's it. And then I go the other route. Yeah, you can totally back out and go the other route. Key treasures, and then I only have 2 of them. Crap. Combine. Oh wait, I think you get. If I remember correctly, and you get the other one from the other path, then that's even like a kick in the dick right there. Hey, Anthony Widmeyer. Hello there. I'm being able to look over at chat for 2 seconds without feeling like
welcome,
overwhelmed by possibly people being
got a selection of
assholes.
Good things. What are you selling?
Deep breaths. People like that are not allowed to ruin my vibes on how I'm trying to go about this.
That all?
So we're back to what I'm here to try to do, which is trying to analyze this game in a fair way. Do I have enough yet, please?
Stranger?
No.
Thank you.
Yeah, I need to go down the other path.
Come back anytime.
Did I? What about clock? And then yeah, you can back out of a path and then check this and then go the other way. So now that we've done that, ooh. Okay. No, I didn't show the. Hey, Vaden. I didn't show the scene where Luis can kill you. I think this scene is set up very well, of showing you like what you're getting yourself into if you choose this route. I think her bum rushing you and knowing that this cart now has like meaning, like that's pretty cool. Because now you know that that cart does something. So you don't know when to use it, but you know you can use it. And I think in this area, fuck. And all of a sudden you see one of my cons. Do I really have to say it? The music went away. The music went away again. Oh yeah, you have to like to, it is mentally taxed. This is, I feel like I'm gonna throw up doing this right now. It is hard. It's not because I like it, it's because, and especially you saw why I wasn't reading comments and whatever. It's more along the lines of like, I know that I'm just gonna get people hating and disagreeing, and everyone's entitled to their opinion, but we've got Resident Evil 4 being remade. So maybe instead of everyone having nostalgia goggles or like not taking it as, I don't know, as objectively as it should be, I'm trying to, while I know my opinion is going to be biased and subjective no matter what I do, I'm trying to objectively show just game design elements. Things that have room for improvement. And that's all I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show things like talking about to you guys continuity, through lines, theming, environmental cues, the environment in general, things like that. Ashley, who needs no introduction, nor does she need critique because everyone knows. What I'm trying to do is sitting here and give you guys maybe something you haven't seen, which is I'm gonna try to do the whole game through and through, and I know that the further in we get in the game, the more cons we're gonna get. But honestly, this game does suffer from, as I started off by saying, being a bit bipolar. And there are ways to fix it while staying true to the feel of the original. And I just pointed out one of them. Like, if you want action, they set up the cabin scene like, mwah, it was great. The cabin scene is great. It is like, it is almost as peak as it is when you get out of that church. Like, it pays off. The theming, the through line, all the different elements that you're presented with, the thrice trope where the third time you come across something is like the third time's a charm type deal, like all of that, and then things like this. You know they're deadly, you know they're dangerous, and then this comes up, and you're just like, oh shit. Like, I mean, the music kicked in and made it different, but still. Ow. I think I'm just hoping that a few people can watch my channel and realize that I'm actually trying to take the game in as a whole and show where it could be improved, why a remake would be justified for this game, why I understand why some people are against it, and why I understand why it's very much in need of a few things to be tweaked, and why I understand that it's this generation right here, right now, that they like this generation of consoles, and at this time that they do it. Like Zachariah Kane, hello there. Hey, Haley. Like, all I'm trying to do is basically, if a few people are just gonna stick with me and try to figure out where my mind is at for it, so that when I do other Resident Evil streams, we can stop having these discussions and start saying, well, maybe there are pros and cons, and maybe this can be your favorite RE game, but you can understand that maybe there is room for improvement, and there is something to look forward to. Then I think I've done something that I'm hoping to set out for. I've done something that I'm hoping to set out for. Now, that makes me happy. Multiple hits from the Magnum. Oh, I'm happy about that one. Again, the tension's lost when the music is lost. It's another con. We all know that. I'm gonna say this over and over. I think that needs to be fixed. That's an easy fix. Just have something that have better cues for them talking to each other. Have a better way to kind of communicate where danger is and is not. And have a better kind of consistent. Again, we're going back to theming. That the theme of this is supposed to be dark, dreary, foreboding. And if that's its theme, then we don't need to be able to let the anxiety let up. As soon as the music stopped, again, as I said earlier in this, I know at this very moment playing, I can put this controller down on the desk, walk away, make a sandwich, come back, and nothing will touch me. That should not happen. There should be, if you're theming it properly, and the theme they're going for right here is quite evident and obvious. It's overwhelming, it's survival, it's horror, survival horror. If that's the truth, then there should be no point at where I feel comfortable, like leaving this controller without hitting pause or being at some place where I'm like barricaded. I should not be able to put down the controller and just get up and make a sandwich. It shouldn't happen. So like, they screwed up the theming. Whether you think this is the best RE game or not, that is a flaw. Drop mic into discussion. It's a flaw. And it could be fixed easily. Easily could be fixed. It's not a big deal for there to be a flaw in a game. Your favorite game of all time does not have to be perfect. It's just perfect for you. Your favorite game of all time works because it's like it's the perfect for you game. That's why it works. It's the game that like you found was like you vibed with it. You found it to be like in your style, in your wheelhouse. You played it and you wanted to replay it. You saw flaws and you're like, fuck the flaws. I like the other things it gave me. Like, it's kind of like that. I mean, I feel like I all of a sudden feel like I'm doing a Goodwill Hunting, like about a couple. Like you don't like not you're kind of missing the point. You don't have to be perfect, and I'll tell you right now, neither is she. You just have to be perfect for each other. Your favorite game, it doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be perfect for who you are. So if this is your favorite game and you're getting offended that I'm pointing out flaws, it's allowed to have flaws because it's perfect for you as a person. So that's all it needs right there, right? I mean, can we at least be in agreement on that, if nothing else? The game can be perfect for you and still have flaws, right? Right? Now, where? Oh, it's underneath. That's where I always... Come on, Ashley. Someone says, I mean, look at marriage to the divorce guy. Oh. Yes, K Heaven, I have never said that. I have actually said over and over, and this old of a game is held up well, and before Resident Evil 3 Remake, I said this game does not need to be remade anytime soon because it holds up well. After what I saw they could do because of Resident Evil 3 Remake, I changed my tune because I saw what they could do. I saw the potential. And when I saw the potential, it was like... Wait. It was a game changer for me. Like, literally, a game changer. I wanted this to be redone because I saw the potential for all of these things to now be just... It's like Capcom after 15 years. They more like Resident Evil 7. So Resident Evil 7 is 2017, right? And this game is 2005. So after 12 years, it's like Capcom was like, I get it. And they're like, I know we've got to draw the crowds back in. I know we didn't get it, that we're saying we're trying to say we're the pinnacle of survival horror. We're trying to say we're the best in the genre, but you know what? Like, Chris punching a boulder, and remember guys, there was a canceled version of Resident Evil 7. We were supposed to get Resident Evil 7 like 3 years earlier, approximately, and the lead director for it canned it, citing Chris punching the boulder as the reason of saying this is not the direction it should go. And you might not like Resident Evil 7 either. That's fine. It's fine. You know what Resident Evil 7 did? Gave us the RE engine. It brought the horror back into survival horror and made you feel like you were surviving. And if you didn't like it, cool. It's what paved the way to give the money to a project like Resident Evil 2 Remake, which everyone seems to like, so cool. If you don't like Resident Evil 7, appreciate what it did for the genre and for what it did for Capcom. So, like, but where the hell is this treasure? Oh yeah, I have to do this. Yep, that was when I found that out, that pissed me off. I remember the first time I ever played this game, I played it, and by the end of it, I had a jeweled crown that I had held on to for almost the entire game, not knowing how to finish the jeweled crown. I had played the entire game holding on to the elegant mask, and I had held on to it, not selling it because I figured eventually I'd find the red gem. And then I did find another red gem because there is another elegant mask in the game. And then I held on to that one. And then my second playthrough, when I found both treasures and found out that to finish this mask, you actually have to go to both ones. That made me mad. That made me mad. That was an actual maddening part for me for this game. That was like a big no-no. Like, that's like getting into unforgivable sin territory. I've played SNES classics. I used to have a retro night every Monday. I can bring that back. I have the SNES Classic that can plug up easily through HDMI, and I've got my SNES right there with all the adapter cables to be able to stream it and play it with you guys and record stuff from it. And even on this channel, I have played SNES games early on, and people just didn't take a liking to it. So anyway, what did they do right about this area? Of course, the whole makeup of it is more condensed, confined. You have the fog, the enemies pour out at you from right here. You didn't quite expect it. You have to deal with Ashley during all of it. It's not quite a chasing. What's wrong with it? If I can put the controller down and feel safe like I can make a sandwich, then the theme is wrong. If it's survival horror, I should be horrified. I should have a little bit of anxiety. I shouldn't feel comfortable with where I am. So why the hell can I put the controller down to know I'm safe? They got that wrong. Hey, Lizzie. Yep, exactly, K-Heaven. On your first playthrough, you're not going to want to risk it. On your second one, if you do risk it, it all of a sudden kind of is like a frustrating thing. When it should be really, like, it should feel like more, like, I don't know, when you solve a puzzle or figure something out, it should be like the aha moment where you feel good about what you've done. And figuring out to finish up that mask, you gotta do both parts, never felt like an aha. You know what would have made it feel like that? Okay, let's just spitball one real quick, like, fix for that. What if in that note, they just mentioned, like, you know that fuzzy picture that shows, like, the two paths, and, like, the El Gigante, and, like, the two, like, twin sisters with, like, the, whatever, like, the things. What if they showed somehow in that picture, or somehow hinted in the documents, but mostly in the picture, that there's an item in the background that's similar in both of them. And if you look really closely, you realize, oh shit, I've got this mask, I've got one thing in it, and the thing I've been looking for to finish up this mask is on this document, and it's on both paths. And if I were an attentive player, instead of having to play one time through, hold on to something for forever, and have no idea that I missed it so far back because I just had to make a choice, me, the attentive player, realizes, oh, aha! If I can figure out how to get in there, get the item, get back out, and get to the other place, and if I can spare all the ammo and not get Ashley killed, I can get that mask. And it's like, boom! I got it! Goo! Like, there would be something behind it. But instead having to go to a second playthrough and you're like, I guess I can do both. It's like, oh, that's where it was? Like, then it's just kind of like a, oh, well, that's where it was, I guess. Like, that's not the feeling you should get after you figure something out. Like, there should be a reward feeling. Exactly, rewarded for reading between the lines feels good. Exactly, couldn't have put it better, Zach Randall. Like, yes, there you go. So now I'm gonna sell that mask. With his eyes getting progressively more red.
Welcome. Got a selection.
Yep.
Good. What are you?
Yeah, it means that I become OP for the rest of this playthrough. I am officially OP. We know this. We're just going to accept it.
Thank you.
But it's gonna let me try to get through more and more of the game, because the more of the game I get through, the more I get to talk about it. And I really doubt that I'm gonna be able to, like, do exactly what I'd like to. Oh wait, tune up.
What are you buying? Is that all, stranger?
How much? Holy shit, this thing is OP. I have never fully upgraded the broken butterfly. Oh my dad. Holy shit, everything is about to die real fast if it gets in my way. If it's big and scary, it's gonna die really fast now. Whoa. Wow. Okay. What? I thought there was another treasure, like, down there. Oh, it's a save point. Alright, I really didn't ever realize that the broken butterfly was that powerful, so forgive me if I'm in a little awe of myself when I get to some of these parts and I'm just like, what the... Like, because I'm still gonna try to collect money so I can have all the unlocks and then blah blah blah, just have one file that I can go back to and have fun with every now and then. Village's Last Defense. Like, I love, like, being able to read, but, like, they're leaving you things like you can... You know Luis is still out there and things like that. We'll Cesar hunt for Luis and ambush the two Americans. So you get in, you know you're getting into something you need to build up for, and blah 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 blah. Like I like that they do things like that. I mean, okay, while I run, let's have a quick talk about theming. People don't take theming seriously enough. But everybody knows what it is. They just didn't realize that they knew what it was. You hear that the music just changed because I was in, like, a safe room type deal? You hear that? Well, that was theming. As in theme music. You know the theme song. Everybody knows the Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 3 save room music. You didn't realize, probably, that you actually know theming better than you think you do. Every single time people go, I'm like, they get all nostalgic over all those kind of things. what they're doing is they're pointing out a through line, something that is consistent, something that reminds them that there is right there a continuity between the story they're trying to tell and the game that you're playing. And every single time you enter that space, that safe space, all of a sudden the anxiety levels can drop. It is the safe room. It's theming. It's the through line that music equates to. Everything's great. By the way, every time if you shoot things over the shoulder for her, she gets all happy about it every time. Let me see if I can nail it. She goes like, yes. See that arm pump? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that arm pump. She got that arm pump going. She got to be doing that a lot. But a lot of people don't even realize how much they appreciate theming until they really delve into what they like about like some of their favorite games. So people are, you know how people discovered like the RE3 music and RE Resistance, and they got super like pumped. That was like their favorite part of Resistance, the beta, pretty much. Like, and then to discover like that you can hear it in the RE3 remake, you can hear the save music in the RE2 remake, like you can hear those things, like just that theme song of like oh, I didn't actually even see him. Just those little things are actually setting a tone. They're setting the stage. They're setting the stage at which you know what might or might not come next. It's theming. It is trying to tell a story. It's trying to show continuity through that story. Because every time you hear that music, you know what to expect. And now you're setting the stage for exactly what you're trying to do and what you're trying to push out to everyone else. So when I hear that music and I know I'm in a safe room, I can put down my controller. And it's 100% justified. Why? Because they've told me over and over, when I hear that music, I'm safe. I have to be safe when I hear that music. The music doesn't show up unless I am safe. So I get into a safe room, and the anxiety goes down from playing games like that. So even if you didn't really know that you were like an expert in being able to pick up thematic pieces in a game, you actually are an expert if you ever pretty much cheered the fact that the Resident Evil 3 remake brought back the save room music. You're actually really more adept at it than you even think. So theming is so important that people would have like boycotted if that theme song, that little jingle for being in a safe room wasn't there. If it wasn't going to be there, people would have had to hit like a bitch fit. But it was there. And it made people feel better. You guys are more experts on some of these game design elements than you even think. And so when I point them out, you should be able to immediately go beat me to the punch. You should be able to be like, oh yeah, totally. Like, of course. By the way, there's a treasure over here, so we go after it. Oh boy. I love that no music comes on for those encounters. I think that's the better way to go about it if you want to. Let's take this. Yellow cat's eye. Woo! And that means I'm only one off, right? Or combined. Wait. I have the beer stein. The guy up there alone might not know his buddies down there are dead. Oh, wait a second. Gotta catch Ashley. So anyway. Again, we're assuming that we don't know that Ashley is annoying. Remember, Ashley becoming annoying isn't quite yet in the game for most people. If you remember to your first playthrough, you probably remember when Ashley got annoying, and it's not quite yet. She's tedious sometimes, but, you know, she's just kind of like a side thing going on. It's like, you can take it, leave it. I don't know if she adds something. I don't know if she detracts anything. It's just, she exists. So...
What are you selling?
I mean, she exists. Her greatest asset at this point of time is that she exists. That is probably not what you want to hear. If like when you create a character and they're like, "Hey, what did you think about my character design? I just made this new character design. I've been working on it for a long while. What did you think about my character design?" Well, you know, what can I say about it? It exists. It exists. So, you know, I mean, you can't deny that it exists. So you really got that going for you. Yeah, you really, you know what? I'm gonna double down on it. It most certainly it exists. Yes, I'm no doubt. It's like, yeah, high praise. Woo woo.
Dad, put it in my mouth. Put it in my mouth. Please.
Your greatest assets are our assets. Everyone hashtag Richie for becoming a magician once again. I already pulled out the line once earlier. Pulling Luis. Anyway, speaking of theming and setting the stage, if you picked up the document, you realize you're running into the ambush right now. So I think that's great anticipation. That's great game design right here. You don't even need the dark and foreboding. You know that they're not taking care of Luis because they want to kick your ass right here, right now. So
you better stay outside. Ashley, go hide.
Yeah.
I have a lot of tips on canoeing, but I can't say right now. A lot. I've been down some class 4 and 5 in a canoe. I would down Grumps and okay, let's just watch it. Once again, Leon looking like he's powerless against him. By the way, that should have... Okay. Let's be honest, that should have killed Leon. So I hope that gets changed. That's a con that I always didn't like. That was like a barely con. But just give me a sec.
Hasta luego.
Oh boy. Love that design. It really fits in with the creepy things they're trying to do. I really do like that design. I need to get the yellow from upstairs. Isn't the yellow upstairs? Are you the yellow? Are you the green? I want yellow. It was all yellow. I'll talk about what I wow, I was too near the edge. Can't believe I did that. Whoops. I just don't like him when he's like swinging through the air with the greatest of ease. Oh, he made me feel backwards. I'm trying to find the yellow one real quick so I don't forget about it later. But anyway, just me a little bit of nitpicking. Indulge me for this one. Even when I was younger, the first thing I thought when Leon got his head smacked into like that 4x4 it looks like up there, or the joist that's right there in the rafters, the first thing I thought is he can't walk away from that. I know it's video game logic, but it really bothered me even when I was younger. It really, really bothered me. As in supremely bothered me enough that like I'm talking about it now, and it bothered me really badly back then too. It really bothered me. Can I say really bothered one more time? It really bothered me. Yes, it's easier to scan the room after you kill Mendez. Sometimes I forget after. I just care about this. I don't care about everything else. I forget to get that. And that yellow herb means that it's a full heal, which means 10,000. There we go. Now I'm back down on the ground, so I'll deal with Mendez now. Well, Lisa, thank you so much for being here and supporting. And he's dead. Wow, the broken butterfly is OP. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I only do that because I forget to grab it. And if you grab the wrong thing right there, then that quickly makes you go out of the building without grabbing everything else. I don't need everything else. Why am I still grabbing things like I need things? When I could put things down that fast. What I needed was this. That's what I was specifically looking for. So I could sell it. Not even so I could use it, just so I could sell it. Whatever. I don't even think I can use the shotgun later on. There'll be a time. I can sell this. Alright. Is it take this? There we go. Take that. I swore that it like immediately ejected you as soon as you touched that eye, but my bad. Can't get back after that. Hey, Jiggle Physics, how you doing? I'm sorry. Did I... You know what? Never mind. I'm not even gonna... Did I just realize that I don't know where a laser sight would be on the Broken Butterfly? But, okay. I mean, they have to have it for this era of games. I just realized that. I don't know why that never hit me. A petition? What's the petition? What is the petition? Make Haley a mod. Oh gosh. Alright, let's see. And talk to you.
Got a selection of good, but what are you selling?
I'm selling
Is
you.
that all strength? Is that all? Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Thank you.
You.
Ah. Thank you.
There we go. I'll free up some space. Alright. So, that fight with Mendez, pros and cons about it. It's a creative fight. That is a big-ass pro for that. I mean... Let's talk about Mendez's fight real quick as I'm running. That's a good fight. Mendez's fight was well thought out. And even if I don't like that they went to action for a lot of parts, that felt more like a Silent Hill-esque type of you're in a place that you have to fight something. And that felt kind of like Yawn, maybe from Resident Evil 1. Maybe it kind of felt like there's a few things that it kind of like, it feels like it takes vibes from, but Mendez is a very well thought out boss. I think I don't have much at all to say about him. Was that one of you? I think really that the boss fights are the proof that you can have somebody who loves action and you can have someone who loves horror work together, because it's obvious that they were going for body horror again, like they're doing like the disjointed and the heads exploding from the Las Plagas, from the villagers, and that you're getting these grotesque designs, and at the same time you're having to pretty much do something that could be construed as an action sequence, but it is survival and it is horrific, especially if that's your first time ever seeing it. And so, like, props where it's due. That fight was done correctly. That fight was done correctly. I mean, okay, I'm trying to think of a devil's advocate. I think I'm failing right now at doing devil's advocate for Mendez. Oh, wait. No, I got one. I got the one. It was the way the fight starts off. I would have rather seen like Leon incapacitated some other way than his head hit his spine, hit a joist. because to me, that is an injury that you're lucky if you're not like you got to choose. Do you want to be a quadriplegic or dead? Like, I don't know. Like, you're not walking away from it. You at least got a concussion. At best, you got lucky. You went limp. You've got a concussion, and you're dizzy as fuck seeing stars. That's the only thing I got for it. That's all. That's all. That's all I got for that fight. Otherwise, that is a quintessential Mendez's fight. There's nothing to be nitpicky about. It is what it is. It's done right. I would love if I could give any... God, this part terrifying me. I remember that. Like, running away from these guys, your natural reaction is to run. I remember when I used to not farm them at all for anything. Again, the music cuts out, the danger is gone. That's bad theming. The Plagas making Leon have more endurance. Nah. It would have to hatch. An egg sitting inside you, like, does swallowing a watermelon seed make you better at farming watermelon because it's inside you? Like, it raised your green thumb ability. Like, no, the thing inside you is not. It's not doing anything. That's probably a bad metaphor or simile or. I pretty much mailed it in, so that's like a facsimile. Like a fax, and then it's...
On the other side of the bridge.
Yeah.
I got it.
You take that one.
Okay.
Ready?
Hold on for what people are saying. Hold on.
Come on.
Yeah.
Because we're at the end of this. I believe that the egg simply being inside them makes them susceptible to Salazar, but once they hatch, Salazar can have complete control. Sadler. Fuck. That Sadler gets complete control when the egg hatches, but the eggs have not hatched yet. They're pretty much incubating like, they're getting bigger inside the egg. And they're gonna hatch, and when they I think that's what remember Salazar in the church, him saying, and when it hatches, I'll have complete control. So that to me says, if they're still if they have a functioning body, it hasn't hatched. It just means that they are partially changed because it's in them. Video game logic, cool. But the egg is not hatched. All right. I think there's a treasure. Or there's a box over here that gives some shit. I don't know why. I should just equip the shotgun from here on out. Oh, Snake! Hey, Snake actually got me for once. Oh, you gotta die. No. No. You don't get away with that. Give me a brown egg. Yeah, there we go. Oh, the snake made me jump. Oh, I love that. I took the box for granted, and I had to pay for that by jumping. And there's that. And a creepy guy behind. I don't think I have anything really to sell.
Welcome.
I think I just have enough that I gotta get rid of some
Got a
stuff.
selection of what are you selling?
I think I just gotta get rid of some. Do I have to get rid of some stuff? Like, let's just go ahead and get rid of. Like,
Is that all?
yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna go ape shit with the shotgun and the rifle ammo. Let's just we're gonna get more. It's fine.
Is that all, stranger?
It's totally fine. The
Thank
TMP
you.
will be used a lot. It's fine. Just so I can pick up more stuff later. It's fine. It's all fine. It's fine. There we go.
Is that all?
Cool.
Thank you. Come back time.
All right. So, in continuing this anxiety-induced... Okay, this is a good time for me to take a break. My watch has twice told me that my heart rate is just too high. Once again, I don't know how to describe to everyone how much this is mentally taxing to play the game, to give pros and cons, to try to be as objective as possible, to really try to make sure that I'm not telling people that it's a bad game. I'm just trying to show why, because I really see it from my perspective. I do live streams of Resident Evil games, or any game in general, but people come because of the Everyman's Guys, things like that. And then they ask me my opinion on it, and I give an opinion, and it feels so much like a surface answer. And then I can't show why I'd have that opinion. And then at the end of my Resident Evil 3 playthrough, I give everyone the ammunition they need by saying, I see Resident Evil 4 now being back on the docket for being redone, and this is the best way to go about it. I really didn't expect that it would, like, mentally, like, start frying me to try to play the game, think about what's happening right in front of me, the documents, you get every little bit of it, and try to narrate as I move forward. Like, I really didn't think about it like that. And I'm trying to do my best because, again, up to Salazar's Castle, there are more pros than cons to this game. This game is getting a lot of things right. So again, it kind of begs the question, what made it so they went to Resident Evil 5 being so action heavy and so far away from, like, survival horror? If I'm saying that this is a survival horror genre, and I like this game, and it is one of my top ones because of some nostalgia glasses and some because of what it gives you, then why is it that I say it's one of the best and one of the worst Resident Evil games, and it is up for a remake? Again, I say bipolar, but how do I explain that? The only way I can explain is by playing it. I could have done a static video, but you know how many people by now have put up their own review of whatever, and they've done it, they've put up like a 20 or 30 minute video on how Resident Evil got it right or wrong, Resident Evil 4, like what we do or don't want to see in Resident Evil 4. I'm tired of seeing those videos. So right now, we're doing a long play of it. I'm giving you step by step, the best I can do at that moment, critiques on the game, the design, the characters, the gameplay, the everything, how it all comes together, the theme, the through line, the continuity, the storytelling, everything, the presence that it sets, everything that they give you, and I'm trying to give a pro and con list to it and show why it might be up for a remake, and then maybe I'll do a 30-minute video, but then I'll have this to go back to say, if you want to see me break the game down the whole way through, you can do this, but my God, I need some ibuprofen and to stand, and, I really, this is more mentally taxing than doing things like no box, like 10,000 footstep challenge for Resident Evil 2 remake and things like that. This is harder than a lot of the challenges I've ever done. Just because I feel like I've just ran 3 marathons. It feels like I've run a oh God. Okay. I'll be right back. No one go anywhere. Don't go far. If anyone asks where I am, just say he needed to take a break because his brain is melting. And I'll be back. Just let me stretch. Let me drink a bottle of water. I'll drink this whole bottle of water. I gotta take a breather here, so. the room is that I'm in right now is very, very hot. So I just opened up the door to the office. I might have to go and close it. In an hour and 20 minutes, I'm gonna make a choice. And if you guys want to support this to be pretty much, okay, hear me out real quick. I'm very scared of doing this in two different parts. We're about to get to the part where there's starting to be like the pros and cons are on equal ground. And then after that, there are more cons than pros as we go on. And what I'm scared of is that if I break this into two parts, that if I stop the stream tonight without beating the entire game, which I know there's still a lot to cover. I'm basically at the halfway point, really, of trying to do a deep dive into this. I understand that. I do get that. But I'm afraid of stopping early. So I'm thinking that since I've already mentioned so many thematic things that I can pretty much, in this video, if I were to continue it through and through, I wouldn't have to keep repeating myself for those who watched it from beginning to end, who have been here. And if anyone watches it later, if they watch it from beginning to end, they won't think, like, they'll hear how I started it off. And so when I re-mention something again, like theming and setting with a sound stage, is setting up environmental aspects and things like that. When I start bringing up all of that, like, they already know what I'm talking about. So when I'm brushing past it, when it gets to that point, if my mind isn't melted, if you guys would like to support, then I'll keep going. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm really scared of breaking this into two parts, because I really think that people would come in on part 2, hear me saying more negatives than positives, and not realize that I basically have spent 5 hours saying how this game is a great game with a few flaws. And I don't know if that's what people took it as, but what I've basically done this whole time is said, this is a great game with a few flaws, and it feels a little jittery at times with like how they're theming it. So, like, do you see where I'm going? A recap in the next live stream, I don't know if it'll do. I don't know if that'll do it. And I do want to put this live pretty, like, immediately for people to be able to see, because I really think this is needed more. Like, I'm not trying to put myself up on any pedestal, and if I ever sound like I'm on a pedestal, go ahead and kick that shit down from out under me. I don't ever want to be put up on a pedestal. I'm just a normal human being, but I am trying to do something that I'm good at, which is a skill set of backing up, trying to take things in objectively, trying to separate myself outside of, trying to be outside of myself, almost at a point of dissociation, where I'm trying to say, I know this is what I like or grew up with, but at the same time, as much as I like it, objectively, what is right, what's wrong. I'm trying to take experience from now, not only my career, but having delved into a little bit of game design, no pro at it, of being able to go out and see, I have enough experience because of this channel of trying way more games than a lot of other people have tried. And I get to see what's right and wrong a lot of times. Like, I'm just trying to go at it a different way because I'm just tired of YouTube always being filled with negativity. And that's what I'm scared of if I break this into two parts, even if I recap. Because I don't want people to watch this and think it's just negative. It's not. It's not negative. It really isn't. I've spent 5 hours saying this is a great game with a few flaws, and warning people that eventually there'll be less pros and more cons as we get into the game. So if I break it up, I just feel like I'm going to feed into the negativity that's already permeated its way through YouTube. And I would like to feel like maybe, just maybe, I can help, even if I'm just like a pebble tossed into the ocean, that just my little ripple can help change the idea that maybe you can have a pros and cons list. You can come at something that's going to... RE4 Remake is going to be done. So why not break it down in its entirety? And instead of just either hating on the idea of the remake or saying what we do or don't want, or trying to put it up on a pedestal and saying it doesn't need to be done, or trying to say it does need, or whatever, just break it down into its basic parts, and then just, instead of adding negativity, just adding information into the discourse. Maybe some people can come away from this and have information, feeling like, yes, this is my favorite game, but I do understand. Yeah, I get it gets a little jittery with the theme. It gets a little jittery with how they kind of throw you into things. I can see how we're in a more realistic age. I can see how this could be done. I can see the musical cues are a little off. I can see this, that, and the other. But you know what? This is still my favorite game through and through. But if I break this stream up, people are going to hear me start being in Salazar. Salazar's Castle is when things start going downhill with theming. And this starts turning into action instead of survival horror. And I desperately don't want to be another negative voice on YouTube. So I'm feeling we're gonna bring this up probably in another hour, and if you guys show support, and one more thing, I should thank you guys one more time for some more support. I something came in the mail real. So for those of you guys that know that an electrical surge through my equipment, even though it was grounded and everything, blah blah blah, it screwed up some of my equipment. I know John Wheatley stood up to that immediately, and a lot of you guys did a donation train, and I really appreciate it. I want to show you that a second unit of this came in because I didn't realize that my main unit over there for recording was also partially damaged. Both of them are going back to Focusrite, but now they're both, once they're repaired, they're both going to be backup units. So I'm going to have 2 backup units. And actually, if the Go XLR ever went on sale and came back in stock, I'd have a Go XLR because I'd like the idea of being able to make my voice deeper and do different character voices, but not have to change my voice to be high pitched or whatever. But anyway, this is because of you guys. And I really do thank you guys for that. And I know I was irresponsible for not having backup equipment, and I know it's hard to balance a budget when this is your career. It's hard to figure out how much money you can spend. You guys have supported me so much. The only things I'm really missing is that I need to fix one of my 4-way 4K splitters that makes everything work. You guys already know that I found out one of those is busted, and I need one more backup mic. It doesn't have to be the best, and I think I'm done with having backup equipment to make sure that doesn't happen. Oh yeah, and one more battery backup. So I'm almost there, but I did want to thank you guys so much for supporting, even when you guys think that, it's hard to explain that sometimes I don't make as much as it looks. A lot of it goes back into the business, a third of it goes to taxes, and I never see it again. But, you know, things like this come up, or things like the tablet comes up, and you guys are there for me. And I really appreciate it. So, I just wanted to let you guys know that. I wanted to let you guys see that at the second unit's in. So both of my original Scarlets that now I realize both are damaged are going in for an RMA. They're a little behind. They already warned me in an email that everything on their end is behind because of what's going on in the world. But once the units get in and get fixed and get back, they'll be my official backup units. And then one more XLR mic later, and I ordered new cables. Cables that'll sit aside until they're needed, because I just didn't have. It was irresponsible of me to have a full-time business and not have these kind of things as back. I should have a backup. I should have something to fall back on, and that's just called being a professional. I apologize, and I thank you guys so much for supporting that. Supporting me so I can continue on even when I screw up. The last thing that I will be saving up for is what I'm looking into right there. If I have a webcam that can suffice if I blast light in here, and I could make it work, and that is a backup technically, but I don't have when we get into the 4K age of so basically this is a November goal. A camera that can keep up with me having to post videos in 4K all the time because of the new consoles coming out. My main camera over there can't do that. The best it can do is 1080p 30 frames a second. so it would look like crap and half the frame rate of anything. I'm just trying to say thank you guys, and I am putting. I'm not just saying, hey, if you support me, then you're supporting like the ether or whatnot. And what, like, here, this physical proof, it's in my hand. This is what you help support. So if my setup goes down again and shit goes wrong and it sounds like I'm a robot with a taser sparking your ears every time I try to speak, like, I've got a fix for it again. And once I get another battery backup here in this house, because I'm going to order another one probably after this stream, because I think I'll have enough after this stream maybe to order another one. If something happens with that power supply or the grounding or the wiring here, I'll immediately be able to switch it out and say tomorrow we'll just continue on. And I'm doing what I'm said I'll do. I'm trying. So thank you guys. All right. I had surge protectors, Melissa, and even I have my surge protector and battery backup. I made sure now that the APC unit that I have, I can ground it separately from the outlet. So it doesn't matter if the outlet is grounded properly, I can ground it separately, and that's a cool thing. Ooh, I need to let the alerts play real quick.
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care, because this is my art. And no— fuck!
Some people like to bring others down. We all understand what you're saying. This Steam is actually getting me to look at games better.
Well, thank you, Johnny Robinson. Everyone hashtag over there. Everyone hashtag. Thank you so much. And so anyway, we're gonna continue on. We're about to get into Salazar's castle. By the way, if there are any shields that I haven't said hi to, quickly send me that Navi hey, darkness hey emoji, and I can say hey really quick. But I'll start the clock in a second. So we're about to get into the castle. Now, when we come into the castle, I'm going to immediately point out a few things right now, and then I don't have to point them out over and over. This game hasn't emphasized long-range combat, so I'm not going to dock it for that. It's giving you a chance to try out your snipper rifle, but in doing so, it didn't really emphasize that it would be important. Luckily, hey there, Alexi. Luckily, in this coming part, they did something I think that is very, very smart. And I'm talking about it now because I know that there's a critique that'll come later, and I want to make sure that the pro to it comes first. So let me just say really quickly that when it comes to the part, if I forget to say it, because it'll be, I know I'll forget to say it. I probably will. When it comes to where you need to use the sniper rifle, because you're getting into the castle and whatnot, they do a good job of putting ammo there, giving you good sight lines, giving you enemies that are pretty much whack-a-mole, that are easy to hit, and then they give you long-range enemies. I think there's still something thematically wrong with that scene and that sequence of events, as I will say that there's a few things coming up wrong, but I think that's done incredibly correctly. Like that, you can't get about any more correct than that. To basically give a player a heads up of, here's ammo, you're gonna need it, and then give you a position where you can snipe safely, and then to basically tell you by doing that, hey, I hope that was good enough practice for you. You're gonna need it if you want to pass this next part easily. I think that is very good game design, and I want to make sure that that's pointed out in case because I think that my frustrations with that part and what I think they could have done a little better and tweaked might make me forget to point that out. So just pointing it out right now. Rusty Nails here. Rebecca's here. Hello. Hey. Oh, I thought I saw Navi, but right there. Well, hey, Haley is still here. Hi. Pockets, what's up? It has been a hot second. John Parker, hello there. Okay, so we're gonna get back into this. Again, we're pretending like Ashley, we don't know she's annoying. Because so far there's nothing in the game to really say she's annoying. Hey, Blake. So, let's just move on into the castle. This is where thematically there's a shift. And I hope you guys can see the shift immediately. Now they start off right. You hear that blah. It feels foreboding and it feels big. And if you're gonna do a horror game in a big open space, they do the first steps pretty correctly. I give mad props for this. Like giving you this, basically a warning that this is how it goes, and then like they're just gonna walk back and forth. And so that's how I take him down. And like it's like the other one doesn't even realize like what's going on. When they do. Don't prove me wrong. When they do, they many times then just run the long way, and then you can take them down. And so like this is a nice this is like what you're supposed to be doing. Like set it up. Thank you. This is what you're supposed to be doing. You set it up, and you let players know what's coming, and you give them a chance to really respond to their surroundings, and then you're basically telling them that's what's going on. So that's everything. Just great, cool. We good on that? Cool. All right. The thematic shift about right now, I think, is a little too jarring. I'm immediately gonna say that one, but I also give mad props for that. The first thing when you come around this corner, you give a sight line, and of course in that sight line you're gonna try to figure out how to stop that, and there's a red barrel right there. That is the game literally telling you, if you find the red barrel, you stop them immediately without having to snipe them. So that is again good game design. Good execution for all of that. Nothing bad to say. Only props to give. So. Ooh. Now, what they... Oh, God, I love a Princess Bride reference. I just caught that. So, the one thing I do not like about this area is that now you're getting used to telling, like, Ashley to stay or wait out of danger. And there's nothing to tell you that there are going to be enemies spawning behind you. Lo and behold, if you wait here long enough, enemies will spawn right there, come up and take Ashley. I think that's kind of a cheap shot of showing you when they probably should have basically forced Ashley to be taken by now. I think that it's not quite like we're close to him right now. In my opinion, if they had tackled this correctly, they would have put you in a position where Ashley basically would have been taken whether you liked it or not, so that you could get used to the idea. So that you could get used to the idea that you've got to watch out for Ashley and she can be taken. Because you've noticed so far none of them have touched me because I'm a little bit too OP. But it is possible to get this far with how much you've been able to let her hide without knowing that, you know, she can get caught. But you do know the wait command, so why not let her wait? And then you can get way up there, have her get caught, and by the time you even get down to her, it's too late. A pseudo tutorial. Not a real tutorial, but basically it forces her to be taken for a second and you gotta save her. And in a place that it gives ample time, like at the farm or something. Where like you go in there, you run in, she tries to run out, she's grabbed by someone, so you gotta shoot him in the back, and it's almost like a cutscene type thing, where it turns into a cutscene and then turns into you playing. That kind of deal, where you learn, oh, they can take her at any time, so you just can't tell her to wait around. I never quite liked that. But thematically, we're switching to the castle. We knew we were doing this. We knew it was coming. At least they get the mechanics right for this. If they're gonna give us this, then they're giving it to us properly. So I'll accept that. There's a point at which I don't accept it anymore, and you'll see when it is. Because it wasn't there a way to snipe that one dude's head from like here-ish? Can't I like... Yep. Yay, the yellow herb. Okay. And I don't even think the map has any treasure. I am literally around treasure, and it's probably behind the building because I'm a dumb. I'm a dum-dum. It's on the other side, isn't it? Yep. Okay. Been a hot second. Let's go ahead and, now that we've been trained to look for red barrels, we know that one's there. That's good game design. And now we know the most challenging of them, which actually isn't. I just didn't take the shot when I could have earlier. There's one other red barrel that I can get at, but I'm probably end up gonna... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I screwed the pooch. Well, whoops. I'll just take the shot. Are you kidding?
Oh, no.
Oh my god, Ashley! Leon didn't get hit, but Ashley did? Everyone forget that that just happened. Oh my god. Oh Jesus. Okay, that's new for me. Leon to be right on my ass. I'm not sure. Like I'm gonna need a. I'm gonna need a double check on that hitbox. I'm gonna need a verification. I'm gonna need outside verification. How did I not get touched, but Ashley did? When we're standing in like the same friggin' place. Whatever. Okay. There's only, and I forgot the other vantage point to even get that guy. So whatever. Oh yeah, and I always turn around and just get these guys. Usually I see him soon enough that I don't have to worry. It's too late. Wow. Ashley died verified. Actually, you know what? Strangely enough, it is canon. The second Ashley dies in your game, if your game can have a character that dies, it is canon that the character can die. It is canon that the story can end there. Isn't that a weird thing? It's not continuity, it's canonical. The ability for it to happen means it's canonical. For it to be the story that's being told is continuity. Two different terms. And many times people get, but yes, Ashley dying, since she just died, it is canon. Where the fuck are you two? Do I have to be further away for you to come around? Are you kidding? Okay, I just ran out of my way for no reason. Alright, I'll just deal with him then when I get there. Whatever. That was my fault. Are you kidding? No! Forget that this just happened. I'll pause the fucking clock. I am apparently getting a little tired. We'll just pretend those two things didn't happen. I'm just pausing the clock for a second. I might be getting a little tired for me to run out into the open. Wow. Oh. My God. My brain. It is melting. Cool. No, it's not difficulty that makes me hate this part. I'm actually surprised I'm not through it already. It's pretty simple. Like, the game teaches you red barrels, and as soon as you see red barrels, you know shoot red barrels. Hey there.
Gets back to full effect soon, brother. Also,
Aww.
you brought me playing Res 4. I think I might have to break that one out again. You have my little me who's about to be free and wipes. I will watching.
Hey!
Thank you and take care, bro.
Well, Kenneth, the missus, and little you, thank you for being here. And thank you so much, everyone. Hashtag over there. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. I really mentally need to get back in the game. All right. Part of me is kind of like a smidgen preoccupied with what I'm about to be doing. Like, for example, that now these jerks are behind me. So let me go take care of them. So because them coming later is annoying. Where are you? Come here! I'm talking to you. Yeah. Oh well, okay. Those guys I forget about, and then they come back to bite me in the ass. Or take Ashley. Now I can do the smart thing.
Wait.
Ashley waits, and I snipe. Ashley waits, and I. Okay, took a few shots. Ooh. Ashley waits. Ashley waits. Yes, fine. Use that my line. That was my fault. There we go. That should cover it.
Follow me.
You want to get over here, Ashley? Cool. Okay. Now that that's finished.
Well, this,
hey there.
Erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you. Thank you.
When I was young, I would yell what the enemies yell. Still hopefully when you're older, it is law. Always loved this game, but hated Ashley.
Oh yeah, we can all agree. Everyone hashtag over there, DelG. Thank you so much. We can all agree that Ashley is quite possibly not necessarily the most fun aspect of this game. Is that fair to say that Ashley might not be she's not the reason people picked it up. They didn't go, oh, you can escort Ashley around. That's really cool. I'm gonna buy this game. I think we all know that. So, even in me dying, let's recap here. We're about to, again, we're talking about theming, and I'll start the counter after that. So we're talking about theming. We're talking about a story through lines. Hey, Enderwoman.
It actually arouses me very much. Thank you.
No, it didn't. In a different universe, multiverse theories over there for Enderwoman 89. Thank you so much. So basically, what we've got here is, remember, I just praised this game before we got to this part on the boss that we fought and how really that there's been a through line that's paid off. There's the through line of the original village that we went to. Twice we realized that it wasn't a safe place, creating anxiety. We know that there's a detriment that the music stops most of the time when the enemies are dead. So I should never have point in time where the music tells me I can put the controller down without pausing and make a sandwich. So we know that. We know the through line paid off. They were paying a lot of attention. So that this third time we visited the village, it's raining. So now we've got a new thematrical kind of horror genre. The rain is creating a good elemental part of the elements, an element to the story of trying to make it sure it's survival horror. Ashley having to protect her. The enemies being more imposing because they can basically go all parasite the maxim on your ass. They're doing a lot of work here. So now when I mention all that, that's just a quick recap of like a lot of the pros they've done that they took a theme, they followed through, they had a good through line, they pushed hard for it, and there was a payoff for all of it. Even with the cons, most of it had a pro for the payoff, and we just had Mendez as a good boss fight. Then we're gonna go into the castle. Now there is a good way to have that theme continue, and we saw that they started it. We saw they started it the second they were crossing the bridge. They were being chased to be going into Salazar's keep in the first place. It wasn't by choice, they had to be here. And that's a good thematrical, because what it does, again, is a through line. They're basically running for their lives. There's no safety. They've been running, they've been chased, they've been having to go through this, that, and the other. There is no, and even on a level of like what Leon's trying to do, is very hard to protect. You just saw Ashley die twice. It's very hard to protect somebody when they're right next to you. It's easier to protect from afar than it is up close, because they can become a casualty really fast. So to have to run and everything makes sense. Like, everything makes sense, and even with a little bit more dialogue, it'd make even more sense. But without the dialogue, it makes sense. But then we get here, and then it gives us good game mechanics, and I really do like that. It really gives good game mechanics, but then we're gonna go through these doors. So the mechanics are on point, letting us know the red barrels are the way to go, are on point. The way that let us know that the sniper rifle was needed, on point. And then stuff is gonna happen. Oh yeah, I gotta do the whole... I'm an idiot. I'm not gonna unpause the timer yet because I'm an idiot. And then I'll unpause it. That seems a little... It is what it is. Again, though, once again, the same complaint that's happened before. The music should not stop. The tension shouldn't stop. And me knowing the music stopped means that the tension stopped. Again, I know right now all enemies must be dead. I could put down the controller and make a sandwich. Shouldn't happen. Should never ever happen in a game that's really supposed to be even action, much less suspense, tension, horror, survival. You shouldn't ever feel like you're safe enough unless you are specifically thematically like a theme song in a safe room. Like, unless you know you should be safe, you should not ever feel safe. End of discussion. Full stop right there.
Is that old? Is that old? Thank you. Is that old? Come back anytime.
So,
Leon, where's your current location?
We decided to lay low in a castle, but it looks like it was a bad move.
Meaning?
Well, it appears that this castle's also connected with the Los Illuminados. They must not get many visitors here, because they're giving me one hell of a welcome.
Sounds bad. I have an idea, Leon. I need you to...
What? Repeat, Hunnigan. Great. Just my luck.
okay. So now we've got another chance for this game to really show us what we're getting into new. And it gives us shotgun shells. Props for that. as soon as you get the shotgun shells, it's obvious that maybe the shotgun is your best weapon, and being in close quarters, that's a good bet. So you've got a chance right now to back out, upgrade a shotgun. Good. That's good game design. Okay, so we've got good game design going on. We've got an environment that seems to be very well realized, fleshed out. We've got a few things going for it here. Oh, come on. And now we got a new monster. If I didn't have an OP shotgun, we have a new way for them to come out. Those ones don't appear all that much until the castle. So that, you know, is a nice scary added bonus. So we've got some things going on. That's correct. I need to go down and kill the one that's in the bottom so they stop coming up. Come on. Oh, shut up. All right. It doesn't have to be dark to be tension. Again, I don't like that the music stops to stop the tension, but I'm gonna be a broken record about that. I don't like that the music is really giving you a cue of when you're safe or not. But yeah, it doesn't have to be dark. It's a cramped space. They really did. This is a fully realized space of what this encounter was gonna be, and it gave you a heads up. So that's all great game design. Nothing to complain about that. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel like you're doing the right thing. Makes you feel like after you beat it, you took the right approach. That's exactly what a game should be doing. So we got all those check marks. And we really don't have any cons for this little area. Except we're about to see some things that, like, this isn't a puzzle. This is asinine. This is shallow and pedantic. This is switching swords around. I understand. We're in a castle. New mechanics, new puzzles. The puzzles are a little weak. Especially from here on out. Anything that could be puzzling or even be something that... Not even a puzzle. Something that you just have to solve like a normal switch. There's no... It just feels like, okay, I'll just do this, I'll do this. And then it's just... Like, I mean, think about this. What if it were like something was describing and even just a third sword and like you pick up a document and you have to realize even the order to put them in. And now there's the guy down there that's sending wave after wave. And you're fighting and you're trying to figure it all out. And then you realize maybe if you kill the head honcho. And then after that, there's still a little bit of a puzzle where you're deciphering something cryptic because this is a castle. So why not have to decipher something cryptic? And then you decipher that and whatnot, and you figure out how to open the door because of that. Just give me a puzzle, but don't give me something that's really just... You gated me off when all you could have done is just made me beat all the guys in there. Or you could have made me press a button downstairs to open something upstairs. You made me pick up an item that felt special for 2 seconds and then it's gone. It has no purpose. It's just... Like, what's going on? I don't know. Like, that just felt weird. It feels weird. I nitpick at those little things because when things start feeling just naturally weird, then it starts breaking immersion. And immersion is so freaking important for everything that's about to come up from here on out.
Leon!
Louis.
I've got something for you guys. What? Oh, shit! I must have dropped it when I was running away from them.
Dropped what?
A drug that'll stop your convulsions. Look, I know you're carriers. You've been coughing up blood, right?
Yeah.
And you?
Yes.
Damn it! The eggs have hatched. We don't have much time.
Oh, eggs have hatched!
I have to go back and get it.
Let me come with you.
No. You stay here with Leon. He's better with the ladies. I'm sure.
So I was wrong about that.
Why are you...
It makes me feel better. Let's just leave it at that.
Ooh. So that, I think, was good characterization of Luis, given that you get 7 different documents that really explain him. I think this little encounter is deceptively good. If I weren't OP, it would be like I would tactically be figuring out how to get them around that exploding barrel. But I am a little OP, and I realize this. How many shotgun shells do I have left? 5? Cool. Oh, I need them for the that's kind of lingus. I know that for the shield people. But if I weren't so OP, I'd be trying to figure that out real quick. Nut shot always kills because, wow, it put me down. I think there's one left in here that doesn't make a noise. Oh, they all came out. That's boo. So Luis, I think I think a modern audience doesn't like reading as much as like the days of like when Silent Hill came out. And I think basically, okay, so I'm gonna make a basis off of a different game. Hear me out. You know how many people say that the Dark Souls story is so cryptic, yet they give you the whole damn story and all the items? So many people miss out. I'm talking about Dark Souls, so I figured that was worth a pause for a second. So many people complain that Dark Souls story is just so and it is. It's actually a mystery to put together, but it's a fun mystery. But what it requires is that when you get an item in Dark Souls or Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 2, that you actually read the item description. Maybe make notes of it, maybe you have a good memory, but all the item descriptions are actually telling you the story of Dark Souls. And I think that's a more modern game, and yet a lot of people really play Dark Souls on a very surface level. They just don't get the underlying story. And I think that really, to me, shows that we're getting out of an age where people want to, like, read documents as much. They want to hear kind of the exposition or, like, kind of like something going on. They want a cutscene. They want these things. When they get their information, they don't want to flip through page. Like, how many of you guys have actually, like in RE2 and RE3, read every page of all of the pickups, especially RE3? Because some of those, the things that you pick up, some of the notes just don't feel like they matter all that much. But I've read them all, and I realized the last time I asked that question, most people said they had not read them all. I feel that Luis is actually characterized very well in this game. That you realize very early on he's lying and that he's basically turned traitor on these guys. It's spelled out though in the documents, and a lot of people miss that. And one of the critiques I hear about this game is that Luis could be fleshed out better. But Luis is actually pretty well realized as far as this version is concerned. In a remake, I would say for a more modern audience, we would need to take some of those things out of the documents or tell you basically that there's something you're missing. Like to give you half the story and make you wonder what the other half is, so that if you get a document that says Luis on top of it, you want to read it because you know you're missing part of the story. So like you hear this exposition and it like throws up a red flag that's obvious because he's telling like half a story, but something happens and goes on and he runs off. And you get that something's happening, but most people aren't going to read the documents anymore. I think in a remake, instead, we need to hear a little bit more. We need to get kind of like the beginning, kind of assumes you know a lot more than you do, or that you make a big leaps and assumptions of logic that you shouldn't have to make. A remake should probably start talking it out a bit more fluid. Their interactions are a little stale. So, but I mean, for this era, their interactions are not stale at all. For a 2005 game, as compared to Resident Evil 3, 2, and 1, holy shit, their interactions are not stale. It's really good voice acting. Don't get me wrong. I just think a lot of people complain Luis could be done better, and he's done just fine if you read. Kind of. There's a tiny asterisk to that. There's a tiny asterisk to that. Tiny asterisk to that. All right, let's move on. RE2 and RE3 remakes are pretty deep, actually. They're deeper than people are getting credit for, but I'm not getting on that subject because I said I wanted to basically focus in on this, and I gave reasons why I would not be bringing up other videos like that or other games at the very beginning. I'll bring it back up as we get toward the end when my criticism get harsh. I'll bring back up why I'm staying away from the some of those games. But I really have to focus, otherwise if I go on tangents I'll never get through this, never get it done. At least to the point of that would make me feel like I actually contributed rather than was just another random rambling voice in the void. I would really like to think that this video and maybe a static video on the Everyman's opinion or the Everyman's analysis actually would be called the Everyman's analysis. That's why it's going to be pretty easy for me to make that tomorrow. That I hope I'm contributing to the idea of a thoughtful discourse online, and so I really don't want to like bring up other games into it that could throw people off really fast. I think that would just bring a bit of animosity and toxicity into it, when we could have a really adult and mature conversation about this game with pros and cons, whether this is your favorite game of all time or the most hated. I think it's very possible, and I want to try to steer that direction as much as possible. So that's why I'm going to be avoiding. That's why I use Dark Souls as a reason why dialogue is needed a bit more. Dark Souls is a good. It's analogous to why dialogue supports story, and why a game like a survival horror. Get this, most survival horror games need a story behind it. You need to know why you're surviving. I mean, why not give up and die? There's a pandemic, but what are you invested in? Why are you invested in the character surviving? I mean, even in Left 4 Dead, like the quintessential started like being an asymmetric kind of deal where there's like, for that kind of survival, they even had stories kind of about their banter, gave you like a feeling of person, like you got connected to the characters because there was something to connect to. So, you know, there's something there, and you held on to that, and you played the game not only because it was fun, but because there was a connection. And I don't want people to get disconnected because they start tangenting on the other games. We're just going to try to stick to this one, and I'll only reference the other ones when I have to. That's kind of how I'm going to look at it. All right. So, if this is my first time playing, I would not be critical of this scene here. By my second time playing, there is a critique. There's a pro and a con to this. So let's break it down as it comes up, all right? Let's run forward.
I was starting to wonder when you might notice us.
Who are you?
Me llamo Ramon Salazar, the 8th Castellan of this magnificent architecture. I have been honored with the
Good night, BJ.
prodigious power from the great Lord Sadler. I've been expecting you, my brethrens.
No thanks, bro.
My, we've got a feisty one. If you care for your own well-being, I suggest you surrender yourself and simply become our hostage. Or Mr. Scott, you can give us the girl because you're not worth a penny, I'm afraid. You can die.
I'm never turning into one of them. Never.
Got that right. We'll find a cure.
Okay. It sets at least who Salazar is. At least it introduces you to Salazar. So, you know, putting him up on that balcony, there is no such thing as like... Basically, what they could have done with this was the idea that Salazar is the gatekeeper to the a cure. And I think that's what they were going for with that dialogue, as in, we need to get past Salazar because we never want to turn into one of them. So I think him talking, like grandstanding from up there is good. It really separates you from him enough, and he's got 2 bodyguards and you don't know what they are. And to keep that ambiguity while you also are playing does kind of set the stage of like, you just entered a new phase of this game. And I'm not even gonna dock the dialogue. The con to all of this is that, you know, I'm already starting to get like continuity whiplash for it feels like they traded hands again. Did anyone else catch that Leon isn't worth a damn, yet his Salazar is apparently unaware that Sadler kind of wants Leon to be infected. Like, not worth a damn? No, Sadler looks like he's kind of sitting on it. So where is it coming down? I know the note said he's become a threat and we have to stop him. But at this point, are we really stopping? Are we really getting the note? It was never fleshed out whether that note was from Sadler or if it was from Mendez that he's become a threat. And then Salazar is telling us, but Sadler is making it sound like we're just gonna lose. And I believe from here on out, Sadler doesn't really talk about as if he's trying to defeat Leon. He's just gonna say, you're gonna lose. As if... So, I mean, story-wise, I'm already... This is like the first case of like, in the second playthrough, I'm like, are you sure? Are you sure that's how you want to treat it? I mean, I know Ashley's important, but are you sure that's how you're gonna treat it? I mean, if you're sure, but... Like... I just felt like it was like, it just felt like the first time I played it didn't feel off. Second time I played it, just like a tinge of feeling off, and I couldn't put my finger on it. You know what I'm talking about? That feeling, like, you know it's kind of off, but you don't know why. Like, and then after really looking at it, I was just like, I'm kind of confused on the continuity of what's going on right now, and I didn't realize I'd ever be confused. So I guess, like, it could have been cleared up a little bit more in notes, or it could have been cleared up a little bit more with that dialogue. But oh well, it wasn't, so let's just move on. It at least sets the stage that we are in a castle. It's a different environment, and this environment can be great. In fact, we're about to see one of the big pros of something like this. Rewarding for exploration. In a castle that's so cramped, to be able to check a painting and realize that you get actual gold, I mean, that is good. Rewarding you for actually checking out your surroundings instead of assuming that everything is just whatever you assumed. Like, that's great. Love it, love it, love it. So we're getting still some more pros in here, and then we get, is this a time where I can already bait them to that thing, or do we have to wait? I have to put out the fire first. And then we got... So we got Capture Luis, and people don't usually, like, read a lot of this. Like, we will... And then, like I just said, we will get the other 2 Americans after we apprehend Sarah. It appears he took some vaccines when he stole our sample. The vaccine can do without, but we must retrieve the sample for our lifeblood. I feel there is somebody else or some other group involved in this whole affair. If the sample were to get into the hands of the other entity... The world which we seek to create will not come. We must apprehend Sarah as quickly as possible. Okay. This note proves what I'm talking about, the whiplash, and this is another part. Now, we will get the other 2 Americans could be referring to Ada. It could. However, they just said, I feel there is somebody else or some other group involved in this whole affair. So that leads me to believe it's not. So it seems like what should be happening is that we're going to detain, like, we'll get the other 2 Americans, we'll get as in detained, but now, like, I'm not worth a damn as, like, it's like, I get it, but I don't, like, I want to get it, I do. And I know it sounds nitpicky, but I'm trying to show you my through line of what I'm trying to show. every time this game starts having a little dissonance between what it says it was going to do and then what it ends up doing, just removes you from the game a step back. And the more steps back you're removed from the game, the closer you get to seeing the game as having maybe, if it's your favorite game ever, maybe a few flaws that might warrant a remake. Oh, I forgot. Nope, not that one. But if you're listening the way I'm trying to put it together, then you're about to see kind of how all of a sudden it stops being as many pros and it goes to cons. And it's because of these little things they build up. It's not just a sudden shift immediately. They build up and just feel inconsistent. And so all of a sudden now I know I'm in the castle. They set up the scene right, but now if I'm invested in the story, if I'm invested in the action, I don't give a shit about that. But if I'm a player that's invested in the story, I'm feeling something weird, but I can't put my finger on it. So, like, not quite sure where to peg that one. See where I'm getting at? Hope you do. I know the two Americans are Leon and President Daughter's girl. I get that. What I just basically said, that's why I can't read. This is why I have to do this without reading the comments exactly. What I'm saying is that Salazar basically said that he's not worth a damn, yet Sadler seems to think that he is an asset if he turns and is controlled. So who's right? The boss or the other guy? Oops, did I do that prematurely? I didn't read the deleted message. It wasn't deleted before I read it. It hadn't been deleted yet, so I saw it. I think this boss design, this idea, this guy is good. I really do. This blind guy that you have to actually okay. I like puzzles in my enemies. This was a puzzle in the form of an enemy, kind of like Dark Souls. I like this. You had to figure out how to beat him. Otherwise, when you get to this part, your first playthrough, he claws you up 3 ways from Sunday. I adore that right there. That is some good gameplay mechanics right there. Like, you have everything around you and you realize he's attracted to sound and there are bells there, but you're not quite sure. And if you figure it out, he stabs there and then you see the thing on his back. You don't know how to get to it. Now you have a way to utilize it, but you only get 2 shots. And after that, you have to like dodge around. That right there, that's great. Great. We got it. We got that. Okay, cool. That is a proper character design right there. Okay, are you guys gonna like? Yeah, I hit neither one. Well, that's just tits. Okay,
Follow me.
Come on and follow. I'm not gonna, you won't hear me faulting the AI really. Uh-oh. You won't hear me faulting older AI because, I mean, that's not fair. You'll hear, that was dumb on my part. I wonder if I can get hit again. I probably can. And then you finally use that other thing. Me first. Me first. And then the guy with dynamite right around the corner. Just gonna move away from him. Didn't know if he lit it yet, but I didn't want to be there if it was lit. Forgive me. Alright, so, you know, a lot of the things like how it's set up makes sense. This makes sense. It doesn't feel like action-packed. And they gave me a very good, loved it, monster. This is bullshit, what we're about to go through. This has, like, a few things that they... Alright, I won't be... Okay, let me dial it back a notch, and then let me explain myself, and then I'll play it. This right here is bad game design. I know this should happen. I know it can happen like this. I know that there aren't too many fixes. But this is proof that you can have a very good, beloved game. You could love the game, and you can know that there's something flawed with the game design, because there's two stages to this, and let's just talk about it. One, if you're low on weapons and ammunition, they ambush you. That's fine. Okay, you have to fight your way out. Cool. You have to figure everything out while you're doing it. Cool. Okay, I have to figure out that I might fail a few times. Failure is always an option. We can go through it. Then it gets repetitious, and then Ashley has to be put on the line while you have to snipe for her and take care of those guys, and they never really even... I mean, at this point, you might never even know that Ashley can be taken away, much less that you have to not hit her. Because if she's never been taken away from you and you've never tried to kill her, you don't know you can shoot her. So shooting her now is a new thing that possibly you've gotten to this point of the game, and it's a new mechanic they're throwing at you. It's a new scenario they're throwing at you. It feels action. This does not feel survival. Like, it feels like you're outnumbered, but it feels like this is an action sequence because they're holding shields with a mace. And it just breaks from what we've gotten. Does it make sense for the scenery? Yes. Does it start breaking from the theming that they were building from? I mean, they got us into this castle by being chased from behind. So, of course, it's starting to break the theming. Now, here's the fix. But to unbreak the theming, you have to make this such a... There's got to be more meaning to it than just to get to point A to point B. And this is where it fails. This feels like a pain in the ass because it just feels like a chore. You gotta do it, and then you get to the next part of the game. You should not have a part of a game that feels like it's just a chore, and then you get to the next part of the game. So anything to give it relevance, meaning, something more, you gain something more from it. Maybe there's a secret you can find. Maybe there's even a way around it, a different way to approach it, other than like trapping yourself in the bottom room and shooting whoever comes through. Maybe like, you know how Ashley throws the vases? Maybe she can help you in this. She can be a helpful NPC. Stun them so you can hit them or something like that. She can bait them or something. This is when Ashley starts becoming a nuisance. This is where Ashley starts becoming a nuisance, and you realize it because of some of the things I just said. This is just action for action's sake, and it makes no sense for what they were trying to build. It just doesn't. It's just, we already got this in the village. We just downplayed, but we got the chainsaw guy, so I guess we got a hardware. We've gotten this before. We're just getting it now in the castle. It doesn't, no, I reject it. I reject this, and I'd like to substitute a reality where they got a little bit more creative with how they were gonna give us a multiple enemy situation that made it feel less like a chore and more like an achievement. This is a big con, and I'm going to struggle as I do this. I'm going to struggle to think as hard as I can to a pro to it, just so people can say can't say I'm just shitting on it for no reason. I'm gonna try to pick out something that is actually done correctly in this. I'm gonna go out of my way to try to find it. We're gonna start doing this. I'm gonna blast through people. I have the ability to at least blast through them OP style. Like, at least I got that going for me. But... oh, Jesus. Ashley, don't you dare. I get... okay. Oh. So there's the idea that... I guess you can approach this a different way. I guess most people know this trick. I guess most people who have ever played this game have used this trick, where they basically just barricade themselves in this room and mow them down. And I guess that is that's to give you multiple options. That is a pro. So I guess you could say that multiple people have done this before. Again, I don't think in a situation like this you should necessarily corner yourself as the option, because then it means you left all other options off the table. So why do they even have that built-out environment if you go off and do this? So, like, okay, for example, a lot of you who are watching, you've done exactly what I'm doing right now. You've come into this room, you've waited for them. And this is how you played the part. You know you did it. So why even flesh out everything above ground? If the design is so bad that above ground with the people shooting at you and everyone doing it is just such a pain that you come and you force yourself into a corner and then you play waiting. I now have to wait. Waiting is the bane of game progression and fun. Now I've got to wait? Are you shitting me? My choice was then to take an option that makes me wait. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? That should even make people who love this game pissed off right there. My options are to either deal with the overworld bullshit of having to snipe two guys while you have a bunch of them running at you. And if you snipe them, then it gets a lot easier, and then you can just run circles. Or you trap yourself down here, and you just wait. And eventually they'll come down here. And they'll drop down even in this thing, too. But you just wait. So either your choices are being good enough at the game to get the two archers so they don't just plink you off, and you run and gun, which you get to then experience the environment. Or if you're, I don't know, every person that was new at the game at some point, you figure out that you run away long enough, you come down here eventually, you realize that you can put your back to a wall, you hope you have enough ammunition, and the only reason you go back up is if you start running low, and the only reason you ran upstairs in the first place was possibly to get more ammunition so that you could get back down here. And then they go off and put shotgun shells and things down here to encourage you to do this. Like, wait. That doesn't really feel like player agency to me, does it? Because I just had to do that to get this done. So eventually you do have to go down there, and you do figure out that you can just stay down there. So even by the game's own mechanics, you might on accident figure out that you can just hang out down here until it's all good to go. But I said I was going to find a pro, and I keep my word. I will find a pro in this segment. By God, we will find a pro to this segment. Hey, dude. You got one popping out of your head, or are you? Oh. Hey, Chris Batista. Ooh. Thinking of a pro. I swear to God, I'm gonna think of a pro to this. Something that's beneficial. That this adds to the game. A way this adds to the game. I'm gonna think of one. Because I'm playing it the typical way anyone would play it. Try to get through the shields, try to snipe off the guys. Wait. Did I tell you to wait in the right place? Wait. So you can have her wait after you have enough time up here, which does give you more options for how you tackle all of this. You don't have much time.
Follow me.
And then you have to have Ashley do this crank, which is basically protecting her. God, I'm thinking hard, guys. I'm gonna keep my word. I'm gonna come out with a positive too. Oh, this. That's just bad. If you do that as Leon and you turn the crank as Leon because you're confident everything is gone and you do not tell Ashley to stay, they come at you so fast that it is bull. Most people don't do that, but looky here, I was one of the people that actually just did it as me because I figured I could tap the button faster than Ashley would get finished with it, and it cost me the game. Like, she got killed really fast. So...
Look, there's a crank over there.
Yep, there's the crank over there. There is. Give me a few to think of my pro for this one. Just please work with me here. This part is not good. This is not necessarily the pinnacle of this game's, like, goodness. Alright, oh! You know what? I do have a pro for this section. You know how I've been complaining that the music keeps cutting away and you don't know if the danger is still there? I haven't boosted her up and I don't think any more enemies can spawn at the current time, but the music, the thematic music in the background that is telling me to be on high alert because shit is happening is still playing. They remembered to keep it playing to keep the tension going. Told you I could think of something if I put my mind to it. I put my mind to it. I thought of something. Something this section does correctly. I was criticizing the music disappearing, yep, and this one it didn't disappear, yep. Yep, that counts for something. That sure as hell counts for something.
Well, this is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you. Thank you.
No nostalgia guys here. I play RE4 for the first time this week. I agree with pretty much everything you said so far. It's late, so are you heading out? Well, James, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for supporting. I'm glad somebody with no nostalgia glasses is watching this and getting something out of it. Ruin hashtag James, thank you.
Watch out for me.
This is ridiculous. If I didn't have the upgraded sniper rifle, we all know that this would be going a lot worse. We all know this. Everyone who's ever played this section knows this section is BS. Your first playthrough is horrible. It's nightmare. You have flashbacks, PTSD from this. Everyone knows this. Everyone can agree, I think, pretty conclusively. I think we all know this. That it is such a pain to try to protect yourself and her at the same time, and it feels so out of place, and it does truly feel like you should know better around an action game than you should a survival horror game. Like, I know you're helping her to survive to do this, but it just, thematically, it doesn't fit. And so, while on an action game, this part would work, on a survival horror, when they did so much work to make sure the theming was really going that direction, they just backtracked a little and turned it right back to action. So it's kind of like that. It's genre whiplash. That's the only way I can put it, really. It's genre whiplash. And that's all it really is. Is feeling like I was playing one game and then I just got stuck into another. And especially for those on their first playthrough, if it's your first playthrough and you're just upgrading the sniper rifle and you're just learning from the castle how important it can be, like, then your sniper rifle might take a shot or two, or you might have the bolt action or something like that. You might not know this is coming. You might not have the money to go back and fix it. It feels out of place. But we did figure out, through all of that, we did figure out conclusively that you hear that thumping, that heartbeat? All of this music, all of this ambiance has not gone away, even though the enemies are gone. That is something the rest of the game... No, there was another time that the ambience didn't go away, but the rest of the game is struggling with, like, trying to give you a heads up by putting music there and cutting it out the second there's no enemies. And I can put down my controller and walk away. There is no audio cue in this castle right here, right now, that lets me know I'm safe and I've got it. For all I know, they are still spawning, and I just don't know where they are. So, yeah, they did something right here that they did wrong in other parts of the game. Cool.
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care, because this is my art. And no, fuck!
When I was younger, the worm-like Plagas terrified me because of how they grabbed Leon's head for the kill gave me nightmares. Imagine my horror when RE3 Remake had the nemesis parasite zombies who would do a similar animation to Jill.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I can understand. Kishin, hello there, and everyone hashtag over there. Yeah, I can imagine the I mean, I don't want to imagine, but I can't imagine that being a little we'll say traumatic. I do need to keep a grenade from here on out. 2, I think, at least. Okay. Do I really have to explain why this is stupid? Do I really have to explain why this is actually a con of the game? Why this really breaks the immersion of the game? Do I really have to explain this one, or does everyone know what's about to come here? Does everyone know what's about to come? I mean, we get this, right? We know as a community, as people who have played this game, we get what's about to come. Why this is just... I mean, we get it, right? So when this plays out in a second, I don't need some long drawn out explanation. We all just get why this is just a con. I don't think there's any other treasure right here. I think there's some upstairs. Yeah, there's one upstairs that you have to get. Alright. And for the uninitiated, here we go. Let me just go ahead and pause alerts.
You all right?
I'm fine! Just leave me alone!
Ashley, wait! Ashley!
What's going on?
Don't worry, Ashley. I'm coming for you.
Do I even need to? I mean, does this require explanation? I mean, okay, first, what series of events has to transpire before somebody would fall into the perfect trap, which the spikes are not going to come up and accidentally kill the intended captured person, and then they are going to back themselves against a wall so perfectly that the iron grasp of the things that come out of the wall will not hurt them and will bind them to the wall. Things that later on you can shoot off of her. So basically, while people think guns are just so overpowered and you can do so much with them, you can shoot it with a pistol. If a 9mm can break it, here's a fact check for you. There's a chance that Ashley could have actually just on her own broken it. It's not all the way possible, but her basically shifting her body weight back and forth. It's just that a pistol or a rifle round, force equals mass times acceleration. Okay, the mass times acceleration, but it also, when you calculate force and then how it impacts something else, it's area of impact. And when you talk about area of impact, that's the only reason why you could justify that. So then, after you get the idea that there's a trap somehow set up just for Ashley to get into, and it's gonna block Leon off, assuming she's gonna run ahead of Leon instead of Leon running ahead of Ashley to check out things first. Oh. Why do I point this out one more time? Because what I'm trying to theme for you guys, the message I'm trying to cross, the through line that I'm trying to put out to you guys, as I have the continuity of why this game does deserve your attention for a remake, and that there are things, even if it's your favorite game, are scenes like this, and scenes that really make you question, what were they tripping on to think that that was going to pass by any gamers? That's absolutely something that you would find in a cheesy action game, but not in a survival horror. And then on top of that, you just took me another step out of the game. Are you serious? You just thematically built up a rain scene out of a church after I got Ashley to make sure it was murky, it was musty, I can't see, I know that they're all dangerous, they're sprouting shit out of their heads, the dogs can attack me, everything wants me dead, I'm trying to get Ashley somewhere, it all actually feels like survival horror, we're finally being chased places, there's a standoff. After a standoff, we're going down places where I still gotta protect. I gotta get through it. We get through all of that stuff. We finally get to a place where we're being chased even further in. We've got a place where we've got to figure out how to get through a door. We fight one of the best bosses like Mendez. After fighting Mendez, we get through a door. We're chased again. It still feels like survival horror. There's an anticipation. There's an anxiety that we're not going to do what's right. It leads us into the castle. The castle, okay, we get a good introduction to it. We even get the good mechanics for the sniper rifle. And then we're getting into it, and then there's a little bit of a disconnect happening, but you wouldn't see it at your first try, especially meeting Salazar. It's not going to be obvious, but when you start reading the files, it's kind of, you starting to see the disconnect. And then there's just thing after thing after thing kind of removes you. It takes you a step back. And then finally that happens, and you expect me to still be invested in a survival horror game when that shit happens. When I am so removed from the game going, what the fuck was that? That now I'm supposed to be sitting there. Yes, the more a game designer fucks up like that and basically removes you out of the element of being in the universe and instead questioning the universe, you should not be questioning it. You should be involved and immersed in it. Take out the immersion and you take out anything else you've been building up. Holy shit, that one pisses me off. That scene is just out and out. If this is your favorite game of all time, I'm assuming you're still agreeing with me on that one, that can just be knocked right the fuck out. God.
Hunnigan, what happened? The transmission got cut off. Salazar, how'd you...
We've jacked the line. We didn't want you telling everyone any unnecessary information.
Where's Ashley?
Ah, so she fell into one of our wonderful traps. We'll make sure we find her. Don't you worry about her. Oh yes, I let our miserable insects out for some exercise down in the sewer.
Thanks. That should keep me company, 'cause boredom kills me.
I look forward to our next encounter. In another life.
Okay. Well, now at least we don't have Ashley to bug us to death, so that's a pro. That has to amount to a pro, is what I'm gonna tell myself, and move on with life in general. Just gonna go ahead. It's a pro. Because by this point, even if it's your first time playing, Ashley might be grating your nerves, and now you don't have to worry about her. So there's a pro. I found one. Even in that bullshit scene, I found one. Okay. Now, here we go. The reason why that scene truly makes me mad is that the immersion, it removes you. It takes you a step back from the immersiveness of it when these insects are done so damn well. Like this, you hear those splashes? Did you hear that? It just ran up and you don't know what the fuck it is. Like anyone would come up to this and try to figure out what it is. And I think on my first playthrough, I did that. Like I tried to figure out like if there was something I missed or if there was something like right there. Like, all of a sudden, it's like the guy that does survival horror got a hold of the reins again and is like, no, I'll cover this section. And now, but you just did that shit to me. Now the immersion is broken, and I'm not really, like, I'm analyzing the game instead of being, like, immersed in the game. And then you give me something really good. Why? Why? Why would you do that to me? It's like, again, is genre whiplash. Can we just coin the term so we can so whenever I say it, we know what we're talking about? It's genre whiplash. The genre is action adventure that they're trying to go for sometimes, and sometimes this genre is like an action adventure shoot 'em, and sometimes this genre is actual survival horror. And it's your guess is as good as mine at which one you're gonna get at any point. And when they change it up like that, it feels like you just got like you need to be treated for that concussion that you just got because it whipped you around so hard your brain got bounced. It's Oh, by the way, someone brought up something important. Oh, there are two important things to bring up. One, a little less lighting and a little more ominous atmosphere in the game. I'm gonna give it credit for where credit's due, and I'm gonna turn it down because I gotta stop the timer and really ask you guys something. Yes, they could have done that. However, remember that the prevalence of CRT TVs was still very high when they made this game. So a lot of backlit TVs by cathode ray tubes meant that brightness, like lumens and luminescence, like the lux of, what's the proper term? Yes. Basically, hey.
It actually arouses me very much.
Hello there.
Thank you. American people. Thank you.
Daquan Gamble, thank you so much. And I turned down the volume a little bit on the background stuff. Basically, I understand why it's so brightly lit. It's to make sure that no matter if you were on a newer TV or if you still had a big like a big plasma which wasn't doing as well, or some of those projection back one that were really expensive were kind of still in at that time, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, 15 years ago, or if like they basically had to light this so that it would work on everything, and in that way it kind of lessens it. And also they're dealing with a newer kind of like shading. Any kind of shading actually is taxing to a system. So you notice Leon isn't like shaded as well, and I'm playing it even as the remastered version, but they could only do so much with what they gave themselves. So shading is really taxing to a system, like shadows, light, dark, all that kind of stuff. Being able to do anything that any ambient light sources, anything like that, particle effects, those all really, they're really taxing on resources. So I give the game a pass for that. But in a remake, you just pointed out something that could immediately make that feel better, which is lower the damn lights in the castle and make it more candlelit, if you will. I mean, we'll go with the game trope of like, how are the candles always lit? But you know, how is it lit? But and I know for some people, like, they might have never noticed these things until they're pointed out. I'm literally pointing these things out to show the pros and cons of why an RE4 remake might be just the thing we need. So but I mean, for what this game is, the atmosphere is actually great, and what we're in right now, the atmosphere is really good. Now, what I'm gonna say is this: if you guys want to see me try to get through this all in one night, if you want to see me just kind of try to get through, critique it as I go, do as much as possible, you've got 18 minutes to sound off. Otherwise, because what's going to happen is this: there's a chance that I'm going to exhaust myself enough that I can't stream tomorrow. I don't have my son this weekend. Basically, weekends I don't have my son are the weekends that my business depends on it. So if I really just marathon this shit, I need you guys' support for the idea that I might be sleeping in and then be too mentally taxed, too tired, too everything to stream very long tomorrow, if at all. If I stream tomorrow, maybe it'd only be like 3 hours maximum, and then I'm gone. And so basically what I'm saying is, if my problem with breaking the stream up is that if I break it up right now, people are going to start hearing a lot more cons than pros, because from here on out, we're about to play the last part that I think thematically fits with a survival horror game, and everything else is hit and miss. And so I think I would be adding too much negativity to break it up at this point. If you guys would support the idea that I'm gonna just marathon it through tonight and we'll just get it done, then that's. But if you guys aren't ready to even stay up, much less you don't want me to stay up, but you guys aren't willing to stay up, then don't support. That's how it's gonna go. So I'll just judge it by like what you guys do, and this is my job, so I'm sorry it has to come down to things like that, but I'll judge it by that, and then we'll all kind of see where I'm gonna go from there. See if there's enough that I can judge it to say, yeah, I can totally sleep in and possibly take a break from streaming on a Friday. We'll see. We'll see. Let's get back to it. But I really don't want to break this up, because the second half will sound so negative, and I don't want people to think that I'm looking at this negatively. I'm just trying to look at it with an analytical eye, and I don't want people to take it the wrong way. And breaking it up about right now is probably the best way. I'd get people to take it the worst way. I can continue. I've had to push through harder. I absolutely can continue. You're talking to a guy that used to work 6 jobs and at minimum 100 hours a week. I can push through.
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care, because this is my art. And no.
We have the sounding off. I didn't expect that one. Everyone #Psycho.
in my mouth! Put it in my mouth! Please!
Enderwoman's down for it. Everyone has like Enderwoman over there. I know that you're, again, music cut out when the danger's gone. I don't like that, but I love these monsters. Everyone hashtag Enderwoman. But this environment, everything right here is good. Thank you, Psycho, for that, at least. Even if I continue, thank you for sounding off to let me know that I can go get some rest. I mean, rest would be nice, but I also I'm really trying to. I could power through. I could. It would just mean that I might need to take tomorrow off and sleep in and stuff, and for that I need you guys' support. But I've worked 24 hours straight. That in my photography job, I used to work 24 hours straight on the regs. That was my Saturdays. Driving to somewhere, shooting the wedding, and then driving back. Oh yeah, I worked 24 hours straight all the time. Minimum, yeah. So I mean, I can power through. It's taxing. It's taxing enough that usually when I used to do that for weddings, what I would do the next day is sleep. A lot. Health is tops, which is why tomorrow I would need the ability to be able to take it off. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything that could potentially really damage my health. It's the idea of, if you want support, the idea that this keeps going. I need at least for my health's sake at that point, I need the ability to look at my finances and go, I can take tomorrow off. Or at least I can do only a 2 or 3 hour stream or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, I need that ability.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's do this, King.
Everyone hashtag low res. I do have a number in my head of how much it would take for me to at least not suffer, and then I could on Saturday work do a long ass stream. I do have a number in my head of like what it would take, and it would take me resting completely Friday and then having a long ass stream Saturday, and I'm willing to do that as an option, or a short stream on Friday and a normal stream on Saturday. I'm willing to do that too, but I know what I mean. I know my own finances. I know what would make it so I can't pay my mortgage, or I can't pay the bills, or I can't pay for like the backup equipment that I just ordered. So I got a number in my head, and we'll see. We got me clearing this out, but instead of talking business, let's talk this. I do like this. I like this area. I don't like that they cut out the music. I like these creatures. They're different. They let you see one of them. Salazar lets you know that it's coming, and then they have you fight them, and you can retreat from the first one you find, which is to me, very creative. It's good game design. I don't like that they cut off the music. You guys hear me say that a lot. So this, thematically though, puts me right back where I was before. Thematically, I'm back in like what they did with Sadler in the church, in the village, getting chased into the Salazar's castle and whatnot. Like, I'm back in there if I can withstand basically what, like, if I can overlook what took me out of the immersion, if I can get re-immersed from this section, then these are all pros. This area is a big pro to this game. It's different. It feels different. It feels, again, like you're surviving against some horror that you don't understand. And I think Resident Evil at its base is all about that. Surviving against a horror that you just don't understand. Like, you feel like you get it, and then you don't.
You know what? I don't even care, because this is my art. And no...
Let's do it, bro. I love your streams. They don't have much, but I'm always your mom.
Well, thank you, Beatrice. Wait, no, I saw Freak. I thought I saw Beatrice for a second. I am so sorry. Hey, Freak. I was about to say, Beatrice, you chat a lot. Nope. Everyone hashtag Freak over there. We got another Let's Do This. Why did I think it was B for a second? I don't know. Oh, I know why. The way because Rookie has the XXX surname. Yeah, it's the X's. Yep, Chad got it. It's the X's. I looked at the X's and made the wrong assumption. I sincerely apologize for that one. That was not my intention. I should have combined those two herbs. I don't know how I feel about body pillows, given that how many times I've been asked if I'm gonna do a body pillow.
Put it in my mouth! Put it in my mouth! Please! Oh.
Yeah. At least I only have one job now, so that makes it a little easier. Everyone hashtag Hell over there. Like, I should count my blessings every now and then. When I started this, when I tried to make this a viable, just all the time career, and I had to figure out ways to make ends meet, and my marriage was going down the shitter enough that I knew.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
I'll probably knock out soon, but I'm enjoying the commentary, critiques, and all.
Well, everyone hashtag Melissa. Yeah, I guess. Thank you so much, Melissa. I guess what I need to say. Blake, thank you so much. My new controller is on the way. Thank God, because this thing is gonna break any day. I should count my blessings and say that I appreciate you guys very much, and like I'm finally, when my marriage was going down the shitter, I got to actually get down one job after the other, got to go away, and finally this is my main job with one other kind of side job. Like, but this is my main job, and I have you guys to thank for that, and I do not take that for granted ever, because I don't want to go back to working 100 to 140 hour weeks with doing 6 different jobs. I don't want to go back to that, so I thank you guys so much. But with that in consideration, I can totally pull off an all-nighter. That's not a thing. It's just, I'm asking it. Yeah. I'm not taking things for granted. I'm just trying to make sure I'm dotting my T's and crossing my I's.
Thank you.
Chad bought the controller along.
Chad bought the controller? Well, thank you, Chad. Everyone hashtag Chad. You see how much I've not been able. You're laughing about it, don't stress. Oh, cool. You know what I was about to say. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. So let's move a little further into this. And thank you, Hungry Kitty. Let's move further into this. So I love that section. All it was the music cutting out. I loved what they did there. It really made you second guess yourself. I love that. Love it. Love it. Love it. Thematically. And then this happens. Why? Why? This isn't perilous. This is just time consuming. This doesn't ask skills of any sort of me. It just asks me to wait. Like, just why? And it takes me at the immersion again. The immersion again starts going out the window because of that. What? Like, why? You just gave me a dungeon with really neat monsters, and then you want me to just wait for swinging blades? Just why? Why are you gonna knock me out of the immersion again? Why? Why would it do it? I don't understand. I don't understand. Because And I almost understand, like, I almost get the feeling that we are literally seeing in this game 2 people arguing. Oh, this whole gathering. I literally get the feeling we're seeing 2 people arguing constantly. And they're constantly arguing about not enough action in horror sequences. And so what ends up happening is that we get something like that, and we get the sequence, and then all of a sudden, like, there wasn't enough, like, action to go along with it. So the other guy comes along and says, like, you got your horror, but like we can't keep doing that, like. And so, like, it feels almost like, you know, people fighting over, like, I want to play, and they jerk the controller out of each other's hands. That's what it feels like. Whoops. I had a better way to throw this to make it so that they would all burn. But I usually just sell all those anyway, so it doesn't matter. What's on my Steam wishlist? I'm not even sure at the moment. Thank you for asking, but I'm not. Yeah, they're basically playing a tug of war. And me as the player, I don't want to see a tug of war. I want to see the finished, you agreed upon project. And instead, I feel like I'm watching 2 kids fight over who gets to play next. When I play these parts of the games, especially. It just... You give me immersion and then you break it with something really just pedantic. Like, why? And it's a shame, really. Let's do this. It truly is, like, because we're about to, again, like, come up to some areas where I'm gonna give props and then immediately have to look like I'm dismissing the props. A repeating puzzle, I don't mind those at all. Even though it can feel like you get the timing right and still get it wrong, I don't mind a repeating because we've already experienced that, so there should be no confusion as to how that's done correctly. So we've got that going for us.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much.
Aww.
American people. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Jeremy. That covers controllers because both of them are pretty busted up by now. Everyone hashtag Jeremy. That covers Xbox and PS4. And technically computer, since my computer one is... No, I need to just get another PCP one. Isn't that a drug? I need to get some PCP. Don't at me, YouTube. Everyone hashtag Jeremy. Thank you so much. Alright, what do I offload? I said I'd stop the timer every time I dealt with him, so that gives you guys a little bit more time to let me know what the consensus is. What can I sell? That, and, cool. That's it.
Back anytime.
Talk.
What are you selling?
Selling 2 things. This incendiary grenade.
Thank you.
This.
I'll buy it.
Whoa, I have 2? Holy smokes. Okay, cool. I have a lot of those. A lot of those. Man, I'm gonna have that infinite rocket launcher on accident. Oh, green eyes. I don't even need all those green eyes either. Look at all those green eyes. All but one.
Is that old strange? Thank you.
And then the purple gem goes in the yellow. And then I got the Illuminatos pendant.
Thank you. What are you buying? What are you buying?
There's nothing for me to buy. Okay. So we're back at, and by the way, just to show, is it this? Nope, this is not the area I wanted to show. just to show before I turn the little bit of timer back on. I think this right here is actually kind of neat. Whether you like the shooting range or not, and whether you like the idea of like gaining like trophies, tokens, whatever, the little figurines and whatnot, whether you care or not about this, I like that it exists. Like, I like that this exists because, one, yes, target practice, and on top of that, after you just think about target practice, it's just a fun little side game if you want to do it. And they didn't have to include this. They could have just done it different ways, but they didn't. They include that, and I really think that's a cool thing, just to include something. Now, get this, though. They include a little side game in here, and it's like, oh, it's cool if you like it, and if you skip over it, it's whatever. They include, I don't know, side projects and other games that are just released, and everyone can't stop complaining. Not getting on that subject, I said I wouldn't. All right. Let me look at what's going on. Let's do this thing. I'm seeing a lot of people saying, let's do this thing. I gotta tell you right now, I'm a little shy of being able to do this thing. A little bit shy of being able to skip tomorrow. Not very much, but I am a little shy of it. At least be, if not skip tomorrow, be able to do a shortened stream tomorrow. I am. Oh boy. Okay. This is a. I honestly don't know how to give a pro or con as to what could be done better to this part. It just feels so wrong. Like, but it doesn't, it's not wrong for what it is, I guess. I guess is the right way for me to put that. Like, for what this is, it's not wrong, but, and technically it's a creative way, I guess, to go around putting a section like this in. And at the same time, it really does feel severely off. I don't know if anyone else has ever felt that way about this little area. Okay, Melissa's in. Everyone hashtag K Melissa. Thank you so much. Oh, I didn't shoot him fast enough. That was close. I forgot I was supposed to shoot the thing behind him. Yeah, he runs around. There's a way to kill him faster. Everyone hashtag K Melissa. Whew. And I'm run over here. And I'm running specifically to get a few things right now because I thought one of these was a health. Nope. Wrong about that. So this section, thematically, I think it serves its purpose. Mostly because of that running bastard that's going around. I think it serves a purpose. So I can't necessarily say that this is like a pro and or a con that we should look at.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
I'll take the timer. Now it's as we'll go as long as I can. And if you want to support, you can. There goes the timer. Everyone hashtag Johnny. Yep, that was. Oh boy. Liz, where is that? Where's that timer? Where is that? Where is the timer? Where'd it go? Everyone hashtag Johnny. Thank you so much. And I guess I'll just end this. The stream is max. I'll just type in it going as long as I can. Going as long as I can. There we go. That's what I'm changing that to. And save. Oh, okay. So with that, I can now concentrate on this and stop paying attention to clocks. Okay. This part, it serves its purpose, and mostly because of the guy running around. You don't see it coming. And I think that's kind of neat. I think it's different. I think it leans into action, yet for the setting, if I were to denounce this part, it would almost be like I would be denouncing things like Code Veronica also. And I don't want to get in that territory because Code Veronica, you could almost say, suffers from some of the same whiplash, but it was a predecessor that actually was trying to do a few new things with what it had. So you won't see me treading on that territory very easily. I think if I were thinking about this, they really just wanted a section where you had to feel like you had to progress through it and it wasn't just so straightforward. And I don't want to say it's padding time. It could be taken as padding time for sure, but I don't want to take it as padding time. If I can get a shot on him with this. Are you kidding? Got him. He dead? Did I get him enough? Ha! Gotcha. So there's a minigun that usually pops up. That is where I would consider this to be I don't know what I understand what they're going for and it's a challenge, but then again, you just saw that I was able to take the challenge on in a different way, which was defeat him before he was able to get over there. And that's a fulfilling feeling. So I don't know how to take this way because there's more than one way to defeat that part. So because you have the option for it, it makes me, again, giving players agency to choose how they want to play their own game. I feel like that section is partly justified. So I'll just go with that. It is what it is. They want you to go about it one way. There's a way to beat it, to get to it early before because if he gets to the turret, you gotta snipe him off the turret and whatnot. So there's a way to bypass that, and I think that's nice. So I don't know how to quite take it, even if it is more of an action-oriented. It doesn't make me feel jarred by going through that, simply because I do feel like I have an objective. I need to stop that guy. It feels like for some reason that guy needs to be stopped. And that through line carries me to how do I stop him? And I realize he's running. Usually gets to the turret, but then after playthroughs, you try to figure out, can I get to him before he gets to the turret? And that really does actually feel like it's a good choice. I think it needs 6 people dead. I don't remember where it says anything about that. Maybe here? 6 lives. I forgot how to do this one completely. But it's, I believe, there we go. And that's a throwback to Resident Evil 1. So I don't mind that puzzle in the slightest. I think that's actually in the pros category. I mind this. Holy shit.
What a pleasant surprise. But I'm afraid it's Ashley we need. Not you, Mr. Kennedy.
If you don't need me, then get off my back, old man.
Did you say old man, Mr. Kennedy? It might come as a surprise, but I'm only 20 years old.
So you're just like all the others? A puppet of the parasites?
Surely you don't think I'm the same as those diminutive ganados. The parasites, las plagas, are slaves to my will. I have absolute control.
Well, I really don't give a damn. Rain or shine, you're going down.
Get rid of our American friend.
How the hell does he have so many balconies? And also, again, he's trapped me in a room that feels a little whatever. But it's more, again, for those of us that actually play the game and are listening to the story, we just saw a document saying, like, hey, how about we get all of them? And then now again, he's saying, we don't need you. Okay, be straight with me here. Do you need me? Do you not need me? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it's because you're so short that you made sure that there was a lot of ways for you to look down on some people. I mean, you got some self-confidence issues going on there, I guess. I guess I should feel bad. I can tolerate that one, though. We're about to come to a cutscene that is just incorrigible. Like, it tries my patience. It does, and I try not to let it get to me, but it is absolutely god-awful. Also, crap. For those wondering, I actually do suck at this part, trying to snipe him from afar. Would you like to see how I usually do it, since I'm sucking so bad? I'll show you how I usually do it. Oh yeah, those guys. Yeah. I just run to everyone real quick and do it. Like, all these guys keep trying to duck, and I eventually just get annoyed, and I do it this way every time. Oh, I should have just done that from the start. And again, the music cuts off. However, the first time you're gonna hear me say that there's a pro to the music cutting off. This is the first time, and the only time I think you're gonna hear me say there's a pro to the music cutting off. This is a big however. This is a misdirect. And for once, this game uses a misdirect completely correctly. I don't think they've used it. Now let me try to, there's a difference between a misdirect and really subverting expectations. Let's just get that clear. A misdirect would be the idea that you purposefully want them to think one thing and then they're gonna think another. Subverting expectations is to literally, in a sense, instead of directing them one way and then thinking it's gotta be another, it is instead teaching them a skill set and then having them use it in a different way or in a different format than they thought it would be used. So a misdirect is literally like telling somebody, go that way, like they don't see anything that direction, and you say, go that way. And they go that way, and they're like, this isn't the way to where we're going. But then all of a sudden you find out, like the party is over there, and it's like, oh, surprise and whatever. Subverting expectations is like making them expect that there'd be a party at any time, and then when you get to the party, it's for somebody else, or like it is your party, but like it's not quite. It's like they got all black balloons when they thought they were really gonna celebrate your 40th birthday for you or something like that, and they like turned into like you had an expectation, you had a certain. You see what? It's a slight difference. This game gets a pro finally from the music for cutting off, because it is not subverting expectations. It's a misdirect. Because by turning that off, you really think you can hit that button and get out of here just fine. And that is terribly wrong. Pick up all the snipper rifle ammo. Do I have a lot of snipper rifle ammo again? I have a decent amount. I'll try to remember to use that. So I hope because when I'm using those terms, sometimes even I get terminology wrong, but at least we're on the same page of what terminology I'm using, so why I'm saying what I'm saying. So that when I'm saying things, it doesn't sound like I'm talking quite out of my ass all the time. I only talk out of my ass sometimes. I only pull an Ace Ventura when I feel like the mood arises, so... No, the earlier music cues were... They're so scattered, and it's sometimes they keep the music on, sometimes they take it off. There's a few different things they do. The music is so spotty. This one time, this is what I would really just... I'd really put this under the idea of misdirect. Wait, did I not... Is it only at the fountain I get them? So, I know I might be getting those terms a little bit, but I'm trying to, like, separate why that just turned into a pro because of that. You really did think you were safe. You press a button and all of a sudden you're trapped in there with two guys with rocket launchers. That is decent. Oh yeah, you gotta come at it from the other side. Okay. So I'm gonna actually give them the benefit of the doubt, basically, on that one, and say that that was purposefully thought out. Now, we're finally getting back outside, and again, as long as I don't have this genre whiplash going on, and I know what game I'm inside, and I kind of get the feeling, again, this is starting to feel like, more like it's, like, every step I'm taking, I don't know what to expect. Like, I've got crows, but, like, does that mean there will be other monsters? Like, what does that entail? What have I got going on with this? I'm not 100% sure. It's a nice difference. I can appreciate it. And it gets me back towards the mindset of maybe, like, this little bit, while it might not look like much to many people, it really does make me feel as if I'm getting back into the game like I felt like I was in before, and not the game that, I don't know, they were having me do action sequences for 5 seconds ago. And putting me through, like, cheesy dialogue and then having me just play it out. So, and I'm getting a lot of ammunition, so, like, I've got expectations and I'm outside. This all is just, I mean, look at it from this way. This right here, if you don't think about being in Salazar's castle, this feels like Resident Evil 1 getting the grenade launcher. I believe that's what Frost has on him. When you go find his body and he can chase you in the RE1 remake, I believe it's the grenade launcher. This is what it feels like. It feels like being outside in RE1. So, I mean, this isn't going against the grain or anything, and this isn't going against what they were building up earlier. This is actually getting me immersed back in it so subtly. And then they give me this, and it's like, okay, good. Yeah, we're in a Resident Evil. This is definitely I can do something with this. This looks like a maze. I don't know what's around every corner. And now immersion starts coming back, and I really like this.
Mr. Kennedy. Still alive, I see. So, do you like my garden?
I see you've managed to work in a little of your twisted taste here, too.
Sagacious as I am, even I get lost here sometimes. Even if it takes your whole life, you'll never get out. Do you know that no one dies without a cause? You will satisfy the stomachs of my cute pets. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to tie up a few loose ends, like chasing down a couple of rats.
2 rats. If one's Lewis, who's the other? Huh. They're an intruder besides me?
And again, if they hadn't so blatantly showed Ada earlier, then that dialogue would mean a little bit more. But if you backtrack in that one room, they blatantly show Ada shooting Mendez, so something that could be done a little bit different second time around. Maybe not reveal that that's Ada right off the fucking bat. Give you an Easter egg without, like, showing your entire hand. And then the dogs. The things that everyone knows that are... can be very unkind in this, and you can't see them all coming. And I forget where I am in this maze half the time. And then... Binkus Boinkus. Uh-oh. I really... Oh, shoot. Okay. So this section, I don't really have anything to say. Like, if you were gonna take a section, like, sections of the game, and you're gonna just immediately put them on over into a remake, keep this. Keep this. Make people guess. Keep people on their toes. You hear the growls? There's no cue to tell me exactly where it is for sure. I can hear it getting closer, further. I can tell a few things, but I don't have, like... I don't have pinpoint exactly where they are. And that's a good feeling. It puts you on edge. I'm assuming in a remake it would put you on edge even more. You wouldn't quite be able to pin down exactly what's going on. And they're fast. So you'd want to be able to dispatch them. You'd have Leon, who would probably have his skill set like Jill. And then you would have things like this happen. But you'd have Leon having a skill set probably akin to more like Jill's. And so you could feel like you're being pretty badass with dogs, but Resident Evil 2 and 3 dogs are a pain in the ass. So give me a whole, like, a maze of dogs where I have to survive and I can't even really see around the corner very easily. I hear growls everywhere. And, like, make it darker. Like, this would be a part, like, I don't want the flashlight brought out, but, it, like, make sure that it feels like you're trapped in. I know this is a limitation of the system, that because they tried to illuminate it with the torches, but a limitation of the system said pretty much that they had 16 to 233 or whatever, 235, that they had to stick to that color palette, and they had to do a few other, like, they had some limitations set on them that they couldn't break, and it wasn't their fault. So the atmosphere in this was, like, when it came out, was really good. And then that can happen. Anyone else remember that shit? Because I just remembered it. Mother freaking A. I just remembered that they can do that. That took getting, like, my ass handed to me to remember that. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oop, I'm gonna take you out with a snipper rifle. Wow, you're kind of twitchy a little bit. You're really twitchy. You might be suffering from something called I shot you through an iron bar, how the fuck? Alright, well, that is a thing that occurred, and we can never forget it. So, never forget. I would say that this is one of the easiest areas to just transplant into a remake. One of the easiest. You find items. It's a reward to actually look around. It is a risk reward system because by looking around you could get tracked down by the dogs. It feels like you've got some agency on how you can tackle it because you do know that you only need 2 pieces and you know where one of them are when you begin. You're trying to find the other one, and then you go off and you check your map and you see that if you do search around, you know, there is a special treat for you that you find. And then that first aid chest right there kind of shows again doubling down, like if you search around you get something nice. all at the cost of you might get attacked by, like, side effects might include death by dogs. You know, as long as you can handle side effects might include death by dogs, then they would just have to make the atmosphere more new generation, and that's all they really got to do here. I would say that the dog's AI would need to be improved, and that's not criticizing this game. I'm saying the dog's AI in Resident Evil 2 and 3 would need to be improved. If they're gonna put things like tentacles on those dogs, I want that AI to be spot on. I mean, if they can practically whip me to death in a moment's notice, I don't need the AI that stutters around, that kind of lunges and whatnot, because in that lunge, they could also sideswipe with those tentacles on the back. So I would want to see the AI of the dogs improved. But this area, there's nothing wrong really with this area. It really actually kind of puts you back in the mindset, I think, in my opinion. So and see how many times you heard how many times did they introduce them with music? Did you hear how many times they introduced you with music? How many people played this at home and jumped the fuck out of their chairs when those dogs jumped at you when you had the last piece? How many people didn't take a musical cue? I know it feels like a jump scare, but it wasn't cheap. It was well earned. Did I miss something? Okay, and then there's this that goes on. Ooh. Just gonna go ahead and combine that with this and use it. This scene, if they just changed the Mendez optional scene, would just there's a okay. We'll go pro and con on this in a second.
Put your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, but following a lady's lead just isn't my style.
Put them up now.
Bit of advice, try using knives next time. Works better for close encounters.
Leon. Long time no see.
Ada. So it is true.
True? About what?
You, working with Wesker.
I see you've been doing your homework.
Why, Ada?
What's it to you?
Why are you here? Why'd you show up like this?
See you around.
Ada!
I think that scene is good in general. It does drive me nuts that he ejects the magazine and throws the weapon, because that means there's probably one still in the chamber, so she could just pick it up, one shot kill, if she's trained well enough. It does irk me that scene might have a bit more context of why Leon's so well trained. If, again, this goes back to the very beginning of this game, they didn't explain all of his training and what he went through, that he's already lost a partner and all that jazz, or he thinks he has, and having experience with the blade right there and that knife and blah, blah, blah. Like, I guess it would just a level of gravity. And then the last part of it is, like, I love her appearance there. I hate that Mendez can spoil it. But then on top of that, like, of all things for him to want to talk about right there, there's a little more dialogue on, like working for Wesker. And people who have just played the mainline games might not know the extent to which Leon knows working for Wesker. So he's just gonna mention it. He just mentions it and it runs off. Those are cons. Most of that scenes are pros. I do like that. But there's going to be a very big con that comes up again because of not explaining why Leon is so adept with knowing, like, close encounter, use a knife. That's going to come back, and it's going to come back to be one of the biggest cons of this whole game. So, like, the scene in general, just rewritten to be more fluid nowadays, and in general, kind of take it and make it so, like, glasses that do that, that's not a practical something or other, but basically there's other ways. I mean, you could redo that. It looked like it was a flash bang, but it was just a flash that she knew to look away from, but her timing, how do you see, like, take some of the practicality, put it back in. I'm sure they'd fix it. So for what it is, mostly pros, except for what does Leon actually know? We're not really going to be told. And where does that little bit of advice come from? And does it have something to do with something else? Yes, it does. Just most people haven't seen the CGI. So
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck!
First, Dylan, thanks for playing longer than usual.
Well, thank you, 1234. Is it 1234 where you live right now? Or when you did that? Everyone hashtag 1234. I'm gonna be trying to get through. I'm trying to get through this game as much as possible to get to. Once I start hitting the cons, I will not have to point out so many of the pros anymore. Because there's a point of the game where this severely changes. And so severely changes that I do not. And there, look, the photo from the female intruder. Why couldn't it have been just more ambiguous when you ran into Mendez? Just fine. And they think she's with Sarah, but that's not true. Luis, or Lewis, if you're just gonna be Leon and do his English pronunciation. So anyway, I mean, mostly all positives from right there. I'm really, once again, trying to emphasize how many damn positives there are in this game before we go to the dark side. I really don't want to go to the dark side. I know it's coming. I don't want people to get mad at me thinking that I am gonna trash this game. I don't want to deal with the idea that everyone thinks I'm gonna be trashing this game as soon as we get to the cons, because when we get to them, they hit hot and heavy. They don't stop for a while.
Thank you.
And it's just, it's a shame.
Is that all, stranger? Is that all? Is that all? Thank you.
I gotta be more careful with the,
Come back anytime.
Okay. Because the way I've put it to other people is that it's like the first half of the game I really like and the back half I don't. So we can really time out as I play it how accurate that statement was from me. Because since I'm playing it front to back, we can see how far I get into it before all of a sudden you realize that I just have there's not really that many pros to talk about. And we just start going into the territory of saying what they thematically did wrong over and over and over and over. And that's going to get tiresome and it's going to get a little repetitive. Just a little bit. But bear with me. I have tried my best to make sure that I have given this game every credit that is deserved up until this point. And I do not think anyone at this point could fault me for then actually pointing out that one of these has a snake. I don't think anyone could fault me for actually critically coming at it and saying that there might be cons to it after I've been basically pointing out a few flaws, but otherwise singing its praises and saying that this is a good, solid game. It holds up after 15 years. To this point, at least. At least to this point. Just gotta go ahead and do that. Yeah, that leads us right back. Yeah. So please, those who stick around or watch this later when it's not live anymore, but it's oh god, I said there would be a snake and I almost didn't kill a snake. Please, those watching, cut me some slack when we start sounding more negative about the game. It is not my intention. I'm not setting out to just make a flame war. I would never do that. That is not how I roll. I really do believe that things really have to be... You need to look at it with a critical eye. Otherwise, you're not going to get anywhere in life, really. That you really have to... By the way, that was a mini puzzle that I knew the solution to. I really think that we should be weighing these things in an adult manner without arguing, and that maybe we should have debates instead of arguments. And the difference between... I'm saving it real quick because I know that I get killed many times by one of the monsters I like so much in this game, the eyeless Wolverine dude. I get killed in that cage so often. I think this world needs a few more arguments, a few less arguments, a few more debates. And the debate is where you go into it open-minded, where you're willing to go in open-minded, saying, okay, I believe what I believe, but if I hear new information, I'm gonna take it into consideration, and maybe it won't change my mind, maybe it won't change how I do anything really, but it is something I'm gonna consider and remember for the next time that information presents itself, because then I become a more well-rounded person. While most of the world thinks they're having debates, and they're called arguments, mostly because of politics. We see debates online, and that's bullshit. They're not debates. In most of those, I've never tried to shoot the guy full front with the Magnum. In those cases, everyone already has their opinion. They're entrenched in it, and they're not willing to hear any critical analysis at all. It's just infuriating to see. Good night, Melissa. Oh God. Ow. I've always wondered if you can shoot his front. Oh, come on. Here we go. I have always wondered if I could, like, Magnum my way out of there. And I now know I can. Everything has pros and cons. Oh God, hi. Let's just get what's ever in this chest so they stop dropping down on me. Again, music cutting in and out is... Uh-oh. He did sprout. Oh, one of these guys too. These guys, these disturb me. These, I'm not a fan of these guys. That they come off separately? I think they actually infinitely spawn. I think I'm forgetting an important fact. There's a chance that they infinitely spawn and I just need to get out. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave. Ooh. Anyway, that little encounter, while frustrating, is anxiety-inducing, and I think it's a good building point for the idea that you would go into something else where you need to be on guard. I think this is the wrong... The juxtaposition between this and the last area I was in is the wrong timing. I think that was wrong. I think that area needs to be put into another area, like... just a reordering of the rooms would do it for that area, because moving into this room where you can long range get rid of a lot of things and take care of all, it just doesn't feel like it flows with the last room where you're just trapped like that. And I think I know what they're trying to go for with that flow, and at the same time I sit there and it feels like it just needs to be a reordering. I mean, and that's literally it. It feels like it just needs to be reordered. A little different, and all of a sudden it's perfect, you know. Okay, he's just gonna spit on me. I'm gonna use the thing I can buy. Oh, Ada's the DLC stuff will be actually a different stream for me talking about, like, or not a different stream, but a different video on talking about like things that like people I think critically should think about keeping in the game and not keeping in the game. So that would be like Ada Separate Ways and stuff like that. And I actually have ideas on that too. They just don't belong in this playthrough right now, where we're critically just going through the game and seeing it for what it is and what it's not. But if you want a brief little, like, oh, I forgot. If you want to brief something about that, yes. I think that they could benefit greatly from keeping Separate Ways and even expanding it. Ada's story has so much potential. Uh-oh. Can't get in fast enough. Ada's story has so much potential and we could see it easily in a remake. Even past Separate Ways. I think Separate Ways is even too shallow for Ada. But I think that's left best for a different video entirely. In fact, I'm willing to cut out other content that they give you just to flesh out Separate Ways even more. But again, that is an opinion for a different time. You know what does feel weird? This is the one and only area where you get the bad music and the merchant is right there. And I don't know why. I do exactly know why. I'm gonna come back to this in a second. That's always, it's driven me nuts. It just has. And just understand, I have a good reason for that driving me nuts. And if anyone is getting used to the words I'm using, then they should be able to use one word to describe why it drives me nuts of him being in there, but I'm fighting enemies right now. It's pretty easy. I've been kind of preaching it all night. I see a good night, John. I don't think that's gotta be in a stream. I think that'd be in a static video. Because playing that and trying to say Separate Ways, I think in itself needs a revamp, and I don't think playing it would really express what I feel about it. Good night, John. Thank you so much for being here. Where the hell? You can call me Steven. That's perfectly fine. That is my name. Music's gone again. Daggum music. Just disappearing on people like that. You know how it is when, you know, you're out doing activities and your music just randomly stops all the time. Do I have enough? Oh, I've got enough for this. Why is it making it sound like a... Oh, because it doesn't auto... But we've been through that critique already, so we don't need to retread that. This area just feels out of... It feels like we're out of order. This, like, the anxiety that being in that cramped space felt like it should have had a different area lead up to it. And then it feels like the area I went to right after that should have immediately not... This shouldn't have been an option to go this way. So, I mean, that's like a simple reorder of areas. And not much of anything other than that. Now, for those that are paying attention to this, if you didn't guess what I was going for, theming! Ooh. Theming! Like, my God, coming into this room and being able to have the music that is not safe music at all, but have a typewriter and this will really break the immersion for somebody like me and for a lot of people, and they probably didn't know why it broke the immersion for them. And it's because they are being conditioned to know exactly what and when and why they're hearing what cues. And to be able to just walk up on this? Are you kidding?
Got a selection of good. What are you buying?
It's such a letdown. By the way, since I don't have, I always wonder like what that is. You don't have to answer. No one answer that. What the qualification is for the first aid spray? I've always wondered what that is.
What are you selling?
Not selling the rocket launcher because I'm gonna get Sadler's fight over with. No, I mean the one of his minions fights over with pretty fast with that thing.
You. Thank
So even if you have rocket launchers, if you do not freeze one of the minions from Salazar's minion, like the looking like aliens xenomorph thing, it takes 2 shots from the rocket launcher, I believe. You gotta freeze him first.
Leon, I got it.
Lewis!
Now that I have the sample, you serve me no purpose.
Sadler!
My boy Salazar will make sure you follow the same fate.
Stay with me, Lewis. I am a researcher, hired by Sadler. He found out what I was up to.
Don't talk.
Here. It should suppress growth of the parasite. The sample. Sadler took it. You have to get it back.
Lewis! Lewis!
So I know I might be crucified for this one. I think that scene could have been done better. Look at it from let me paint a picture really quickly. Lewis is somebody who apparently Lewis is someone who can weave in and out of the catacombs, basically the underground tunnels. His grandfather taught him, and has been able to retrieve the sample when he dropped it, lost it, something like that. And has been pretty careful and been able to survive even if he got tied up at some point. And then all of a sudden he comes through the door, says I got it, and somehow Salazar just snuck up on him like that. Sadler rather snuck up on him like that. I know that scene is impactful and it is done well the way it's done. I just don't quite see 2 things. One, why it's not kind of a mini boss. You already have an AI for Lewis. Why basically you try to fight him and you realize it's useless and Lewis dies that way. And second, it just you can't get stabbed through, right? Not only was he stabbed in a place that he might no longer have function in his arms, possibly, but he would bleed out, as in lose consciousness in 10 to 15 seconds, because you guarantee you're severing something from the heart. I know it's video game logic, but it drives me nuts. Anatomy is an easy thing to figure out. You can't just shove it through the chest and then have him have a dialogue. It doesn't work that way. His character could have had a little bit more substance at the very end. And it could have just played out a little differently. And what I feel just happened was that they were going for the drama they went for the punch way too fast. And I can understand why. I know it's probably a pain in the ass to flesh out part of a story that's already fleshed out, and getting to the punch of like Lewis being lost is something, and they already built it up with having to fend off everything in that cabin where he made a last stand, and he's been helping you out and whatnot. But like, as much as it gets to you, at the same time, if you didn't read all the documents, then maybe you missed out. And on top of that, like, it just doesn't feel like it lines up for like how he goes out. I would like him to go out like a little, and then on top of that, a line is spoken where it's like, it says, like, now there's no need for Leon. Okay, why? Leon was important to lure out Luis. So, or Lewis, whatever, whichever way. So apparently Sadler's plan of having basically 2 Americans that are able to go back infected is just now out the window, or now he's figuring Sadler's figuring that like Leon is too dangerous, but he just easily took out Lewis, and he could have taken out Leon right there. Why didn't he deal with Leon? I mean, he just had a big giant fucking tail come out, and he was right there. If he was really serious about it, just kill Leon right there. But no, my boy Salazar will take care of it. That always irked me. Like, it always irked me. As I got older, the thing that I thought in my head that would have immediately fixed it is like a mini battle that is just like a charade, basically, where Lewis is basically running to get to you to let you know he's being chased by Sadler. You fight Sadler to a point. Lewis dies. You basically get out of the fight by a wall breaking down, Sadler being separated from you. We've seen it in other RE games. They know how to do something like that. And then Lewis has his last words with you, all of that jazz, because he looks like a capable fighter. It doesn't seem like there's any reason that Leon should be left alive if Sadler just said it. I just see that it was just a wasted opportunity. To play the devil's advocate, it might have been a wasted opportunity for them to flesh out other parts of the game if they had sat there and tried to figure out how to make it so dramatic for Lewis. So that might have been like a compromise on the development parts, because developing kind of storylines like I'm talking about takes time, effort, arenas, AIs, because they have to make a new AI for Sadler to be able to get through it, new cutscenes, new idea, new dialogue, I'm asking a lot of resources out of it. So I guess overall, for what it was back then, the scene is overall a pro. It actually does add to the game. Now in 2020, when we're talking about a remake, I think that scene needs to be reanalyzed. I think we need to take a new look at that scene and see that there are a few cons that in a remake could be rectified pretty easily, not only to give it a better continuity and a better through line, but to also give a better impact when we lose him, that he's so capable, so able, doing so much for you, and then all of a sudden, like a cheap shot from Sadler, he goes down, and then the arena or whatever's been built up makes it that Sadler's separated from you, and that's the reason Sadler can't just take you out. Sadler says Salazar will take care of you, and then you get your scene with Lewis, and it's over. You see? It's like, it's just like, the game does reveal what he's hiding in the documents. You got to read everything. So, I mean, like, for what it was, it's a big pro. For now, it is still a strong point of Resident Evil 4, but it leaves a lot to be desired if you now have more liberty to re-look at the scene, and I think there are a few drawbacks to how they played that one out that could be revisited and revamped and made to have a new impact for a new generation that 15 years ago might never have played Resident Evil 4. So the scene is like, basically we got the bare bones of what the ending should be. We just don't have the lead up correct. It's kind of like they just cut out the middle. Like, Lewis is dead. You get the stuff from Lewis, but where's the middle part where Lewis basically is capable, would know Sadler's after him. There would probably be a fight. Sadler would want to go after Leon if he's truly so. Like, they cut out all of that, bring it back, just flesh it back out. and all of a sudden it turns into a strength of a remake. But, you know, for what it is, it's a pro overall. Can we agree? That scene is a pro overall. It's impactful overall, but there are a few things that if you take a critical eye at it, it wouldn't hold up if you just copy pasted that into a remake. So, and yeah, you find out who he is from all the documents. For those of us who read all the documents that are laying around about like Luis and everything, we know who he actually is. And actually, he might not have been lying about being what he was in his past, but he was a researcher. Yeah. So, but the documents all spell it out. So anyway, I mean, I'm not that far off by saying that. I'm actually gonna look at chat for 2 seconds here, and come on, like, guys, you agree with me that that could be fleshed out a little bit more. It could be a little more oomph. I'll actually look at the chat for a second for this one. Like, I don't think I'm missing the mark on here. I think they just cut out the middle of like, and just expected you to use game logic, when in a remake, they could actually expound upon that and make it even more impactful, more meaningful, and give you a false sense of maybe it will turn differently than the original. And making it seem different than the original is what makes a remake a remake. Like, to give you a false sense of like, maybe Lewis survives a little longer, but all of a sudden a cheap shot later, you using like a detonation of some sorts, splits you off. Now Sadler can't go after you. He tells you that Salazar will come after you. You have your last words with Lewis. You see? So, yeah. So, I mean... So and on top of that, if you had that kind of thing, if he's being chased there, one of the first DLCs I would see, other than like Ada being in there, I would see being able to play as Lewis. I mean, Lewis has got so much going on in the background that if you gave him more like mainstream game, like if you made him care, if you made people care even more deeply, especially in the main game, like his death is just tragic, you might want DLC. Kind of like they made Tyrell's death a little bit tragic and you started getting attached to him, but he didn't say what beat him up when he got to the hospital, so it's probably the Tyrant. And most likely when Tyrell was leaving the RPD, he ran into the Tyrant, making the hole where the spade key is, and it's probably going to be a DLC, but people keep forgetting that. I'm not going to bring up RE3 again. I'm not going to do it. But that's just an example, because it's the only one I can think of, because it's another background character that we're probably going to have a DLC about, that they're going to explain what happened, and Luis would be another prime subject for that. I didn't mean to bring up RE3, but still, Tyrell not explaining where he is and clicking on the TV and being beat up. Most likely, it was the Tyrant, it's the third floor, he left after Carlos did. So... they'll pay for your death, I promise. But like, all you know about him is deception and that maybe friend or foe, or was he looking out for himself? And checking this, more rewards for that. Always love that. Now we're about to tackle one of my most hated parts of this game. And I'm going to try to be very objective about it instead of just saying, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. Just know as I'm playing it, I am thinking, this is bullshit, this is bullshit, this is bullshit. All right. So she's stuck in the contraption. That's my first con to this. Anyone who's played this game has thought, why didn't they fucking get her from the contraption earlier than this? I have been running in sewers and shit, and they couldn't get her out of being locked against a wall? Really? We had enough time for Lewis to die, for me to fight bugs underground, all that, and she's still there waiting for the peons to get her off the wall? That's the first con against this. Second, she won't shut the fuck up. The third, is that it's just that you have to now cover her, and it feels more like a cover action game instead of survival horror, and I don't like any of those elements being mixed in. I will try to think of a pro as we play it, because as I'm trying to do cons, I will try to think of a pro for every part that I don't like, especially parts I don't like. This is just all ridiculous.
Talk about near-death experience.
Ashley, get out of there!
At least they do this for you. They give you this like friendly little flashbang to be like, hey, you're probably gonna want these guys to slow down for a second. And then you can be like, oh, I'll just do a thing to him then. Do I really want to try to hit him with the oh god, did I flash him too early? I think I flashed him too early. Oh no, I guess. And again, if he never knew that Ashley could die at that point, then it would be bad. Or be captured and then die if you shoot the wrong one.
The door's locked. I can't open it.
Wait, what? There we go. Hey, dude. We would love a more sensitive. Okay, get up.
I got the key. I can get out.
Yeah, go ahead and get out. I guess a pro to that section is it serves as a transition to something that you weren't expecting, which is having to play as Ashley solo. And in that transition, as sloppy as it might be, there's nothing in there that tells you, like, it again subverts your expectations. You're expecting it to get back to playing as you're expecting to get back to her being an escort, and instead you're having to play as her. So there's my pro for that scenario, that she again helps to subvert expectations by becoming the playable character instead of it being just so simple, even if I do not like this sequence. Now, I do need to try out the mod where it turns this all into fixed camera angles. Like, because you can do this this is fixed camera angles in the Japanese version, I believe. Is that true? I think that's true. And we're just gonna go ahead and I would have liked to thrown back for her scene to be like scary, because like not only is she controlling different, but also is back to dynamic fixed camera angles or something like that, like completely just throw you off your game. I do like it when developers are willing to take a chance and a risk like that, and it would have been kind of cool to see that. I'm not gonna fault them at all for that, but I only say something because it does exist. It just exists in the Japanese version. Hold on, I think they die after a few times. I think he does. Don't they eventually burn to death? I don't remember, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, okay, they do eventually burn to death. That's what I thought. It just takes a moment. All three have to hit. Let's go ahead with this one. Where are you? There you are. And let's just go ahead and finish this off. Okay, cool. And again, the music's gone, tension's gone, you know you're safe. That's not a good thing. I shouldn't know that I can put my controller down and make lunch. Blah, blah, blah. We've been through all these points. Let's go ahead and operate this. Oh. Sorry about that, Clayton.
But you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no,
Oh, I'm gonna make this available to everyone. It'll be members only starting tonight, and I'm gonna make a better thumbnail for it and a better description for it, and I'm gonna let this whole thing be up on YouTube. Because if anyone is actually interested, you know, more people, if they're interested in watching a thorough analysis, as thorough as I can be from being just one man, I'm just a normal everyday man, the everyman. So anyway, a big pro of this area is that it gives a vibe of like the mansion. Anyone ever notice that? They steal a lot of the things, like the things from the original mansion. And that's good. Butler's memo. Yeah. So anyway, for her, they give you like a peek of like all of this stuff that really feels like you can't put your finger on it, but it feels right. And it's because they're stealing a lot of the design elements of the mansion instead of like a castle. Oh yeah, where's the thing? Do I have the thing? Do I have a thing to put in there? I need a thing to stick in there. And I've forgotten where I have the thing to stick in. So, I would say like them having that kind of attention to detail is nice. It's a nice thing. Oh yeah, I gotta go over here first. That kind of attention to detail is nice. Them trying to create ambiance in here. That's definitely a pro. Going the Silent Hill route, can't ever knock it, especially with older gen consoles. The Silent Hill route wasn't just because it wasn't just because. Silent Hill had to put the fog there because it couldn't render full scenes, especially if, enough for you to be able to see. Like if you take the fog out but keep the render distance the same, you'll see that there are a few times where it just goes awfully wrong. And so I don't ever mind the fog route, and I think actually it has a good use if used properly and not overused. So I'm not really gonna knock, you know, setting ambiance by having a particle effect of sorts, if you will. I feel that that's okay. I'm glad I thought of a pro very fast, because this next part, I'm not gonna call it garbage, but you know what I'm thinking in the back of my head. I think this sets a tone and then does this bowl to you. This right here. This is the antithesis of fun. This has nothing to do with fun. This is not okay. I hate this puzzle. There's a way to solve puzzles like this all the time. I despise this puzzle. I despise this puzzle. It puts a full stop halt. And anyone who's watched me play this knows that I barely get this puzzle wrong every time. I despise this puzzle. And on top of that, I forget half the time like what it's supposed to look like. And so you look around the room and you're like, okay, well, the top, like I'm looking for an emblem and whatnot, and it doesn't make it apparent. There is a place to find it, and it's the door. So if you want to know what it's supposed to look like, you have to look at the door. But it's not completely apparent. And then like it's just a full stop, and it's just. And now we're gonna be here watching me having to solve it because I am really bad at this puzzle. I'm supremely bad at it. Usually love puzzles. Not when they present themselves like this. I'm a little bit different when it comes to this. Oh god, I've almost had it so many times before. We've seen it. We've all suffered. It's agony. I know. I'm sorry. Can't help it. Shoot. You know, I just gotta get that part wrong. There is probably an easier way to figure this out. I don't know what it is. So, yeah. Ah! I did it wrong again. I'm trying to get like the one. Ah! I hate this puzzle. We're gonna be. Tune in next time to. Oh. At one point in time, there was a point in time where I knew how to do this puzzle pretty easily because I'm good with these kind of puzzles. For some reason, my brain shits all over my past experience with puzzles of any sort. Alright. And then it's just like, you're gonna deal with it. I'm like, I don't like it when people shit on my brain, and it's like, too bad. I'm like, okay, but really, I would like to actually just move on with the game. And it's like, no, 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 you gotta really solve this thing, though. I'm like, okay, but does it feel right? There it goes. It just doesn't feel like it should. It feels like it's there because it feels like they tried to take a puzzle out of Silent Hill without understanding how Silent Hill puzzles are structured type deal. I don't know. I don't know why I want to liken that one to Silent Hill. I think Silent Hill has a puzzle kind of like that. But it just doesn't. Oh boy. Anyway. Now, what I truly don't like is that this serves a double purpose. So, oops. I can appreciate what this is trying to do. This serves a double purpose. This shows you that these things exist. However, and if they're about to do it, I will be angry. There is a way they can cheat kill you, and it just doesn't feel fair. And also, it's quick time events. I like the atmosphere. I hate this. Again, I understand why they added quick time events. I do not understand why here they added the quick time events. I don't get this. Like it just doesn't, it feels contrived. Ashley could have her own section and not end up feeling like it was just put there because reasons. But that just feels like it just feels So anyway, I hope everyone understands that, like, I don't like that area personally, but I think it's because of the way that they went about structuring it and the way they put QuickTime events in there. I understand why the game had QuickTime events, so I can understand that they didn't want you to sit through a movie. That was no movie. You were acting in a sequence. Why were the QuickTime events there? I don't understand those QuickTime events. I don't understand why she can get cheap-shotted randomly. I don't quite understand why that puzzle is there for her I like that they subverted your expectations by making you play as her, and that you get to, if you come out of it unscathed, give everything that you got to Leon. So, more cons than pros, but it is Ashley and she's annoying as fuck.
Leon!
Ashley! You did good.
I'm sorry if I was...
Oh, don't worry about it. Come on, let's move on.
Alright. Nothing more to say other than that. We all that needs to be said is said. Now we're starting to get into some of the thick of it where I'm not... This is about as far... Excuse me. When I said that when I was younger, I would play the game to a certain point and many times stop, we're getting close to where I'd stop. We're getting very close. Because it's just... Oh boy. I have so many saves where it just seems to suddenly stop. Yeah, we're totally getting close to that point. Because the game really, the tonal shift just, it is too much. It's just too much.
Oh, what a touching moment we have here.
All spoiled thanks to your interruption. Why don't you do us all a favor and leave before the audience gets pissed off?
You're nothing but an extra in my script, so don't get too carried away. Your biggest scene is over.
I don't ever remember being a part of your crappy script.
Well then, why don't you show me what a first-class script is like through your own actions?
Okay. I'm about to have to make a pimp decision over here. And I think I know what the decision's already going to be, but I'm going to check. And it's because I want to be able to get through the showing the pros and cons of this game, and we're getting really close to a con. And for me to just do it, just to get through to the end of the game, pretty much act like for 2 seconds like I'm some kind of speedrunner that I'm not. I'm considering a choice here. And I don't like that I'm considering it, but I'm considering it all the same because we're getting to the part where I don't. Oh boy, we're getting there. Oh boy. And the train takes us all the way to over there, and I have to go over here first, and that's the save point. And that whole star thing, it's great. It's lovely. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I don't think this part fits in this game. I think the other dude got in control of the game again, that likes the action scenes, and he was totally like, we're gonna do this, whether you like it or not. It just lava again. And then it started the trend of and then there's Resident Evil 5, more lava, like, why? Why? This breaks immersion immediately, no matter how you put this up. Where's the lava coming from? How is it not affecting the rest of the castle? How are they keeping it contained, cooled down? Why are those things there? What are they protecting? Why? Just why? Why does this exist? This whole thing is a con. There's nothing good about this particular sequence. This is... Okay, you know what? It's fine, it's fine. I'll find something good about this particular sequence. I'll find something good about this particular sequence. I'll find... This is garbage. Uh-oh. There we go. I'm gonna find something. It gives you gold? Maybe? Let me out! Hold on. Let's take care of all the... Wait, do they come only after I pass by? I'm racking my brain for something. Give me a sec here. Yeah, these are... I'm trying. I'm trying. This is... This doesn't belong. It doesn't fit. It's not... It takes you out of the game. It just... It's... This game is a very... This better not be in any remake. They should know that they messed up with this. Oh shit, I'll just shoot the chains. Usually you can move right over there pretty soon after, and... Fuck it. What? Oh, one of them had the thing on him. Alright. Where are the chain? Give me the chain. For some reason, I've always just found it satisfying to shoot the damn guy in the face since he pisses me off. And plus, the first, I don't know, bajillion times I played this game, I didn't know that it could end like that. So I thought you were getting all this, like these endless people dropping stuff. They'll randomly drop rifle ammo, and I thought it was like all a lead up to like, you gotta use the rifle in a certain, don't ask me why. Trying to still think of a pro. I got a few to try to think of one. Night, Kale. Thank you for being here. Trying. About to leave the room. Is this really gonna be the first time that I've got nothing that's redeeming about this area? There's no redeeming qualities to why this area is in this game. It does not belong in this game. There's no redeeming qualities to that area. It makes no fucking sense. The physics don't, the enemies don't, the what you have to go through doesn't, why it's there, this contraption you're riding on doesn't. All of this makes no goddamn sense. This whole thing is just to make sure, in case you weren't taken, like if you were immersed in the game, if you really felt like you were one with the characters and the characters were one with you, that scene was there to make sure that you remembered you were in real life, because no fucking way are you gonna really get lost in the game that much if that goddamn scene... Why is it there? Why does it exist? Why? It has it's no function, no anything. It is garbage. I'm sorry, I tried. I tried to think of a pro to that, like a pro and a con. I'm sorry, if you're watching this and thinking that I'm trying, like I'm being biased, no, it just, it's not, there's nothing in this game that constitutes that section. There's no purpose for it. It just breaks, it breaks the rhythm, the rhyme, the groove, the continuity, it breaks the theming, it breaks the momentum that you've started getting, it breaks everything! God damn, Lava Room is the pinnacle of what this game can start doing wrong and how fast it can do it wrong. It offers visual diversity. We'll go with that. Patriot got it. Patriot wins a prize. Because I'm not going to think of something good. Because I'm not, just no. Just no. No, 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 no. Oh. that room is such a detraction. And then what comes up after this? Shit. Now I'm gonna start sounding like I'm shitting on the game, and it's not gonna be my fault. But just give me a sec. I mean, it's not, this is not my fault. This is not on me. I didn't do this, it's not on me. This isn't my fault. Give me some more for this. Just, at least, I believe, don't you get something if you shoot straight up right here? Is there nothing right here? Did I imagine that? Is that my imagination? Is that with the, oh, you remember that you can shoot right out there if you haven't done it before. Oh god. This is, that part was bullshit. That part was bullshit, that part was bullshit, that part was bullshit. Alright. It should have been scrapped. They could have used their time more wisely. It was a dumb area to make, dumb execution. It fits nothing. It breaks. Everything comes to a screeching halt because of that. And then, to make sure they broke you out of the immersion of the game, it's coming soon. We gotta go through more immersion breaking. But like, at least they're not right next to each other, so I can tolerate it. I can tolerate it. So, I mean, you get out of that, and at least you're away from lava. It looks kind of like the outdoors. There's a track. It kind of reminds you maybe of like, look at the castles in the background. It kind of like the Arclay Mansion. I guess maybe in a way it gives that vibe, a gothic kind of dark, gloomy vibe. So I guess it knows that it just did that to you and immediately puts you in this, why is this the transitioning screen? Like, there's no need for that, but it put it there for a reason. And the only reason I can think of it is because they were trying to make the map seamless, as in, like, it makes sense of why you would go to point A to point B. And in trying to make it seamless, they needed and instead of having a different reason or backtracking or whatever, they could be like, let me just show you a bunch of shit. And it's like, okay, well, you just dealt with lava, which the action guy insisted on. So I'm going to give you a nice little scenic route to remind you that this is supposed to be a survival horror game by showing you visages of, like, the Arclay Mansion. And hopefully you'll forgive us for what we just did. I'm not having a mental breakdown. You're having a mental breakdown. Shut up. Oh, God. So stupid! Is this really why I wanted to go? Is this what I wanted to do at this point? Can I do this yet? I don't remember if I think I can. Is this really what I want to do? I guess. Grab this stuff first. Oh, boy.
Wait.
Ooh, puzzle. And one that actually constitutes a puzzle. And then there's this, where I believe... Can you still do that? Can you still pop them before you even get in the room? Is that still a thing? Why? Why is that still a thing? Why is it still a thing that you can pop them before you even get in the room? Why is this I thought this would be gone. Why is this a thing? This is... Oh my god! We're impending death approaches.
I think you've lived long enough. Let's see if you can survive this time.
fuck even was that? What is that garbage? What is that? What is that? What is, who has a castle with so many contraptions? What person? Why did he not think that he couldn't be shot right there? I can shoot his fucking ass. I have a gun. I have a pistol right here. But his little short ass butt goes out the door. I can't follow behind fast enough. I must complete all these things. He has enough time, but he hits the thing like I wouldn't gimp him in the knee because I'm specially trained. And on top of that, it's a puzzle that you can shoot before you even get in the room. What the fuck is this? This is a con. A big one. And it conned everyone that played the game. It's not only like a pro and con, as in a con against the game. It's just a con. This is like a con art. This is a scam of a room. This is almost as big of a scam as the lava room. Fuck it. It is stupid. It's stupid. I really am trying with all of my heart to keep this pros and cons objectively talking. But why did that gate just close against her there too? Why? You can even kill those guys before you even see them too. Like before they even become an issue. But like, I don't remember how that's done, but I know it can be done. But like, why? And then it'll still come at you. Like with them dead, it'll come at you. No matter what. And why killing those guys does that make Ashley able to finally get to you? Why? Why is that a thing? Why was Ashley trapped? Because they were alive? That's why she was trapped? How did it know to activate right when I was across but Ashley wasn't? Why would they trap Ashley on the other side when Ashley is the one that needs to live? I mean, like, full stop. Why would they trap Ashley on the death trap side when Ashley is the one they want to survive to go back to the US? What the actual fuck? The guy that was in charge of the action that basically made Devil May Cry this is where you needed to have shut your mouth and taken a back seat. This is a horror survival game. Why did you just try to put an action sequence in there and forget all of the things that you had built up to? You fucking asshole. Let it just be a horror game instead of your action bullshit. Oh, those scenes get to me. Welcome to the family, Flamin' Amazing. Oh, those get to me. Oh, those get to me. Welcome to the family. That was just there's no pro to that. There's nothing. That was it's not as bad as the lava room because it's shorter. It's only not as bad as the lava room because it's shorter and you get it over with faster. That is what makes it better than the lava room. Welcome to the family, Flamin' Amazing. I am going to stop having any mental breakdowns and go back to being very objective about this game. No matter if my brain is telling me to shoot this game in its gonads. About right now for what it's doing. I mean, the game is like, the first half of the game is amazing. It really is. It's a really good game. Even if it doesn't look like it for those sequences, trust me, it is. You can believe me. I'm telling the truth. I am completely telling the truth. Welcome to the family, Chris 41. Hello there. Welcome to the family. Thank you so much for supporting. Oh, okay. Oh, God. Deep breaths. Don't need to get worked up about this. We all know that there are flaws even in our favorite games. Again, more sample retrieved. Like you learn more about him. Time is nearly now. It will be the troublesome woman to get us and like You should have brought by. As for the other 2 Americans, the Lord has left the matter in our hands. Again, the game going back on, is Leon disposable? Like, what, do I trust the documentation or what Sadler just said? But fine, we'll go with it. We'll roll with the punches. We're rolling. Rolling. What? GJD. Part of me, I missed the Magnum rounds behind the desk in that one room. I just remembered that. I don't care. Also, who dodging that does a back handspring? Who? But leave Ashley to be hit by it. That's fine. Don't protect her. It's not your top priority, dude. Your top priority is to look badass as possible. So go ahead. Just do a back handspring. Just... oh... Now, once I start being more and more critical of the game, I'm gonna have a very good solution to a lot of these problems, and you just gotta wait for it. And it's gonna be easy peasy lemon squeezy. The solution is very easy, and it's because of what I call this game. And if I used one word to call this game something, it would be. And if you took away that thing that I call it, if you by chance, I don't know, had a realization that that's how the game was acting, then you would fix a lot of things really fast in a remake. But only if you have the realization. I can even stand this one, actually. I mean, I hate this room, and I think there's some way that you can shoot off the helmets immediately and kill them. I don't remember the details. I don't care. Like, there's some heads go, and then and then I get the shotgun back out, and then there's gonna be a second wave, and I'll just get the Magnum out because oh shit. Wow. Ass is being handed to me quite readily as soon as I say that. Jesus Christ. How do I usually do this? Do I pull out the TMP? Oh, Ashley, get out of there. Fuck it. 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 I'll redo it real quick. Continue. Yes, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine. Cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine. Oh yeah, Ashley, no, you can be alive. You can be alive right there. Nope, I did a cool backflip. Cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine, it's cool, it's fine. Take the shotgun shells. Don't remember the rest of this fight. Can't remember how this is a fast thing. About ready to just pull out a Magnum. Especially with what I'm considering doing very soon. Okay. If Ashley stuck to you like white on rice on a paper plate in a snowstorm, then I would probably not mind this fight really at all. I really can't remember. Their heads are supposed to come off really fast. Ow. I really can't remember how their heads are supposed to come off really fast. actually don't have all that many rounds left for that. Okay, cool. Just gonna. Cool. There is a chance of this, and I can't. I don't give a shit anymore because they're basically dead. Okay. Oh boy. Whee! That area is challenging. So I guess it has that going for it. It's different. It brings up a challenge that feels like you must complete it, and you have to tackle it a certain way, and there's more than one way to tackle it, I guess. Because I know you can take their heads off some way, and I don't remember. Welcome to the family, Tom Mad. Hello there. And I see Crystal Iceberg just gave me the big D love. Hello. I get being able to attack it a few different ways, I guess is what I'm gonna go with as my final answer of why that is a tolerable set of situation type deal. Even though I can't remember how you're supposed to go about it, I know you can go about it a different way, which means that it's just me not remembering, which isn't on the game, which means that there's something creative about it. So there's something. Oh yeah, and you remember all the times that people just stand still and let you shoot them? Man, I remember that one time that I played any action type game and they just all stood still and let me shoot them and massacre them because reasons. Let me go ahead and just pick this up and pick this up, and I'm gonna go to the merchant first after this. Because I'm going to see if I have enough money, because we are about at the part of the game where, I'm sorry, but the critiques get a little few and far between. I mean, the pros get few and far between, so I want to be able to get through it as fast and cleanly as possible, which means as I get more and more tired, and as I realize that this is a daunting prospect, there's a very good chance I'm about to go get that infinite rocket launcher. Does it take some of the fun out of the game? Yes. Am I trying to actually show some of the critique of the game instead? Yes. So am I going to choose the lesser of two evils? Possibly. And I'm very much considering it. Just so we can get through the game faster and it doesn't take all night. All night. Where is that dude again? Right here. Okay, cool. Oh boy. Because while this next section has good points, it is probably the last section that you'll hear me say they did a lot more right than they did wrong. Welcome. And then it's gonna and then it got a selection of and then I don't want to lie to you guys by trying to be like, yes, like this is
Is that old I'll thank you. Is that old
Oh boy.
Is that old I thank you. What are you
How much does that infinite rocket launcher cost so we can just really there's a few zeros on there. I need a few extra zeros. I'm like 350,000 short. I'm gonna save it in case I regret this, trying to show everyone through this. Like, I'm gonna save it right here. So I'm gonna, but let's just go ahead and grab it because.
What are you selling?
So what am I gonna sell for it? I don't use the handgun nearly enough. It doesn't really matter. I don't use this, and I won't be soon.
Is that old? Is that old? Thank you.
I mean, I guess it would be the TMP and the blacktail. Oof. That only leaves for precision shots to striker. No, TMP says broken butterfly. I don't need a magnum if I've got a rocket launcher all the time. So I'll just. It was nice knowing you, broken butterfly. It was really awesome.
Buy it.
But like, we're gonna part ways now, and it's no hard feelings. I'm really sorry about that. I will give a few rounds for this because I don't know. And one more thing has to go, and it's probably. Oh, give me something else that's like about. Oh, you piece of shit. Do I not have enough off of the random things? No, gosh. That's like 70. Oh no! Oh wait. I don't fucking care. I forgot I can do something.
Thank you.
I forgot I can. I sincerely forgot I can do something. If I'm not really using it for anything other than just like grabbing things out of the sky.
Thank you. What are you selling?
Well, that solves that, doesn't it?
Thank you.
Yeah, that.
What are you buying?
Let's see if I can even like wait, first let me buy the thing. Yeah, there it is. There we go. Go ahead and let's give more critical analysis to the game by not letting me be held back by getting through some sections. Because we're gonna blow things up and I'll explain what's going on with it, and we'll still critically analyze pros and cons to it. Can I bet I could still even upgrade it back toward.
Is that not enough cash, stranger?
Yeah, I bet after I get a few more things, like he'll have that bag ready to go. But all right, we're gonna be running around with this for just a hot second, so bear with me. But yeah, this is a reality. Can Ashley die from this? I really had to test it to make sure because I was afraid that was the truth. Oh God. Oh, I'm so happy I saved it, but wow, I had to test it. I had to test it because I couldn't remember. I should have saved it again. I should have saved it one more time because I got to redo this like really quickly. But like I had to. You know I had to.
Is that old? Thank you. Is that old?
Oh gosh.
Is that old? Is that old?
Oh gosh. And that I don't know why that brings me just so much joy. But it's a mixed bag of feelings going through that. That's pretty satisfying.
I'm getting a noise complaint, but
hey,
you know what? I don't
the
even
flays.
care, because this is my art, and no fuck.
Before you go to bed, bro, I'm gonna need you to stop hating on Reform.
What are you buying?
Man, I do. Got paid, so I am sharing the wealth.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone hashtag over there. Flays over there. Thank you so much. And I won't shoot right into the ground anymore. That is a thing of the past. That was past me. Present me isn't that dumb. I'm assuming that's Flazin, one of our newest shields. I'm gonna just make it that quick assumption. And then, yeah, so we've got this, and I won't shoot the ground again, I promise. Ish. Mostly. I mostly promise that I won't do that again. Yeah, the Blacktail has more firepower when it's all the way upgraded. I mostly promise that I won't do that again.
What are you buying?
I think.
Is it not enough cash, stranger? Come back.
And then I'm going to go right here and save it again. It's alright. It's totally alright. I appreciate all the support. I really do. I sincerely do. Let's go kick some ass and show what this game has to offer for pros and cons as fast as we can with this rocket launcher now. Because I've got this, I've got the striker, so that helps me for that part. And then a King's Grail. And then this one. This thing, it's why I like the Chicago typewriter better. This thing can backfire on you. I thought I remembered that. That's why I wanted the Chicago typewriter. All right. All right, 4:38 a.m. I can do this. Since I have all of this stuff and I don't need as much anymore, like, honestly, we can just run through a lot. So this is now me just running through from place to place, and we're talking about things. This sets a scene. It's, of course, a pro. Setting a scene like this is nice. Being able to see kind of like a feeling that like a trepidation, like that you're hesitant to go about and do something. Wow, my just normalness kicked in. And then I always wondered why you couldn't do this, but I guess I never really tried that. Are you kidding me? That was always an option? That was always an option? It was always an option to use a rocket launcher there? Oh my god. This area, most people know, the bugs swarm you. I love that those insect monsters. I really do. Oh, it's still here though. Good.
More of them.
Oh yeah, I actually like this section a bit. It set the tone right, and it feels foreboding. It feels like you got to get something accomplished. It feels like you don't know what to get accomplished, which is the right thing. I want to pick up the eyes. How many eyes? I got red eye. I got blue eye. I can set one of those things up. I gotta get these things off of me, and then I have to blow that up. So that should be... Alright, I'm just gonna turn around real quick, and I'm sure this should be no problem. Whee! Alright, so I love those enemies. It's a pro. Whoa, is my game glitching a little bit? Am I glitching? I'm just gonna pick things up and pretend I didn't just get a glitch. But anyway, a pro to that room is that I really do like how it just sets it up, and actually it makes you feel like you have to figure out a puzzle. These things have to come down, you have to shoot them down, and you don't know exactly how it's gonna go. So you're kind of trying to fight those things while you don't know like what to shoot, what is it you shoot. I even forgot just for a second what you're even supposed to shoot. Oh, yeah, you have to pull this first. So I hit a glitch. Hopefully in the next room it goes away, and then usually you're still fighting at this point, and I do like all of this sequence. I think that definitely it would be more difficult to bring this sequence into like a remake, and really have it have the same impact. Leon is black. For everyone that wanted a black protagonist, you got one. All right, let's hope loading a new area. Wow. Okay. I broke my game. I'm just gonna go ahead and save it right here. And then I'm gonna try to figure out how to get out of the game. Like, how do I stop it? I broke some things. I'm gonna go ahead and just say we should quit that and start it right back up. Oh boy. Wow, I broke the game. Even the game doesn't like me critiquing it. Good God. Game, get a hold of yourself. You're still a solid game, even if I've got critiques. Come on. Oh, jeez. I've never seen that happen before. I've never, ever seen that happen before. Never, ever, 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 ever. Just gonna go right here. Alright. Yes, this is on Xbox. Alright, so everything is looking, a bit more normal. This is, yeah, okay, we've got, okay. I'm seeing what I think I'm supposed to see. Yep. Yeah, this is looking right. This is, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think we nailed it. We found it. Yep. We should really look more like this.
For a selection of good, what are you selling?
So, whatever that was back there, I don't know. And I'm not accountable for it at all. So,
thank you. Is that all? Thank you.
And also, I'm still gonna try to tune up that blacktail because I totally decimated everything about it.
Is that all? Is that all? Thank you.
Yeah, well, I'll use extra money to get the blacktail back up every now and then. Okay, cool. So now that that glitch is gone, I do like the bugs. I do like those bug scenes back there. I really do like that area. I like that scene. I like the vibe that it gives you before you get in there. I think that it can be a little overwhelming. And that for casually playing it for the first time, that it feels overwhelming, but it's a good overwhelming.
I wonder if you can see me, Mr. Kennedy.
If you even scratch her, I'll break your bones.
First, we shall see if you can make it this far. I'll be waiting.
Shit.
Okay. We're about to get to some really big con. And there's just no way to avoid it, and I'm really sorry. I'll do my best to be very objective about it, but it's just, there's not going to be a good way to make it sound like I'm not shitting on the game when that's not what my intention is at all. It's not my intention in the slightest bit. Are they coming down the stairs yet? Oh, it gets all of them. Cool. So this outdoor area sets a new scene, and I don't mind it at all. And in fact, if you want the firing on you to stop, you were already taught earlier in the game in another scene to go ahead, grab your snipper rifle, and like to go for them. And so you know how to get across here, and like you just gotta remember what the game's already taught you. Now you don't get the benefit of like an easy out. You've actually got to take some shots. But other than that, the game like pretty much already taught you how to take care of a situation like that. You just have to remember like that to trust the game, that the game didn't like teach you something for no reason. Every now and then it does, because I don't know what lesson I was supposed to learn from the lava room. Again, no music, so all the tension is gone. That is always a con. This room. I've never made heads or tails of what this room really means to me and to this game. This room is a quintessential, like, I guess, grab bag idea room, where they thought of making a puzzle and thought of a callback to previous games, like the clock tower and whatnot. I don't know I mean, I really don't know what they were going for, because this is less of a, like, it doesn't feel like a nuisance, because then you have to travel back down, so it is a challenge. At the same time, it just feels like it's like, okay, I did it, like, so I'm gonna go do a thing now, right? And then it's just kind of like, okay, you walk across a bridge. I don't know what they're going for, and I don't know what I'm supposed to feel as a player as I go through this. Luckily for me, it doesn't feel like a chore, but it's coming pretty close. So oh, the ritual preparation, if you want to learn more about the game. Like, the game really does a good job of actually giving you all the information you need in the notes, so that's cool. I've really never made heads or tails of that room in particular. Oh, I should have just used the white chicken egg over here to help out. Okay, so I don't know what to say. Hey, Daryl. I'm going for as long as I can since you guys are supporting it. Also, something you can't up-res right there. You guys are supporting the idea that I'm trying to get this all done in one, so that people that watch it later on know that I'm not just flaming the game the whole time, that I'm actually trying to give a critical analysis. I hope people later on realize that using your brain for 9 hours straight to critically analyze pros and cons of a game that people find beloved and are trying to be impartial about and keep your own emotions out of as you explain things like theming, through lines, continuity, world building, all that kind of stuff, storytelling, is one of the most mentally draining, and now I feel physically exhausted from doing this. So I hope people later realize that. I get the feeling I'm gonna be taking a strong ass nap, and I'm not the type to nap, really. I don't have that luxury because I have a child, my son, and when he's with me, naps are not on the docket. He is not with me this weekend. He is with his mother. Yeah, try to hide from me. See how well that works for you. And then this area just felt like another, I hate to say chore, but it just felt like another, like, what am I really doing here? You know, like, I'm questioning, what's my purpose? And I guess not an existential crisis way, but I'm just like, what does this have to offer? Like, what am okay, I got the clock tower working. I know the outside purpose of this. It makes sense. Cool. Then what's my purpose after that? Like, what do I continue to do? Like, what? So I got the clock tower working, and then I did all of that just for the one thing. Like, it really is just the one thing, or is it? It's not quite a fetch quest. It's not quite like a true challenge, I guess. I don't know. I don't know whether to make heads or tails of it. I really don't. I just kind of stay in limbo about this area, and I think that in a remake, they could give this area more ambiance or more purpose. I think either one of those would do it. More ambiance, so this feels daunting. Like, not just the enemies feeling daunting, but like just being in here feels like an oppressive nature about this area. I think a remake could give an oppressive nature about it that would make it so that it didn't necessarily have to serve a purpose, or make it serve a bigger purpose than shooting out a few planks of wood and having to climb back down. Because otherwise, is going to run back into that same camp. This is an area that for sure does not need to be a cookie cutter replica of the original. In fact, if it were if it was a cookie cutter replica of the original, it would be bad. This scene, however, makes enough nervousness with people that I find it to be intriguing. There's a reason I kept you. There we go. I find this scene to be the last time where I can probably use intriguing and be just like completely fine with the way that I'm describing it, because it's like you're trapped again on both sides. So they are theming again and bringing back something that we did before, but they're doing it in a way that it's like it feels a bit more fluid than the other times they've tried to do it. A few of the other times they've done it, it just didn't feel right. But this feels like back when we were still in the village and we were knocking down the crates near the river. We were getting the insignia to even get in the church. You know, that whole thing. It feels like that. So I don't think. Oh, and you. So I don't think I mind like being pinned down between them. And plus, there are some places in this game where they're trying to waste your ammo, so it makes it harder for the rest of the game. So, for example, in Resident Evil 2 Remake, the reason why my guide works well is because there's so much leeway. You can do whatever you'd like to. And usually you have enough ammo and enough health to do it your way and be able to bend my guide to your own needs. This game, all Resident Evil games kind of depend on the idea that you are running low on ammunition all the time. So me buying the infinite rocket launcher takes away a little bit of that like nervousness. That's okay, because we're analyzing the game as we go. This scene right here, what we walked into, is one of my favorites in the game. I just said I don't understand that. I just said we're about to be dogging some things. This right here though, both of these like Wolverine guys, and you have two peons with them, like, I think that's perfect. You now know how both of them work. You know you're about to attract sound, and at the same time you know that those two are about to rush you. So what do you do about it? And one of those Wolverine dudes are like totally decked out. This scene right here is kind of like a Dark Souls type puzzle. And by that I mean the fight is the puzzle. How you solve it is an aha moment. And getting through it feels rewarding simply because you survived. Dark Souls, the whole thing is that the fight is a puzzle. You can learn the whole rhythm and everything like that. And this right now is just you learn to survive it. You figured it out. You lived through it. And it just feels good. So like, I like this room. Now I'm about to blast it all to hell really fast, but I just wanted to say how much I do appreciate this room and how hard it is, and one of them's armored. Like, this is not an easy place to fight. This, like, none of this is easy, but and then again, the music takes away the tension, so like, But I really do like that fight sequence that usually happens, that do-si-do. I do like that. You see why I got the rocket launcher though. We're gonna be able to get through a little bit more of this game a little faster. And where the hell did those guys come from anyway? We're gonna be able to get through this game a little faster if I maybe have this thing. Is there a guy over there still? I'm just looking for a red herb. Oh, first aid. That's fine. So anyway, we didn't have to deal with that fight, but I have this game. I've already live streamed and played this game all the way through. I have a playlist that's free for everyone to watch. You can watch me play this game. If you don't like that I'm blasting through at parts like this, you can watch me actually play it legitimately. That's fine. A big criticism always of this game is switching between weapons. That would be fixed in a remake for sure. So I'm not even gonna put it in a cons list. I will put that one in a cons list. That they kind of make you feel like you should be doing a few things, and I've wasted many handgun rounds there before I was like, oh, just take. I don't know if that's just me, But that's like a personal grievance, and I wanted to share it with everyone. Cool. Brian, I have alerts paused because of this.
Leon! Mr. Kennedy, don't you know when it's time to throw in the towel?
No! Leon!
Where's the satisfying sound of one's impalement?
Don't fall for this old trick.
How dare you! No more games! Kill him! Kill! Quickly! We shall prepare for the ritual!
Leon, you're alive.
So maybe you have 9 lives, but it doesn't matter now, Mr. Kennedy. I've sent my right hand to dispose of you.
Your right hand comes off?
Say whatever you please. Die, you worm!
Where do I even begin with how bad that scene and that sequence really is? How about we begin with the fact that he's had a grappling hook on his belt this entire time, which could have come in use several times over in this game already to this playthrough, but is only used for one cheesy scene. Second, that he's able to do so and know that he's falling into a trap, and he uses it as if he's a pro for that. You don't get special training for that. Third, it grabs onto something luckily. Fourth, he realizes that Salazar is listening, so he shoots the ear horn thing. All when we put it in perspective, Ada's big thing, the big thing about Ada is her hook shot. And the story behind Ada getting her hook shot is so iconic. Like, Wesker gives it to her because he says, "Why would you help Leon? I'm cutting you loose. You couldn't even get the G sample." Ada comes up and is like, "Hey bitch, I might be hurt, but I did actually get the G sample. I got it off of Birkin's dead body." Wesker says, "You might be of some use to us yet. There's a present for you sitting right next to you. One chopper leaving the area. Get on it." She opens up the briefcase, and it is her iconic grappling gun. She runs for where the helicopter is getting off, where I believe it's Sergei piloting it. She grapples onto it. A hunter tries to grab her. She says, "You can keep it," because he grabs her stiletto. You can keep the stiletto or something. And she escapes Raccoon City that way. Ada basically has to earn a high-class sci-fi weapon that is iconic to her, and that in separate ways she uses to get to places that Leon cannot get to. Yet Leon is wearing the exact same damn thing on his waist the whole time and uses it for one action scene that is not needed, unnecessary, cheesy, and takes you out of the immersion of the game. Oh. Ooh. I'm just gonna pause right there.
This is giving me an erection. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
Yeah bro, I beat that game into the ground. Terry 3 was good. I enjoy what you do and appreciate it, biceps.
Well, thank you so much, Brian. Everyone at hashtag Brian. That was 10 minutes ago. This is where I'm gonna bring this back up. This game bothers me at a level that really not many other games bother me, because from here on out, we are hitting to when I started this stream 9.5 hours ago. I said this game could be summed up in one word. That one word is bipolar. This game proves that you can add action into survival horror. In fact, even for the flaws that I said were cons, there were so many pros to how this game began that when they started showing you how powerless your action is, that you're an action hero but you're in the survival horror, they theme and they get the setting and they get the through line done so well that there's so many payoffs over and over that really do show you they know how to subvert expectations, use the scenery to the advantage, really immerse you into the game, make you remember that this is a survival horror franchise. They do it so well, and they keep action with it. And there are times where it's kind of wishy-washy, and we'll just forget the lava room, and we'll forget some of the other stuff. But then we get to here, and this is proof that at this point, from here on out, this game takes a turn for the absolute worst. This game has a few more points that are good, but from here on out, please, for those who have been sticking with me from the beginning, remember how many times I praised this game for how good it was. How good this game is, how good it was with theming, even by taking the action part of it and returning it back to survival horror, that they got a few things flawed, but given hindsight, some of those can be forgiven. Other times, hindsight doesn't forgive it, but a remake can enhance it. There are other times that this is finally the first time that there is no redeeming qualities about that. That is bullshit, asinine garbage. Get it out of this fucking game, or lean into it and make it an action game. But do not give me half action and half survival horror. Don't do this. This is where they took all of the survival horror out of it and made it into a joke. And for anyone who wants to get immersed into a game, like you're trying to survive, get to an objective, save Ashley, live, do all these things, be scared, and then to have that shit happen, and then remember, oh yeah, separate ways later on, like Ada can grapple up, that's why she can get to somewhere. You later will need to save your life, but you can't grapple anywhere. You have this on your belt. You shoot an ear horn and make a joke out of it. You do all this shit, and it just gets worse. This is just stupid. This is just stupid. And the rest of the castle pretty much follows suit with how many cons there are, and I've got to nitpick to find the pros. This is where the game gets so fucking bipolar, it needs to be medicated. And at this point forward, this is why I say this game deserves a remake, and you're gonna see more and more why my perspective, trying to be objective, I think this game really, at this point in time, where the IP is, why Resident Evil 8 can't be pushed back, why Code Veronica needs to be on next gen and not both PS4, PS5 type deal, why Outbreak might come or might not, why all these other things, there are all these things and DLCs and whatever. This is the perfect time to make a Resident Evil 4 because you can make it whenever, it can be cross-platform, they can make assets, people will be invested no matter what, and they can actually medicate the damn game and give it a through line and stop this stupid bullshit from happening. This is the point where I stopped playing the game so many goddamn times. I cannot stand that scene. It throws me. I literally, when I first got this game, played it with lights turned off so many times, and I remember the first time I ever played that scene in my apartment, living back down south, and I paused the game and went and got McDonald's because I had no idea what the fuck this game was anymore. Like, why did that just happen? Like, it threw me off and made me disappointed because I realized that if it continues with this, I'm gonna be disappointed because we're totally leaning into now action that I don't want. I wanted the survival horror. They built it up just to shoot it on down. Oh god. And again, they don't shoot it completely down. There are actually good parts of it, but it is this point forward that I have played many times, saved it, and stopped. Because you'll just see why. This game is bipolar. It needs, I mean, you can even keep the cheese in there, but have him some other way save himself and yell back up maybe, or something like that, but make it somehow. Having a grappling hook at your side is so useful. Ada uses it in her own side, and yet he just fuck. All just for one cheesy little scene for Salazar playing his games. Ugh. But up to this point, this game has been extremely good. I've only had a few critiques, Lava Room, and more pros than cons by far. Please remember that. But from this point forward, it's probably going to start being more cons than pros. And I'm sorry, but it's just the way it starts swinging. There are a few points that I know, like when we have to, those invisible bugs again, that's going to be more of a pro than con room. I know that when we get further into it, actually having to fight his right hand, that's more of a pro than a con thing. Getting further into it and stuff, fighting actual Salazar, more of a pro than a con. Everything else in between, okay, got it off my chest. Oh God, oh God. Oh. Oh God. So from here on out, you can see why. Everyone here can see why. As I point things out, we got more action-oriented games from Resident Evil 5 and 6. Because the back half of the game turns into what we're about to experience. And there's just nothing to do about it. We just have to do. This is how it does. This is how it do, and we just do. And just get over it, because this is how we do, and just do it, and we do it. Okay? We do. That's how we do. Cool? Cool. I'm just gonna go ahead and save it right here, and we're just gonna keep doing. Good night, Hungry Kitty. Thank you for so much for being here and supporting. Now let's run through this game as fast as possible from here on out. Cool? Because there are some good parts still left. Like, really good parts still left. Like, we're about to hit one. Hey, there's a red herb I was looking for. So after giving us the cheesiest throw you out of immersion experience ever, they're like, it's a kind. I swear to God, development of this game is like two kids bickering over who gets to play the game, because they do this, and that makes you question what the fuck is out there. Like, immediately you question it. And while the cheese from the last scene you might not be over, you really do have to consider, maybe it's one of those things that, you know, I mean, those invisible things could be down here and I could have to defend myself. So you're having to consider these things. You have to think about it. And then, oh, you're about to hear me defend QuickTime events. The only time you'll ever hear me do it. Ever, I think, ever. So we get in here, and this happens. And it happens so fast. And it's just like, what the fuck just... What is this powerful? How did it catch up to me? Why did it run? I don't think it's one of those bugs. It just tore down the door. And then we get... And then all of a sudden... And then all of a sudden... As we're just strolling along... Which I can't remember if there's actually any treasure down here other than like what he drops. As we're just strolling on along... No, nothing I need in here. Just keep going, just keep going. I'm gonna defend that QuickTime event right there. I paused it right when it was about to happen, and I'm probably gonna get hit. I'm defending these QuickTime events. For once, I will defend them. Because, for once, QuickTime events I understand the original reason QuickTime events were used was to make sure you could not sit back and watch a cutscene and not be involved in it. And so they use it for the boulder running away, but basically they were using it for like Krauser's fight that was coming up, and for other things like when you and Lewis are like connected and you have to like watch the cutscene, but then the shackles break and things like that. But every other time cutscenes like flipping backwards from armor, it feels like bullshit. The cutscenes right here, knowing that it can be only one of two button combinations, actually build suspense and let you know you're fucked. Something powerful is actually powerful enough to just screw you up through the ceiling. And it really does actually add to the suspense of having to fight this thing. This is the only time you will probably in your life hear me defend a QuickTime event. Ever. And it's the only place QuickTime events in gaming probably it has ever belonged. Ever. But here we are. Good night, Haley. And let me unpause it and quickly... Yep, I got hit by it because I stopped it immediately. I'm going to defend that QuickTime event. Yep, I sure as hell am. Defending it. So all of these, yep. It's kind of like, when does it end? Where is it going? There's only one enemy, so they got to build it somehow. I will defend these QuickTime. Notice I said these because I'm about to not defend some QuickTime events. They just built suspense to get into here. So let me ask you. Here's the big difference. I just defended it in the hallway. I might be able to defend it right there. But really, you just built suspense to get me to run into this room. Why am I still using QuickTime events? Why am I still in them? Why? Why am I still in them? You built the suspense. You got me doing QuickTime events, so you got me to run to the room. Why are there still QuickTime events? They should be gone. Right now. They should be gone. Why are they still here? But we're gonna suffer through a few more. I mean, you got my attention. You built the suspense. I ran down a hallway. I got scared the bejesus out of me. And then now I got to survive in here for a little while. And now there's a xenomorph. And that's a QuickTime event to dodge an attack. He is a hard boss. I really do like that boss. Why did the QuickTime events continue? I don't justify the QuickTime events continuing, but I do justify them getting you into that room. I really think it was good for them to do the QuickTime events to get you to move faster and to build suspense that something is coming for you. And that is the one time where if you get the free rocket launcher, point of advice, hold on to it, because if you freeze him, the rocket launcher that you get for free earlier in the game can take him down in one hit and give you that. Another point of advice, if you don't freeze him first, the rocket launcher will not kill him in one hit. It takes two. So if you want to use your freebie rocket launcher and you don't want to cheat your way through this game by just buying rocket launchers over and over for every boss, then save it for this dude, freeze him, and then shoot him. But we've got an interesting character design. We had anticipation built. We had all those things. I justified QuickTime events. They should have ended, though, as soon as you got in the room. I mean, as soon as you got in the room, they should have ended. I should not have gotten hit because I didn't dodge a QuickTime event. No. 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 He smacked me after he came down out of the ceiling because of a QuickTime event. No. No. You don't. No. And now, but this is hindsight. They were just testing out QuickTime events at this point. So, in a remake, we better not see him. But here,
It seems
we understand.
that Salazar is having difficulty taming the American pig.
And then this.
Salazar had his chance. Krauser, go get the girl. Oh, and dispose of the swine while you're at it.
Consider it done.
Oh my god, dramatic face reveal! Doesn't it mean so much to everyone? Oh my god, it's Krauser! Remember Krauser? Don't you remember Krauser? I can't believe it! He's all scarred up, but he lived! He lived, right? I mean, you remember it, right? You remember... that reveal meant to... You remember Krauser, right? You... Remember that time that you knew about Krauser because you definitely watched the... I mean, even if it was afterwards that you watched any CGI, remember that time you, For those of you that don't know, a CGI movie covers it, and so does a graphic, I think an illustration and a book. I think of Krauser is covered in a few different ways, but the biggest way in the canonical and continuity for this game is covered in a CGI movie, and one of the worst of the CGI movies, where you find out Leon lost a partner in a previous deployment. Leon's special training actually got him so far that he was deployed for another mission. Krauser is his partner. Krauser is KIA. I don't remember if they thought he was killed or if he was declared MIA. But basically, you think by the end of the CGI that Krauser is dead, and Leon basically falls back into being an alcoholic over it, and Krauser means something to him. That was his he was fighting alongside him. So, like, Krauser means something. Krauser means... How many people played this game and realized that that face reveal of all the scars and everything was like, oh my god! Yeah, it's in the game Dark Side Chronicles 2. I knew it was somewhere else. Cool. Not just a CGI. Cool, thank you. I knew it wasn't just what is that fucking CGI movie? That includes Krauser and his crap. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. It's just Krauser is one of the worst parts of this entire story because most people have no connection to Krauser at all. Don't know what it means for Leon to run into him. Don't know what it means for like Ada to have to put him down. Don't know what it means for him to show back up, be the traitor. Don't know what it means for him to actually even be working for like Sadler or anything. They don't know anything about it. But all of a sudden, this is dramatic reveal. It's Krauser. It's done so poorly. It could have been easily executed by either having a flashback or something to explain Krauser and Leon. Something. I mean, we got an exposition dump of a bunch of text to begin this game off. Why couldn't they explain some of the 6 years in between of what Leon did? Anything. Or later on in the game, have a flashback after the knife fight with fuck ton of quick time events. So you can't ever skip the knife fight. You should probably have it memorized by now. You could have had something, anything to let people know who Krauser is. But most people playing this game have no idea who the fuck he is. But I mean, like, literally, you're looking at BFFs meeting again, but they're fighting now. What the fuck? Oh. That is such a wasted opportunity. That holy shit. It is such a wasted opportunity. It is a waste to have Krauser in this game. My reference to Krauser, I'm a little so flustered right now. I know I might have gotten it wrong exactly where he's all appeared. But basically, to know Krauser, he's deployed with Leon before this happens. Krauser is MIA, and that's how he defects over to working with Wesker. That's what you needed to know. But basically, before that, Leon and Krauser, like Leon, I believe, even looked up to Krauser. So, like, it matters. Krauser matters. How many people playing this game fresh ever knew Krauser existed? It is such bull. It's such bull. Whoops. Alright, so anyway, I forgot that would be blast damage. Krauser is such a disappointment in this game. It is one of the biggest cons this game has, if not the biggest letdown at least that this game has. It doesn't help you, it doesn't explain anything. I mean, the memos in here like help with backstory, but like where's I need to know Krauser, where's more Krauser? There's not more Krauser. Okay, when am I gonna learn Krauser? And by the end of the game, you learn nothing more about Krauser. Well, fuck you, Krauser. Why was I supposed to care again? I don't know. Game, were you gonna explain it? No? Cool. I'm just gonna go on with my life again.
Welcome.
Oh my god.
Got a selection of good. What are you saying?
Krauser is so underutilized. It's a tragedy.
Is that all? Thank you.
It is not okay what they did to Krauser in this game.
Is that all?
They turned him into an annoying QuickTime event. And a side note, no.
Is that all?
No. I refuse.
Is that all? Thank you. Is that all? Is that all?
I should really just save selling things for like later, because I don't think I'm gonna be able to tune back up my blacktail while we're actually in the middle of playing.
Thank you.
Almost.
Come back anytime.
All right, so I'm gonna unpause alert. So now we get to see that Krauser means nothing, and then we're in tunnels. And I don't know, even without the rocket launcher, like this, I don't think that this setup was executed well with this whole tunnel situation. I mean, you can read about it and you kind of know, like you can check the boards, caution overload, blah blah blah, and then you kind of go into this area and it's underground. And the Las Plagas story, it basically is like they're excavating the mines and whatnot. But even with all of that said, even with excavating the mines and this being a whole big deal, this area just kind of feels like it was like an afterthought. In fact, it almost feels like when you play them, if you were to play this later, like, let's say you play this, let's say they do the remake comes out and they redo this area. It would almost feel like it ripped it off from Resident Evil 7 at this point. Resident Evil 7 does getting into a mine a little bit better, because at least it feels like it connects with more. It's just, I know, again, I'm blowing stuff up just to get through the game faster, but that does not diminish the point I'm trying to make. Please don't let it. Oh shit. Wow, he's annoying. He was really persistent. Is he not dead yet? Oh, no, shut up. Alright, so this area, it has its, I mean, it doesn't feel like it was a good lead up to it. We just saw Krauser. So let's say you know who Krauser is, and then you come back to this. It doesn't feel it feels disjointed. Like that reveal of Krauser right then and there, and then to put you back in the mines. it feels like the flow is off. Like it just could be reordered. That's all it would take. Just a reordering of like when we see Krauser introduced in the reveal, and maybe a reordering of kind of like when we run into the mines or something. Like run into the mines first and then. But I know they're trying to go by chapters, so they're always trying to do something dramatic to finish it off. And I understand that. I get it. But I mean, I think it's just the wrong placement. They could have done the correct scene. And then without any backstory, it's just kind of like, hey, I know you're doing this. I got a side story that I want you to totally pay attention to with Krauser, who you should totally know, but you don't. And then I want you to pay attention to what you're doing over here in the mines. But now you're just in the mines because there's a document that Luis left behind that talks about the Las Plagas history of learning about them. So you should appreciate that you're in the mines. I guess you're kind of in it. I guess maybe, like it's disjointed. It's not poorly crafted, just disjointed. Get it? Cool. It's not, I mean, it's, okay, no, let me reword that. It is absolutely fucking poorly crafted that, that Krauser has no explanation to him. That's absolutely poorly crafted. But I mean, the order in which you get the events and all that jazz, that's poorly crafted. It could be just a simple reordering of when you're introduced to elements, could easily redo it. This fight has a pro and a con. I think it's interesting. I think that at this point, the stakes really feel like they should be higher. Because usually the way you'd fight this fight is that you try to lure them over the pit and hit the thing when they're over it. You can get away from them fast enough. Or, if you have flashbangs on you, which I do have some, you can basically get them to be over this thing. I don't think any of them are going to be coming when I need them to. Alright, maybe he will. Alright. Let's talk about pro and con of this. So you got two that could be a challenge. You got a lava pit. You can use the lava pit twice. You have to then give up the money though. There's no way to get the spoils of what he gives. And then on top of that, the way that you kind of use this mechanic over and over can just feel repetitive. That you're trying to get away and you just slide back down and you're waiting. And then maybe you take him out, maybe you don't type deal. Like if you're gonna do all of that. And then it's closed back up and you can use it again. But then for anyone who's played this enough times, it becomes like okay, so we just should kill him then, but do we have the ammunition? Like, I think there's a big con of being able to, like, I think the con in this fight, really, is that some of the challenge is kind of taken away. And if they take away the challenge, then at least give you the reward for figuring out that you can get them over the pit. Like, if they're gonna take your challenge away, then give you this. Like, even for the one you threw in the pits, give you the currency they drop. But no, if you actually figure out that there's a second way to kill them, which is the way most people figure out how to do it, to drop them in the pit, you lose the bonus. So you're almost like now docked for being creative, I guess. That's kind of how I view it. For being creative and using the pit to lure one and probably waste a flashbang or some other ammunition to stun them or get them there to cripple them on their knees. Whatever you had to do, you wasted stuff to get them there. You flip the switch and then you lose the reward. And then I have to go right back over and eat some of my words that I've been using, because here again is another good section. You want to see good sections, good gameplay right here. These guys already terrifying when this game came out. They can go invisible. They can track you down. Now you hear them buzzing everywhere. If you just had the shotgun, everyone knows what I'm about to do. This is the route that I'll even bring out the shotgun for this. This is the same route everyone used to do. Everyone would go. They would pick up more shotgun shells. They'd probably try to fire at a few of them real quick. They'd be doing their best, but these things are coming at them. Don't know where to go. You know you got to point some light somewhere. So by the time you're running around and doing everything, you finally just happen to come across a cave. And you go toward the cave, and they're there, it's cool. But like, you're like, this is my salvation. This is how I'm gonna live through this shit. I gotta go in the cave. I gotta get in the cave. So you go in the cave, and you get in here, and it's like, oh good, I figured it out. But then it does this. You're just waiting. Like, you're waiting. And for most people that play this section, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You sit in here, more come towards you, and then you're back to waiting. And then you're waiting again, and then more try to kill you, and then you're waiting again. And then more try to kill you, and you're waiting again. And you just kind of wait in here as long as you can. And there's nothing really else to do about it. They took a really good environment, they took really good enemies, and then they're like, you know what, the best thing you can do is corner yourself and wait. And it's kind of like, really game? The best thing I can do is trap myself in this little place when you gave me this nice big environment that I could like creatively try to figure out how to beat these things in, and I need to corner myself in here to be safest so I don't go through health because again, I'm assuming that maybe this is your first time playing the game. My best bet is to now corner myself in here and just blast them all with the shotgun or whatever weapon I have so I can take them on at a reasonable pace and just wait. And we can continue waiting and more will come along and then you know more come along so you just continue waiting. And if it weren't this, it would be the shotgun and we just do this. And everyone knows what I'm talking about. So what is this? So you take one of the most interesting enemies that you've got in the game, and you dumb it down to the waiting game. Awesome. Love it. Waiting is the bane of exploration. So there shouldn't be a point where you're just sitting there waiting for something to happen. And the thing that you sit there and wait to happen is for them to come through that little opening so you can blast them all up or shoot them or do whatever because you know the easiest way to get past this, and every person that's played this game knows this, is to just get in here, wait, and kill them. You know it, I know it. This could be structured a little bit better to make you use the environment a bit more and not just stay in a cave. It could be done better. I love the enemies, I love the environment, but then you don't get to really use the environment. You just take a tour through the environment to get to the next place. It's a waste. It could be done better. So the pro is that it's a nice environment and good enemy design. The con is that this is the easiest way to take care of them. The easiest way to take care of them is to be a cheap bastard and just like use a shotgun usually and just go at them like this. Because more spawn after you hit the second one. So what else are you gonna do? You really gonna run out there? Really? Oh, that. So yeah, you get to do this, but with a shotgun. That's the big difference I've got right now. I'm doing it with this. I should be doing it with a shotgun. But remember, this is one of your most interesting enemies in one of the more interesting places that has a lot of eye candy that you should really want to explore, and you will be sitting in a cave most of the time. I mean, now you're going to have to explore it to figure out how to do this, but not with any challenge because I don't hear any buzzing. Do you hear buzzing? I don't hear buzzing, so you have to go off and figure out the challenge, but without any danger anymore because you had to get rid of the danger, so like, I guess there's some exploring maybe to do. Maybe, I don't know. There's a switch, press it. Yeah, you press the switch and then you're out. Look at this amazing environment that they crafted so you could sit in a cave and do basically nothing. Yeah, a remake could reuse that environment so much better. It's just... Oh, you took an enemy that I was giving so much praise to and then you turned it into that? Come on. Like, come on, just let me have some fun with the environment. But no. I mean, it is a nice environment. You can tell they did... I mean, you can tell. You can tell that that was meant to be explored and utilized. And you know they play tested the game. So you know people figured this shit out. Why? Why did they make it so easy to just put yourself in a corner and not even utilize the cave at all? Why? Some obstacles, some things that hold them up, some things that make it more beneficial. Maybe in the cave there's a drop off right there, so if you shoot them down like that, you're losing to another hole. I mean, just off the top of my head, I just thought, what if in that cave there's another hole that leads down? So yeah, you blast them with the shotgun in there, but you really risk losing all of their drops. They just drop down into that hole. So now you're encouraged, get out of the cave. At least it encourages you to try something different. Most people will probably still get in the cave and be like, I guess I lost some eyes. But at least something, make it like just a rim that you can walk around. They're flying through the rim. So now that when you're shooting them with the shotgun, they're flying at you. You're knocking them down out of the air. Now you just lost all the treats that you can get out of them if you're trying to fish a butterfly lamp or you're trying to gain money. Like something to get you out of the damn cave. Like the crevice of the cave. But no, you're just gonna fortify yourself in there. So... Oh... It's just a waste. Waste. It's a waste. Yep, exactly. They punish you for using the lava to kill, reward you for standing still and firing away. Yep. You're starting to see why when you have overlap of like horror, survival horror, and you have overlap of action, and you're getting a little bipolar with what you do, and you don't know what to do, you make a horror environment, and then you make it so you can get out of it using a shoot 'em up bang bang style like you're playing Doom or something. But then you give them also an out to make it like the cheapest, easiest way to make sure that you don't get hurt doing it. What the fuck are they going for? And what am I supposed to take from that? I like this note. Later from Ada. Hey, Crest on Iceberg. Oh, gosh.
Welcome.
I didn't say oh gosh, I said oh gosh. Game.
Got a selection of... What are you selling?
Just...
Is that all?
In case I need a few rounds for something.
Is that all?
Just get rid of some of these things. I'm not gonna need them.
Is that all?
I should stop picking them up. But part of me wants to finish making the blacktail back to what it was. Because I'm anal.
Thank you.
Green eyes. I think I only need one for the next time through if I really use it. Blue eyes.
Is that all? Thank you.
I need. Oh, I just went through the trouble of actually doing all that, and then I don't include that.
Is that all? Is that all? Thank you.
Hold on. I went through the trouble of actually doing it. I won't be going to. I have no other reason to use any of my treasures after this because my blacktail will be back to where it was, and so I'll just. I don't know. I don't know what I'll do, but
what are you buying? What are you selling?
I think the finished crown is worth so much.
Ah. What are you buying?
Blacktail. Boom. Okay.
Thank you.
So it is what it was right before I sold it. now I just save up things that next time I play it, maybe I can have money for reasons. So, again, if you see they've got a trope going on, a recurring trope that they do that low rumbly and show you the environment. And again, good job on the environment. And decent job on execution of the enemies in this environment. It really feels more fluid than the other times. I'm about to blow them all up ingloriously, but like, it does feel more fluid. So, as I make their body into fluids, this area feels more fluid, and it feels like you get rewarded if you remember to use a grenade around here. Right, I just get to use a rocket launcher. But this area, I mean, we're looking back at, okay, we're getting back immersed. We were just in an area that felt more like survival horror. We're getting immersed again. Cool. Cool, like where this is going. Hope this keeps up. It doesn't. Hope that this keeps up the way it's going. Because I would really like to have that immersion feeling the whole way through. It's a really nice thing. And then we just like,
well, this
hey,
direction. It actually arouses me very much. Thank you, American people. Thank you.
The environment draws you in, and then the mood turns into a WTF moment.
Yep, Brian. Yep, sure. That's sure as hell what happens. And then there's a switcheroo for a little bit that the environment is what turns it to WTF, but the mood in it is like it should be survival horror, and I'll just point it out when we get there. It switches it, but basically, yeah, that it does it constantly. So now we're back in the survival horror, and you know why they had to just set that theme back up for you? Why they had to try to make sure that they were theming it correctly so you knew that this was survival horror? Because of you're in catacombs that look really scary. All of a sudden now you're in like oh my god, you're in catacombs. Holy crap. Like, this is survival horror. We're underground, and it has to be... This is really scary that we're in crypts and tombs and stuff. So we must be very scared now. And I know I'm just, like, desecrating it by being able to blow everything up real fast. But once again, trying to get through this as fast as possible so I can sleep one day. That day might not be today. Actually, it needs to be today. But this area... I give this area a solid A for what they're trying to go for, because it does get you back in at least a good mindset, maybe some kind of mindset that says survival horror. I mean, it gives twisty turns. It doesn't give you as many options. You've got traps down. You don't know exactly how you're supposed to get over this. You just know that you're supposed to. Like, it's not made completely obvious to you how you do this. But it's obvious that you need to do this. And then, like... Wow, I just took his head off. So it's obvious, and then, again, the music stopped. All the tension is gone. So that sucks. But it's obvious, like, you're supposed to be in that mood right now, right? Cool. So just hold on to that real quick. Hold on to that for a few moments, that you're back into where, like, a chainsaw guy could take your head off in one motion. Hold on to, like, that feeling that it gives you, that you got to the key to the mine, if you're able to do that. Like, it just hold on to that. Remember it fondly. Because it really is trying to theme it for you, like, this is, like, a big deal. Again. Anyway, it's trying to theme it really well for you. And it just feels... It just keeps feeling off randomly. She's right there. I don't think there's many pieces of her left. I don't really care about them anymore. Oh, yeah, and there's the... You can get the insignia thing. So if there's an incentive for exploring this area... So if you want to survive the the traps, if you want to survive the if you want to survive the traps, if you want to survive the 2 chainsaw people, if you want to survive all of it, not only do you get their spoils, but then you get to come down here and get the Staff of Royalty. Another, like, hey, rewarding you for actually exploring the environment. We put some detail into it. I hope you enjoyed it. And you're like, oh, thank you very much. I actually really did enjoy it. And I'm glad you showed it to me. Again, music shouldn't cut off to tell you now there's no tension because I know there's no enemies that are actively pursuing me. I could go make a sandwich. But overall, this area is setting back a mood. I mean, I was just jarred out of the mood it's trying to set me into. I was physically, like, shaken out of that mood because I got cheap and easy ways out of it. But, okay, cool. It set me back in the mood. I'm getting there. All right. It's kind of like you're being my professional fluffer. I'm on the porn set. I gotta be in the mood so I can be in the act. Okay, cool. Let's get down to business then. Oh, wait a second. Don't tell me it's that puzzle again. Can you actually do this puzzle early? I can't remember, but if you can, then I'm really upset. Okay, good. You can't do this one early. Thank you. And that solves that. I'm willing to heal after that. So yay, you get to do the puzzle where you have to beat them and this thing. Cool. So now there was tension built. I felt it. I felt some tension. Felt some. Oops, didn't mean to actually use that alone, but that's fine. So we're rebuilding a mood. And then, yay, for getting all that done, you get another reward. So this part feels rewarding. It's nice. Really try to hold on to that feeling that they just built up. Because, for some reason, we're going to kind of do... We built it up just to tear it all down. I didn't want to quote Linkin Park, so I changed that at the last second. We built it up. And then we get this. We get a railway action shooter after they just built back up the suspense and the survival horror. And it will have QuickTime events that if you miss it at the very end, you don't live through this. So I don't even know what to really say about this part. I honestly don't know what to honestly say. The guy that was in charge of being able to have this more action-y got his way for a little bit, and the other guy ripped the controller back and said, "My turn! My turn!" And then we'd play this. So, yay, now we're on a rail shooter. And you know how many, you know all those Resident Evil games that do so well because they're rail shooters? You remember all those? I remember all of them, don't you? You know, you know the one I'm talking about. It was a rail shooter and everyone loved it and nobody hated it. There was no reason to hate it, so nobody hated it for any reason. Remember that one? Because everyone loves a rail shooter. Oh god, if I don't break it, I must duck. I broke it. Oh. Oh god. That was so hard. I could have been rewarded if I stopped and killed the chainsaw guy. But it was very suspenseful, let me tell you. and then we just... I don't even know what to say to this part. I should probably be using it. I don't even know what to say. What theme is being expressed here? What through line do I see a point of? That I'm getting deeper in the mines? Couldn't they have done it in a different way? Anything that was more suspenseful? Is there a way to make this into so it's like more treacherous or feels like I'm playing a waiting game. I'm waiting until the next thing I can shoot comes, like graces me with its presence. I'm having to wait. Waiting is the bane of all gaming expert of everything. Unless there's a big payoff for the wait, you better have a big fucking reason for making me wait in the game. Otherwise, I'm waiting to go down a spiral now, and the QuickTime event is there to make sure that I can't forget to interact with this very soon, because I gotta jump, and then I gotta mash a button. Oh god. Hey, wait. Remember when I was just saying earlier that they definitely brought back the through line and they were theming this as being a survival horror by making an underground crypt, and it really felt compact and like you were getting a reward for actually going, searching, defeating them. You don't know where they're coming from because there's a little bit of twists and turns. You even get a trophy, you get to defeat 2 chainsaw guys, you get to do a few things, you solve another puzzle, get another reward, and then you're back into an action railway shooter. What the fuck is this game? It's bipolar. Just what the fuck? Alright, so now that you're back surface, just remember all the things you learned down there, that we're still playing a horror action, shoot 'em up, rail shooter, suspenseful crypt game, because that's the theme now. That's what we're doing. And then we're going up this because we spent all that time fleshing out the bottom, that we want to make sure that we immediately get back to the surface. Why? That counts as a con. So, once again, does everyone remember that in the first half of this game, I was singing this game's praises and it had so many more pros and cons? Remember those days? I remember them like they were only hours ago because this stream has been going for 10 hours and 20 minutes. I remember them like they were only hours ago. Because they were. Now hours ago. And now we have this. The beginning of the biggest travesty, one of the biggest travesties in all of video games, not just this, but I mean, but especially in this one. Flays and Amazing, thank you for being here for so long. And Jeremy, I'm glad you've been here since the beginning, so you could see that playing it all the way through, it was about the only way that I was gonna I forgot. It was about the only way I was gonna show people who will watch. Because I know I've been talking about it on other streams, but unless I play it, it's not gonna connect. It's not gonna do it. I didn't hit a switch. I think what everyone remembers with their nostalgia glass. Where is the damn switch? I have forgotten completely. I'm not asking you guys. I'm asking myself. Where's the mother? Do I have to try to cross? I don't remember. Does something get opened? I don't remember. You know what? I'm gonna try to cross. Okay, yeah, they flipped the switch for me. Oh, my bad. It's another water puzzle where I have to make the parts come back up. Oh, it's a giant Salazar, because that makes sense in my horror game. That Salazar would be giant like this. I mean, why did I not know this? I am just a plebeian scum that should have known better. So my bad, apparently. I swear to God that most people's nostalgia glasses must come from the first half of this game. They've got to. It's got to be the first half. Because by the time you get through everything that I talked about, I've been talking for hours about making a through line and having a payoff and making it feel like you did something worthwhile and making annoying characters useful and doing all those things, and they just and then now we're doing this, and now we're doing this. Oh, but it gets better. It gets better. Don't worry, it gets better. You don't have to worry. I was afraid you guys were worried. It gets better though. All you gotta do is remember that it gets better. Because, I mean, what could be better than this? So, I forgot what that one even does. Hold it up there? Probably. No, that was sarcasm. We've already played the best parts of the game for the most part. Oh yeah, I mean, even without the infinite rocket launcher, that none of this feels real. Like there's all of that time we spent establishing a through line, a story, a plot, saying that we could put action in our survival horror. All of that time we spent in the first half of the game is just being forgotten right here, right now, over and over. They're out and out, willful ignorance and forgetting what they've done because reasons. And I guess us mere mortals will never know the reasons. They had them, and we just are too small brain to understand. So I will now go up once again through Salazar's hand, because of course I would, to go further up here, so I can, so I could usually defend myself in a different way, but I'm gonna be over here, and I use Salazar's hands because, reasons. Salazar's hands were very needed. This contraption is going to be found in most castles you ever visit. I say if you go to Europe, usually when you want to see some of their historic things, you're going to want to make sure that you visit the castles. For sure. I mean, it's just a known fact at this point. You visit the castles. If you know anything about European history, almost all of them have this, and it's there. So you want to make, I mean, you know, even for Resident Evil, this is a little much. Even for boulder punching, this right here is a little much. But, oh wait, the music's gone, so I know I'm safe and I can go make my sandwich again, because god damn it if they can't just keep ambient music in the background to make sure my anxiety stays up like something could attack me. But oh no! Now, since I've solved this puzzle, I get the best thing of all. I get the gracious opportunity to be able to do this. Oh, it can bust through the wall. Oh, I forgot. When I built my robot, I did not build it with wall busting capabilities. Oh God, I have to get back up because now the bridge is conveniently out because that was a one-time machine to chase somebody out of somewhere. Why did it even walk? Why did they make it to walk? Why did I just platform? Why did I shoot the things? Why did I do the switches? Why was I even in there? Why do you exist? Why? Why? Just why are they doing this over and over? They keep coming back to the survival horror and being like, remember we're survival horror, and then they do this. Why? Why? Oh, and then, oh God, icing on the cake if that weren't enough. Wait.
Join us, Mr. Scott Kennedy.
You again.
The sacred rite that's about to begin at this tower shall endow the girl with magnificent power. She will join us, become one of us.
This is no ritual. It's terrorism.
Isn't that a popular word these days? Not to worry. We've prepared a special ritual for you.
Oh my God, really? And then, quick time event. This motherfucker's got a gun and he pulls his knife to throw it like a pro? You don't get any sort of training that tells you to throw your weapon. Ever. Unless it's last ditch. There were even manuscripts we had to scrounge to find people throwing swords in sword fights as a last ditch effort. There is a technique in doing it. You don't throw your goddamn weapon! You sure as hell are not trained in any special ops to throw your weapon. That was not a balanced weapon to throw. It would not throw like it did. It wouldn't stick through his hand perfectly like he's a goddamn action hero. And then you wouldn't have to do a goddamn quick time event to make sure you have to watch that goddamn bullshit. What the fuck? What is this? Why? I'm starting to lose it. I'm starting to lose it. I'm starting to look at. I'm starting to. Oh boy. So anyway, again, game's a little bipolar. We're now in the action shooter parts. I know that you might have thought that we were playing a survival horror game, and I know how you could think that. For hours, we were playing a survival horror game that had a hint of action, but you were wrong, and you're mistaken, and it's your fault if you don't like the game at this point, because you should have known better, because the box art clearly stated that this was... Wait, the box art actually said this was survival horror. You should have clearly known, because... This is definitely an action game, because the last time Leon was in one, it was All right, let's just go ahead and just keep going. Oh. This motherfucker brought a knife to a gunfight to a guy he wants to kill. And just to show how big and brass his balls are, he throws the fucking knife in an inconceivable way. And then to make sure you don't miss it, you have to do a quick time event. I would call that a con. No matter if you like this game or not, that is a con, not a pro. So sorry, but I mean, I don't even know if I'm... That feels more like a fact. Do they come up behind me? I don't fucking remember. I don't think they do. I think I can pretty much from here blow up most of them somehow. Yeah, that was the one that hit the switch over and over. Just keep holding on to that term. This game is bipolar. And then people ask why this game might need a remake. I think people forget the second half of the game. I think people legitimately remember the first half and replaying the first half so many times that they forget this part of the game. I honestly believe that's where a lot of the criticism comes from. That people are really... The nostalgia glasses are so strong for the first half that the second half is just forgivable. That whatever it does, but it's Resident Evil, and why would you ever critique it or anything? It's my favorite game ever. If it is your favorite Resident Evil ever, I am not shitting on that at all. I am simply stating that maybe it isn't such a bad candidate for a remake. That maybe, just maybe, this game could be on the docket for using a little bit of, I don't know, a little bit of magic from a modern day feel, even if it's been remastered all to hell, that maybe this game has a little bit of merit in the sidelines of maybe we're gonna make something else out of it. Just maybe. Just maybe. Oh yeah, forgot about you. Oh yeah, I forgot about most. Oh yeah, I didn't forget about you guys. I was anticipating you guys. I'm getting shot up, but I'm tired enough that I've resigned myself to, like, we'll get through with the rest of it. We will. And then this part, I'm not, you know what? I'm not gonna call this a pro or con. It could have been done better. It could have felt like anxiety, anticipation. It could have felt like a lot of things. It feels like a chore, because especially on your first playthrough, what it is an ammo waster. I can tell you exactly what this part of the game is. It's meant to waste your ammunition, to make the future fights a little more difficult, so you have to explore the arena a little more. That's exactly what this part is. Most Resident Evil games have ammunition wasters. Most people that are here because of my channel know what the ammunition waster is in Resident Evil 2, and it's the first Birkin fight. They expect you to waste all of your ammunition there, and instead, if you followed my guide, you ended up figuring out that there's a way to get around it using the knives. I forgot a treasure. I don't care anymore. I don't think I actually forgot the treasure. I think the treasure is just like one that you guys skip down to or something like that. But either way, like, there's always an ammunition. There it is. There's an ammunition waster part of a game. This is it. That's all it's doing. Could you have given me something else to do that with? Like anything else? Like, give me something of substance. more than just kind of like more suspense, not like darker, deep, dank, not firing from all directions for no reason because we can, and you're gonna get cheaply hit because you exist, and it's just like this is that section is an ammo waster and is so thinly disguised it's not even funny. It's thinly veiled, it's not done well. There are ways to make you waste your ammunition in games, and that is not one of them. That's not how you do it. It's just, and you know the game knows how to do it right. I mean, you know they know how to do it right, especially now. We've got Remake, so you know they've learned their lesson at least by now. But I mean, Resident Evil 1, 2, and 3, the originals, knew how to make you waste your ammo. Like on bosses, zomboids, tyrants, nemesis. In the first one, just normal zomboids. In the remake, Crimson Heads, if you forgot to put them down with the lighter. Like, they knew how to waste your ammunition, but it felt like you weren't wasting your ammunition. You just happened to be using it for this one purpose that was necessary in this moment that you had to do. And like,
is that old?
But this one is just like, no. We're just gonna, you need to run out of all your ammunition. Why do you need to run out of it? That's a very good question. Next on the docket, let's talk about anything else, please. Anything else. If we could just talk about any other subject other than what we just went through, that'd be great. So that section is bull. What's going on? I just... Wait. No. I don't have mods, so whenever I have to do something, that someone's not listening to, I end up hitting a different button. So because I'm the one having to mod it because a lot of mods are asleep now, oops, I hit the ban button. Okay, so now that I can get back to this, how does this do well? This is actually one of the best boss fights in the game. Why is it downplayed as not, this is not a good boss fight after you think about it? Think about what we just did to get here. We went through Salazar's castle. We did a platforming section. We ran away from, first a minecart. So we did a rail shooter, and then we got into a castle where we did a platform, hit some switches, we ran away from a statue, did quick time events, climbed back up, got into a place where then again we had cheesy things happening that make no sense at all, really break you out of like the continuity of this being survival horror and turn it into a cheesy action show. And again, this is the survival horror franchise that really made the franchise take off, like the whole genre take off. Resident Evil 1, for as cheesy as the dialogue was, scared the shit out of me when it came out, and it really made the franchise like take off in the modern age. It really did. This is survival horror. This is supposed to be survival horror. We have not played any survival horror getting to this part. It's just been action. And now we're about to face a boss. This boss belongs in a survival horror game. This boss, he does. Does he belong in the survival horror game right now? No, the fuck he does not. There was no good lead up to this. There was no proper lead up that said this is the time we should be fighting an actual survival horror boss. This is the time we should be fighting a cheesy action horror boss. But this guy actually has a technique to him. He like slams down on random sides, get down, you can actually get swarmed by like creepy bug creatures. He looks unsettling himself. He can sweep the fuck out of you. You gotta go gain ammunition. You're worried about like expending it too fast. I know you just wasted a lot of ammunition, but you could have wasted it other ways. Like, this boss fits in survival horror. He just doesn't fit right now in survival horror. So it's like, okay, Thank you for a great boss fight that I'm about to blow up in 2 seconds because I got a rocket launcher. Thank you for this great boss fight, but why? Why? Why can't you just reorder it, put all the action together, put all the... or something? Just... ah! It's just stupid. A great boss fight ruined by the lead up to it.
You just missed her. The ritual is over. She left with my men to an island.
What?
Oh, and then the island. Oh yeah. We're gonna get there soon, aren't we?
I think it's time I paid my due respects towards your impressive and stubborn will. Mr. Kennedy, welcome.
Oh, and a nice side character that could have been like another Xenomorph. He's just sucked up because apparently he has 2 henchmen, but only one is ever going to be used. So wow. Yes, thank you.
Monsters. Guess after this, there'll be one less to worry about.
Fine, say the cheesy line. Why was the build-up to an actual survival horror boss surrounded by stupid-ass asinine action bullshit? Why? Why? This boss is awesome. The build-up to it is bullshit. The con? The build-up. The pro? This boss. I'm now gonna slaughter him really fast so we can finish out the game. Because the island? Don't even get me started on the island, but we're about to get to the island. Oh boy, I bet everyone who doesn't want a remake for Resident Evil 4 forgot about the fucking island. You forgot, didn't you? But we're about to get there.
I want you to suffer just like Ashley.
Oh. Just No, I fucked up. I immediately realized I fucked up the second I was fucking up because I was too busy thinking about the goddamn island. Oh god. Oh, there we go. I thought you could just shoot his, not his real body, his eyeball. But maybe I'm mistaken. Salazar goes down in one hit as soon as he reveals himself. I just forgot how to make him reveal himself faster. Oh, there he is. There he is. He is an actual intricate boss fight that's actually really cool, and you saw that I died to him because of something that was was my own stupidity. So props where props are due. That boss, removed from all the other elements of what we just came up from, that boss on its own, good boss. Like good boss. If I didn't have a rocket launcher, I've already played this game on streams before or static videos. I don't remember at this point. Whatever it is I did, you can see me actually beat the boss legitimately without, as a first playthrough, like, you know, first run of it. Not like first run as in old, but like first run as in no ability to buy really awesome stuff or upgraded weapons. I just upgraded as I went. But I mean, what a letdown when your build up to a great boss is just... Okay. I don't know why I signed out, but that's cool. What a letdown when your build up to such an awesome boss was that. But what a nice thing. I guess that would keep you going if you were really looking for the survival horror and you got that boss. Like, so I mean, so I guess, once again, I guess this is one of those times where I have to go off and say the whole, like, it's just, we're in the territory that I warned about hours and hours ago, is bipolar. You're getting 2 games in the same time. Fucking snake. You're getting 2 separate games. Ooh, golden chicken egg. You're getting 2 separate games. You're getting an action game and you're getting a horror game, and you're getting them at the same time. And it can never, after the one point where you basically start falling down the pits, this game never again decides which one it wants to be. It doesn't follow a through line. It doesn't theme itself well. It doesn't really carry a tone. It doesn't set environments other than to set an expectation that they never follow through on. It doesn't do any of that for the back half. And now that I'm playing it again and actually trying to walk you guys through why I say Resident Evil 4 should have been on the docket for a remake, it's not even just the back half. It's more like the back third is what really crushes the game. Now that I'm actually playing it and realizing how far I am into it before that happened, they really did crush an awesome game with it's only really the back third that is doing it, isn't it? It isn't the back half, it's the back third. So, basically, other than Ashley, forget her a sec, they really do just, they pull a Final Fantasy VII on this bullshit. Where they give you a great 2/3 of a game and then the last third is like, what the hell happened? It's like, I guess? Yes, Jeremy repeated something that I said when I started this stream almost 11 hours ago, something that I'll end the stream off by repeating of why I'm not covering Resident Evil 8, Veronica, other titles, Resident Evil 1 Remake, all that stuff, blah, blah, blah. Why this is not even part of the discussion, and why Resident Evil 2 and 3 have been left out. Why Resident Evil 4, and solely Resident Evil 4, actually deserves a place on the docket for a remake right here, right now, at this present time. And what the pros and cons of this game as a whole from front to back, and we're about to get front to back of this whole game in one sitting. Therefore, if you watch the whole damn stream, it won't be just somebody giving a 20-minute review. It is somebody breaking the game apart for hours and hours and hours, and you can see that I gave this game the praises it deserves, and now every criticism I'm about to levy at it, it very well deserves it by this point. So, like, I gave the game what all the praises it deserves. I really did. I did my damnedest to not just put more negativity on the internet. I really, really have tried. I'm not trying to be negative from here on out. If this is your favorite game, I'm not trying to dog that at all, because honestly, sometimes the favorite parts, it doesn't have to be a perfect game to be your favorite game. It doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be the game that is perfect for you to want to play. And if you can get over the bipolar version of that this game is right now, that's great for you, and I love that for you. That's awesome that you're able to do that. I, in particular, find it very distracting from the overall storyline and think that it could be done way better in the back, apparently third, and the first 2/3 of it could be thematically a little bit more stable. That's what I think so far.
Need a ride, handsome?
Okay.
All right, let's get to the island. We're just gonna blast our way through the island because, and yeah, this save, that time on the save has been the time I've been playing during this stream. I've been playing this game for 10 hours, 9 minutes, 42 seconds, as far as in-game time. Oh, that grappling hook!
Got some business to take care of. See you later.
Women.
Sexist. Also, Leon, just go follow her. Remember that grappling hook in your belt?
I hate to break it out to you, but Salazar's dead.
Yes, it seems that way.
Sadler, why don't you give up and let Ashley go home?
Perhaps you are disillusioned with overconfidence, just because you killed my small-time subordinate.
Sadler, you're small-time.
Oh. Writhe in my cage of torment, my friend.
Alright, we're at the island. You know, the one place that really doesn't even give a shit about trying to tell you that this is a survival horror game. The music took an upbeat tempo that really is been used once before, I believe, in the game. But they really just took all the... They took their full dosage and prescription of fuck it pills and were just like, no. We're just making an action island. This is Action Island. And we're just gonna do it, and I don't care what anyone says. And so they decided to do it, and no one could say any differently or stop them. And people will, I bet people tried. They're like, no, don't do it. No, it's so wrong. You should never make an action island. That would be so bad. And they're like, we're gonna make an action island anyway. But no, the box art said that this was a survival horror game. I should have to survive and be horrified. Nah, we're gonna make this kind of like, I don't know. Have you ever played Call of Duty? Have you ever wished that you could play Call of Duty but over the shoulder instead of first person? Have you ever wished you could do that on an island and do a mission like that way? Cool. We're gonna do that. I forgot if she had, I thought there was a thing that you could shoot out the top that I didn't do. Cool. Went back for no reason. So anyway, I guess that was my pitiful way of trying to avoid Action Island, which I pretty much bought this rocket launcher for because I don't really have a pro for this island. It does not fit. It does not fit for this game. It doesn't. It just doesn't. It doesn't. Oh wait, there's something that there are things that I cannot do at the moment. Alright. Yeah, they did an Action Island in Revelations 2, but Revelations 2 was a solidly front-to-back good game, so their Action Island was, you know, done well. Yeah, I think they should scrap the island too. I just realized that to do something that people are asking for, and don't take it as like permanent or whatnot, because I don't know, I'm tired and I'm not thinking well, but people are asking for something, someone in particular. I'm not making long-term promises, but I will say this. I can make a short-term one, which is to say that you've definitely been here long enough to help me out. Especially for right now. But usually I have a process about putting a wrench by people's names. However, I just skip that process and I'll come back to that process later. But since Haley lives across the pond, it'd be really nice if I could just skip that process for once. Because it is hard for me to pay attention to chat when I'm not reading chat all that much. Oh boy. Oh god. Okay, we're gonna get through Action Island really fast. Is there any treasure here? I don't think so. I think you just get this. You just gotta line up it. I know the pieces fit type deal. Don't you? Bullshit clipping. Oh, I'm sure you won't let me down here. There's a few politics that go behind me ever putting a wrench on somebody. However, you and your shield being here long enough means that you know how I like things to go. So it means that I don't have to sit there and worry that every 5 seconds that something's gonna happen that I'm gonna be like, no, just no. So that means that I could use a helping hand, and that would be really nice, and thank you. Because, boy howdy, I am not catching some of the things that are happening behind me. And boy howdy, am I getting a little tired. I've been at this a little while. It is now 6:32 a.m. I started this stream when AM wasn't a thing. Are you really trying to shoot? Where are you trying to shoot me from? I don't know where you're trying to shoot me from. I actually forgot how to finish activating this light thing. But it doesn't matter because I'm just going to do this. Because it's Action Island. Where the action never stops. And neither will I until I remember how to make the light, like, actually. Because this puzzle is, you know, it makes sense. Remember how this puzzle always made sense? Everyone remember that? Oh, gosh. Thank you, Haley. Looks like it reflected. Rotate. Yeah, sure. I don't think do I catch the light with this one, or do I catch the light with the other one? I don't remember how the lights even come on. I think I have to light the one. I have to turn on the one, and then come back. My brain is like dead. I'm just trying to go to the next point, like to the next place, because this to me, this isn't. Why is this even considered Resident Evil? Yeah, there we go. I totally forgot that part. Whoops, it's my bad. I don't know why this is not survival horror. It's not. I mean, honestly, if you just wanted to see like big swaths of gameplay, just like so they can focus on the important parts of what make this game good, just cut this. We're in the territory of just cut it. Don't even try to pay homage to it. Or if you pay homage to it, do it in a mocking way. That's like an inside joke of like Ada's gonna like take you basically to where you need to go, and they pass by an island, and she makes it look like she's about to drop you off at the island, but then you just go to the next place instead. You know what I mean? Like pay homage to it, but just in a complete like inside like we know this is not, it doesn't belong in this game, but we're just gonna give it to you because like we're playing nice. Oh, Haley. Don't have to make it sound like that. I'm grateful for the help here. Especially when my brain is just simply you know what I'm doing right now? I am literally once again trying to think of a pro. I'm literally right now trying to think of a pro to this. I'm trying very hard to get out of my cynical nature of right now and think of a real honest to God. We're gonna pick out something that is done correctly in this area, We're just gonna... Alright. I guess just kidding. And I'm trying really hard. I'm racking my brain. I'm just trying to think of a pro to this, like in theatrically theming, the storyline, the continuity, the carryover, the what it adds, what it does, something like what I'm trying really hard to think of what this does for anything. I wanted to say it kept constant music, but I realized that it did cut off music when all enemies were dead, so I could go off and make that glorious sandwich if need be with the game not paused. You know, the big no-no of a survival horror game. Should never be able to leave the game unpaused, unattended to, and feel comfortable coming back knowing you won't be touched. But I realized during part of this that there was a part where I definitely heard the music stop, and I didn't realize that before, so it doesn't have that. There's no Ashley. I just... Mine seems to be faster. Uh-oh. Just gonna do that. Anyone else? I'm just gonna toss one up there. I assume there's some up in this hall going up there. I'm just gonna toss one right there. I still hear a thing. So now I'm assuming that he's behind me, maybe? Oh, there's a guy. There's one behind me, too, I bet. Apparently not close enough behind me. Without the rocket launcher, this part is tedious. Feels like it adds nothing to the story. It doesn't help the plot along. I'm just gonna switch over to my shotgun. So I don't blow myself up. Here's a merchant in case you needed him. Do I have too much stuff with me? Do I need him because I simply have too much stuff? Nah, I got enough room to spare. I'm losing my mind. I'm really, really losing my mind. I'm trying not to, but like sometimes the mind is a hard thing to not lose. It's easy to lose track of it. I'm gonna use the snipper rifle. Why not? Just for 2 seconds. Hey there, dude. What's going on? Snipper rifle. Stay there for 2 seconds. Like, you guys at a group. Like, I shot you in the knee, but why didn't that matter? Okay, cool. Alright, I'm just gonna go ahead and reload that real quick. Use up a little bit of ammunition. Yep, that's a new spot. I'm gonna use I'm gonna use one of these just to make sure the next hit I take isn't bad something or other. I am about off of the... Oh god, I didn't think of a single daggum good thing about it other than Ashley not being right there. Oh god, there is no redeeming qualities of that section I just went through. It starts off with just a random sexist joke. He can you get onto an island where a lot of people are armed to the nines. You blast your way through without a clear objective of why you're doing it, other than Ada saying she has stuff to take care of and possibly Ashley's here, and then you and then you're inside. And that's it. That's the section. You've done it. A winner is you. Here, the environment, you can tell. Do you see where some of Resident Evil 5 got some of its ideas for, like, where they thought, okay, if action is working and we need an environment, what environment worked during our action? Oh, rotted meat hanging up, because they keep forgetting about it, even if they're smart village people. Oh, what carries over to Resident Evil 5? I wonder what it is that they do in Resident Evil 5. I wonder what it is. I wonder what it is.
Put it in my mouth. Put it in my mouth.
Oh.
Please. Oh.
First donation ever. Happy to give some love to the fan.
Oh, thank you so much. Everyone hashtag Juan over there. Juanji Sanchez, thank you so much. Alright, we're on hour 11, and this is one of the other cool parts, and I love it. I freaking love that he was just stuck in there, because that's exactly how I responded to it the first time I dealt with it. I got grabbed by him just like that, and I loved it. So I hope everyone else remembered that right there. And as soon as it happened, like, remembered, oh yeah, that's the thing. Cool. So this environment is... Take what? No, I need rest, but I got something to be able to power through it, because honestly, I do not want to segment this out. From here on out, there's too many cons to segment it out. If I do that, people will just think that I'm trying to dog the game, and I'm not. I spent like 6.5, 7 hours saying how this game got so many things right. For me to segment this out so people can say I'm just being some negative asshole on the internet that just wants to point out all the bad things without the positive or whatever. No, fuck that noise. I'm too far invested in this. You guys supported me in this. I'm hoping that you guys continue supporting, but I am not going to allow... I'm not going to allow somebody to take the idea that somebody took the time to play the game front to back and tried to give a critical analysis of the pros and cons of each section, of even each map part, and to try to distill it into, oh, he's just hating on the game, or oh, he must love it. I'm gonna force them to take it as a whole, because I'm doing this whole thing in one sitting, and if you want to watch one part of it, you gotta watch every part of it. If you want to skip around, then most likely you're gonna hit, just as likely as you'd hit me saying something bad, you're gonna see me saying something good about the game. And then you're gonna see the title that says why I believe it needs a remake. And if you see all the good things I said about the game, then you're gonna be intrigued of why I could say this game still needs a remake, deserves to be up on the docket, yet I can dog the last third of it. I'm not gonna let people say that I'm just some negative asshole. I'm not going to I'm not feeding into it. I'm not doing it. I'm not feeding into it. There's enough negativity on the internet. This is a thorough checking out of this game that has many great assets, many great set pieces, did many things correct, and is a template for other games that did things correct. And I'm not talking about 5 and 6 because they kind of went bah. And I'm not gonna let people just say it was just a guy random, whatever. Fuck all of that. We've come too far. But God, if she could just shut up about Leon helping her for 2 seconds, much preach. Bear, I hope you're talking about forcing other people watching to take it as a whole, because I never make others take it as a whole. That could be painful. I apparently am still awake enough to make jokes like that, so...
Help me, Leon! Leon! Help!
Ashley.
How? And by the way, why does...
Amateurs. Just hang in there, Ashley. I'm coming for you.
Why does the Plagas make their eyes turn like they are more zombie-like? Is that supposed to give me some atmospheric vibe? Because it doesn't. You've ruined a lot of the atmospheric vibe by making this into action. But let's talk about pro. You hear the music change. You hear it feels like there's a set change. It feels like we just went through something. Also, am I going backwards? I don't know. I don't think I am. Nope, this is where they're all going to be situated. So, like, it feels like there's a set change. It just happened. We just have all experienced it. So... Alright, and... Yeah, let's do that again. This is actually a little creative thing to have to figure out how to beat them without dying. I like this little part. I know I just blew through it, but this is actually a pro to this area. I like this part. I like that there's new kind of things for you to explore, like new environmental designs that weren't used earlier in the game that now kind of make you feel like you're definitely separated from what you were doing before. So it does feel like you should be getting something different, and you do get something different. And I think it once again shows that they can do both action and this. They're just having a bitch fit about who gets to control the who gets to have the controller next and play the game, the two developers. And so they kept complaining on who got to have the say, and we got the bipolar game that we got. But like, it's showing over and over it's possible, and it's got to show it again, because we're really close to another good setting. They're setting it up. I don't hear Leon every 5 seconds. We've got the merchant in a place that, again, I don't quite understand why he's right here, but it's cool. I'm cool with the merchant here. Are you cool with the merchant here? Cool. I gotta sell that herb. Talk to him.
Got a selection of what are you selling?
I know I have to get rid of that. Gotta get rid of that because that's all it's there for.
Thank you.
I haven't sold a lot of things in a long while, and I don't even care. Oh. And now that we've gotten off of Action Island and we're inside of here and we know that we're on a rescue mission, do you hear that there's a tonal shift even in the music, even in the footsteps, even in the way that it's doing things? Like, I don't have, like, this tone in the background isn't here because there's an enemy after me. Why? Tell me why. Why do I all of a sudden feel the correct tonal shift for a survival horror game? Why was there only ambient music there, or music there to ramp up the action when I was fighting things, and then it goes away just moments ago, and now there's ambiance? I'm in a deep, dank, dark place, and it's on Action Island. So why doesn't it feel like the rest of Action Island? Where are all the soldiers running around doing that? And why do I now feel like I actually am in the horror game again? It is genre whiplash. That's all that you can describe it as. Genre whiplash. It's like I'm now back in the genre that this game claims that it's part of. And I was forced into it without realizing that I was about to be a part of it again. And it's disorienting. I mean, it's literally disorienting as I sit here and play it again in front of you guys. Quite literally. It's part of it's my tiredness. I've been at this for a little bit of time. And then we're about to hit one of the best things in this game. This is just the bee's knees. One of the best parts of this game. Something that actually scares even seasoned people when they like first come across this. And I think I went to the wrong place first because I think I gotta defrost before I can get the card. But it gives you a pan shot real fast. It gives you this idea that this thing's here. You don't know what it is. There are some documents you can pick up and start figuring out what it is. And then all of a sudden you're in this freakish place and it's locked. And this is locked and you need the key card. Yeah, you do. And so like all of a sudden now there's ambiance. It feels claustrophobic. It feels like you're in danger every 5 seconds. You're not quite sure where you're going. You don't know where the enemy's going to be coming from next. You don't have any sound clues or cues rather to really get you going. You do have the rifle ammo. They've given you that twice, and that's your only heads up that maybe you need the rifle. So you do get that. And finally this game gets a pro again. It knows how to do this. Even in the middle of action, it knows how to do it, and it's proving it right now. Oh god, I gotta get the one from the inside there. So I mean, it knows how to do it. It knows the genre. I mean, I'm so tired of running into the wrong doors. I have run into all of the wrong doors at all of the right times. I have forgotten exactly where I am because I'm also talking while I'm doing it. So now that it basically is showing like I can do it, I'm a big boy. Now we're getting into like the idea of, okay, like what are you gonna pull off with that? And it actually does pay dividends. Where the freaking freak am I for a second here? I really oh, I just had to go up the stairs. Is that really all I had to do? Is that what it's really trying to tell me? I was up the stairs. Is that the end point that it's trying to show me? Because for a second I can't remember where the card comes from. I honestly have lost my mind enough. Oh, the end of the hallway's open? Oops, whoops. Wait, I already was in there. Jesus age. Given my mentality right now, I could accidentally make this go on for days if I'm not careful. I think I get the card from the stuff downstairs and I bring it back upstairs, and I gotta remember that. Oh boy. Do I get it from over there? I think I get it from actually where the fuck do I get it from? Where do I get the card from? Jesus H. My brain is spent. I know what oh, hi there. I know what I'm gonna be talking about next, for sure. I am mentally exhausted from it. This is an exercise for sure. I'm spent. I like their designs. If I could figure out where that daggum card is stored, which is gonna feel obvious 2 seconds after I find it. Isn't there one of these drawers that open? It's gonna feel obvious 2 seconds after I find it where the card is. Hey merchant, do you know where it is? I really need it. I don't. This one can open too. I don't need to go this way, because this is where I came from. So let me look at the map now. Not going that way. That only leaves. Oh, the way I was. Okay. Okay. Cool. Okay. I'm getting. Well, there was a. Okay. You know, that's an honest mistake. Okay. I mean, that's the. Okay. I'm so. Oh god. Sorry for a second that my brain is zonking out on exactly where I'm supposed to be going to get the card. It's a sorry, not sorry moment in my life. I am not sorry because I've been giving this my all for a long while right now, and whoopsie daisies. Once I find it, I know what to do from then on out. Like, because I just got transfixed on the next pro, which is the enemy we just saw, and so I'm not thinking straight about how to actually get the key card. Instead, I'm thinking about all the things I got to say nice about what they did right here, and I'm just kind of, my brain is skipping over. There, wait. Did I literally just leave the whole place? I literally just left the whole fucking place. I am a little bit of loneliness, a little bit of disregard. Half the place that I can't sell it. Everyone can see these scars. I am what you'd want. Okay, well, let's just go through it like I'm a stupid. Because I'm sure I am somewhere, and I will probably find it right where I was because I'm dumb. And I really can't believe that I just forgot where that damn card is. Isn't it? I thought it was frozen with the other guys, but maybe I'm just remembering it wrong. I don't remember it being downstairs. Like, so I'm trying to think, like, okay, it wasn't down here. It's not like it went too many directions. There's not too many directions to go. I got the yellow thing down here. I follow it over here. I don't go over there. Blah, blah, blah. For 2 seconds, I'm feeling like a noob. My brain really is shutting down for a second. Shit. In here, no card, I need you. I am truly lost in this world without you, card. Oh, by the way, does this show? It shows Ashley. It doesn't show the other stuff. I thought that was the place where it was. Card, I know you're over. Oh God, you are right where I came from, card, aren't you? Oh God, we were right here. This is where we were. So you're over here. So I can find you. Oh wait. 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 I just remembered. Sorry for the delay. Sorry for the delay in my brain. Why my brain forgot for a minute there what the hell I was doing. I don't know. I'm sorry. Oh boy. Oh God, I'm gonna have an epileptic seizure. Oh God, there's too many flashing colors. Oh boy. Oh, so I think another cool, like another big pro for how much they tried to, and Luis tells you more about like the El Gigante right there, and all the things in the, and then finally you get to find out, if you're paying attention, the regenerators right here. You get a heads up that you're about to be screwed over. Regenerators have superior metabolism that allows them to regenerate. Never seen anything like it. Characteristic. Okay. There's a way to kill. There's plagas that live inside this body. Can't be seen with a naked eye. Thermal imaging. So you get the idea of like, you're about to, you've got a new enemy, and you've got Lewis's like notes and whatnot, and you've got like I love this scene. It's kind of like an Outlast / Evil Within kind of vibe to it. This is survival horror because this is horrific. This is the horror part of it, of like, this shit is happening, and it's like, what the hell, what kind of experiments are going on around here? And the atmosphere is reset. And I've been inside this building long enough looking for that key that for a moment there, I forgot that I was just on Action Island. And so now that I'm out of Action Island, I'm now dealing with a sound. And I think this is more of what the game needed. I just heard a sound. You should be scared in a horror game of sounds. Like, that should just be a general. Like, there's a sound, fuck. Like, that should be your reaction, right?
I'm getting a noise complaint, but you know what? I don't even care because this is my art. And no, fuck!
Don't apologize, Steven. You've done a lot this long ass stream tonight. We enjoyed every minute of it. Everyone hashtag KillL. I knew it wasn't gonna read it out loud because of ass in there. Everyone hashtag KillL. Yes, this has been we're almost at 12 hours. I definitely didn't plan on this one. And then this thing. Look at this. Oh, how many people remember this freaking them out? And then just trying to get by it. Remember that? Remember this? Remember this freaky shit? Everyone remembering now? I didn't pull out the rocket launcher on purpose. This freaky shit, like, you got what you came for, but now, like, what do you do with this? Like, what do you do with this? And then you're just wasting ammo, and a lot of people are just, if you're like me or like something like I'm taking this and I'm just kind of like going like, maybe there, maybe there, maybe there, maybe there. Did I get something right? Maybe there, maybe there, maybe it's there. Do I leg? Can the leg stop? The leg stop and go round. That's all I've ever done for the regenerators before I got the thermal scope. I basically just panicked and I ran. This is prime. This is prime Resident Evil. Like, good atmosphere, new monster. It's not dying. Nothing ever dies down here. Like Ada's words, like everything seems all of a sudden, and again, I hate saying it, but like, it is not what we were playing on Action Island. On Action Island, we were playing an action game. And this here, we're back to survival horror. And it feels like survival horror. It feels like I needed to survive against that monster. A pro to this game, the regenerators, by far. The regenerators turn this game back around a bit for a few. And so, like, the regenerators being a part of this just is just amazing. It's great. And then you have to get the thermal scope, and as soon as you get it, like, you've got to put it to use. Because as soon as you get a hold of it, you've got 2 seconds of hearing that shit happen. And then now, like, the door's been locked. And, like, all of a sudden, these creepy ass, like, all of a sudden, he's there. And you have to deal with it. Something's there. And we're back at it again. Combined with the scope. Or with this. Equip this. Get out there. You gotta face it. And then it's like, that is nerve-wracking. In close quarters, and that's the only way you're able to see it. Oh. And, like, you had to get past 2 regenerators in the first place to even be able to get the ability to kill them. And now once you get the ability to kill them, they're going to throw in another curveball, which is the spiky regenerator later. Which is another plus. They even one-up their own creepy-ass creation. So now you're coming around here and you feel empowered, though. And then this guy comes up. The first time you think to go back and reuse this, you realize there is a certain side to see some of these parasites from. And I know now from playing this game you can shoot through the body. This scared me. That I need to get close enough to catch his attention and then he was going to quarter me again. Now I know I can do that. And even if he's not facing me, that it counts. Like, that was scary to me when I was younger. First running into that stuff. And then, by the way, this guy is... You're a pincer attack. You gotta attack one or the other. They're coming for you. How he opens that door without his hands, who knows? We're not here to judge that. So this game gave you rifle ammunition. It gave you Luis documents telling you that something bad is coming your way. It gives you an enemy that seems unkillable. It gives you the means at which to kill the unkillable enemy. And then it makes you feel empowered again that you are surviving the survival horror. But then you're now having to think over and over, I wonder if I'm going to run into that again. Is it going to be tight quarters? Is it going to be like right next to me? Am I going to run into it like in a place where I don't have enough ammunition? Should I go find more like rifle ammunition? Should I get it? Should I stockpile it? How long will they be around? Like, is the rifle now for that? Will I have more long distance stuff? All of these things start adding to more of the suspense. If you've never played the game before, we're back in survival horror territory. All of those are pros. And that there's nothing about that really is a con. The only con is what came before that led up to it. But then... I'm not going to call it a complete con. I'm not going to put it in the pro or con. I'm just going to say, did you hear the music change? Hear the chains rattle? We just took literal monsters, literal things that would give you nightmares. I've had a nightmare about a regenerator, and I just heard normal humans now. Instead of playing up on the idea of where's the next one, the next area, do I have to face it? Do I have to go slow? Is it around the next corner? They pumped up the music and they put you back towards the action. Like, why? Why? Again, they just worked so hard at making sure you just got the shit scared out of you by regenerators. And the next place you go to, as soon as you feel empowered to face regenerators, something scary as fuck in this game, they throw you back towards action. And it's like, why even do the work? Why did they just do that hard work? They just did some great work for survival horror, and we're back in action. And like, we see it down there, and like they're doing things. I don't know if you can shoot straight through the glass. I've never tried. Huh. I guess you can shoot straight through the glass. And then like, now it's sniping or taking care of these guys. At least the music isn't dipping down. So at least we don't have a decrease in the and kind of like just the ambience of the general music. Like, I don't know if I'm safe directing this crane over here. Do I not need to use this crane yet? I don't think I need to use the crane yet. I think that's a later thing. Okay, I'm just gonna let go. So now we're hitting again genre whiplash. Once again, in this game, they worked hard to make sure that you understood you were playing a very solid, some action parts of it, survival horror game. They raised the stakes, they raised the tension, they gave you a new weapon, they taught you how to use it, they made you doubt what you knew about the environment you're in, and then they threw it all away so you can fight some normies in a normal fisticuffs battle instead of actually fighting the monsters that they just introduced and made you scared shitless. Why? Why? Why is that? Why is that? The last third of the game is just, it is, you know what? At this point, me saying that this game is bipolar is really insulting to the people who suffer from bipolar disorder. Like, it is really insulting to them. Because people who are bipolar probably look at this game and say, I'm more stable than this. Like, at this point, I don't mean to insult anyone who's bipolar, because I'm sorry that I would put you in the same league as this right now. Those guys are not a horror threat, they're an action threat, so immediately they're taken care of as such. She's gonna keep pounding if I don't get to it, isn't she? I just want to open this door. I want to see what's over here. Oh yeah, that's right. There's some zappy guys. I can take care of the zappy guys without her. Because as soon as she's with me, I can't do that as easily. She gets hurt. Hold on, I'll get her in a sec. But she takes blast damage from this way too easily. So let me go ahead and just clear out the action part real fast. At least the pro for this section is that even if they all die, the music doesn't go away. So there's no me being able to know by music cues that I'm safe and I can go make a ham sandwich. I believe after he's dead, the music should still stay kicked up, so at least they remembered to do that. Because the musical cues in the first half of this game just gave away all of the suspense and anxiety that they were building up in you to have. So, I mean, it just told you out and out, hey, you have nothing to be scared of. And I know those who have been watching for almost 12 hours have heard me say it quite a few times, but it is true. When the music tells you you're completely safe, go ahead and take a pee break. You don't even need to pause. You done fucked up. You did something wrong. Where is she? I went past her. I didn't mean to go past all the way. Okay, I have to deal with you. Oh, I actually do need to go past her. Thank God. Oh boy. It's 7:13 a.m. where I am too. I'm gonna be needing to take a nap. That is why I do appreciate everyone who supported earlier when I said that I might marathon this so it can be one big long stream, so that people can see it front to back and realize I'm not just shitting all over their favorite game, that I really have constructive criticism, constructive pros and cons, and I'm trying to break it down as an overall reason why there's a valid need for a Resident Evil 4 remake, and basically is over what we're experiencing right now as compared to the first 2/3 of the game. Basically, you could even not, at this point, just don't even remake, just fix the last 2/3 of the game for me and re-release the same damn thing that looks like it's 15 years old, and I'd be great with it. So, like, thank you everyone that supported, because at this point, I can tell you, I'm either not streaming later today, or it's going to be a very short stream, and I wouldn't financially be able to afford doing that without you guys' support. I'd have to stream no matter what, but you guys did come through, and I'm thankful for all of you who supported earlier or continue to support. Thank you so much. But anyway, now that we're out of action land, let's go and, I don't know, remind you that there is one of these things but scarier. I don't get it. I don't get it. Why was the action even needed? Why couldn't it make me, like, tread lightly? Why were some of those rooms even there? Now there's a regenerator with spikes. I just saw him come through there, and I know he's got the key card on him. Why did you just jar me out of survival horror to make me shoot up things like it's action just so I can be put back into this different... The music, the score isn't even close to being the same. Like, do you hear it? Nothing is the same. It's not the same game. Genre whiplash, bipolar game that needs to pick what it's trying to do. Now we're back in survival horror, but I guess really quickly we need to remember that we weren't in action a second ago. So really, remember guys, you weren't just being in action here a second ago. So feel the anxiety. You should feel anxiety. Don't forget it. Feel it. I command it of you because you're playing Resident Evil 4 and that's the only way that it's translated. Why not just let the regenerator be there and then put the action after when you go to save Ashley? Why not just stack all of those things together? Put them together. Like, put Action Island together, put the things that get to Ashley together, then all of a sudden realize that you've got to get something to unlock Ashley, start going to find the key card, run into the regenerators and everything to do with them, realize they're unkillable, feel hopeless as you try to find a way to kill them, get the thermal scope, be able to fight them, get through all of them, go through all these corridors now fearing that another regenerator is coming up or that you're going to hear that music, finally get to this part with no action in between. Now you see a new regenerator with spikes on it, and then you realize that you've got to kill this one and it's trapping you in this corner. All you got to do is rearrange the scenes and it doesn't feel so damn disorienting playing the damn game. But every time I give it a pro, there's like 5 other cons because of the order that they're doing it and the way they're presenting it. And it's just exhausting at this point to switch back and forth between genres like this. And he's right there, and you see he's spiky, so you know he's serious. And you see that there's one on his back too. It's just... It's just why? I mean, I'm sitting here as a normal YouTuber giving out, if not at least semi-plausible, then realistic solutions to make the game less jarring, more engrossing, and to be able to balance the action and also the survival horror just by at least condensing when you're trying to set a mood. And these are not hard things for them to do. They could have done it in the first place when they designed the game. And I'm just spitballing it, and they're pretty reasonable things, I think. I think I'm saying pretty reasonable things throughout all of this. I don't think I've been way too out of line. I don't think I've been really far off the mark. I don't think some lovers of, like, I think 95% of people who even love Resident Evil 4 will understand where I'm coming from finally, now that I'm playing it front to back and also giving pros and cons the entire way, so that if you watch the, like, really, and now if you're seeing it the way I see it, you can see why this game is just like, you play the first half of it after I come back to this game, I play the first half, and then I save it and I'm finished. I don't want to play the back half. And it's just, and it's because of these things that, like, I realized a decade ago, 15 years ago, and I still know now. Things that simple things. And it's fixed. Just such simple thing. I don't think I can go up here without Ashley. I can go up here without Ashley. I just said I didn't think I could go up here without Ashley. I'm up here without Ashley. Now remember, if you will, please do remember one, that if you'd like to support streams like this, since I've been going for 12 hours, there's a link in the description below that you can help support these kinds of streams, because I've been going a long time and I'm really tired and exhausted and mentally drained, and your support is greatly appreciated to help to keep this channel going. And also, remember that the new regenerator just came up, and then now I'm here. Please remember that just happened.
This is Leon. Request backup. I repeat, request backup.
Hey, George G, man.
Damn.
So, now that we all know that this is definitely going to be in the horror genre, right? Now that we all definitely know that we know what game we're getting into, because man, did that spiky ass regenerator actually scare the bejesus out of me when I played this game for the first time, and when I played this game when it was re-released, and basically every other time I've played this game. Now that they've reset the stage for survival horror. Oh, why would I have a rocket launcher equipped? I don't remember if it's here or if it's when you come back here, but hopefully it's not right here. Don't do this yet. I think it's when you come back. Don't do it yet. Don't do this to me yet. I just want another moment or two of this. Just let me have it. Just let me have this. I want it. Because, oh, am I thinking of Ada? Yes, I'm thinking of Ada has to do with this. Thank God. Cool. Thank God my delirious, tired brain actually got something wrong for a second there. Because that's good. That's good. That keeps us on the correct path. Let's go get Ashley. Oh, wait. My delirious, tired brain forgot that they were going to do this again. Not like I already did this once. My delirious, tired brain forgot that right after a section with regenerators that are spiky and in close quarters and scare the shit out of me, and I get that card, I should go right back to action, adventure, melee fighting. And this time they forgot to keep the music going. So now I know that the danger is past. So if I need a pee break, no need to pause. Just get up and go. How many times have I made that motion? I'm getting tired of it. Why take away, if you're going to give me action, why take away the music?
Put it in my mouth. Put it in my mouth. Please.
Would you accept a hug from a young maiden on Rhee Island?
From a young maiden. Is that young maiden by chance Ada or Ashley? Because I might accept their hugs. I don't know what a young maiden is. I don't think enough. Everyone hashtag over there. Beru. Whatever that is, if it's not spiky and not a succubus and not... You know what? I'm going to say no, because I don't trust the name Young Maiden on Rhee Island. I don't trust that. Basically, how many more sandwich bakes? Yep. How many does it take in one game? And...
Leon.
You okay? Come on. Let's get out of here.
And now where I really just... There's nothing happy about this. There's nothing happy about how I'm gonna try to approach this. There's nothing happy about how this transpires. This is not me actually enjoying what needs to come through, but it's the reason why I did the playthrough front to back, so you saw that I really do enjoy the front half of Resident Evil. And it's basically when Salazar... When you use the grappling hook and shoot Salazar's ear horn thing, that it goes downhill. Like, you guys got to see that. But what's about to come up is just downright disappointing. There is no better way to put it. It's downright disappointing. We're back in action mode. We've got Ashley. Everything we set up to make it so that it could be creepier is gone. We care zero about it. So, all of our creepy whatever that we built up, no need for it. The regenerators, I hope you remember them fondly. You get to meet one more, I believe. One more when we fall down the shaft. But no, more of this. Just more of this. We're just gonna get. We're just gonna. Oh my god. Jesus H. And then the music's gone. Making my sandwich. Oh god. Oh, Ashley actually needs health. I will actually keep Ashley healed because Ashley is the opposite of a bullet sponge. Take on me.
Looks like this is it.
Ugh, it stinks.
Sure does.
No way, Leon.
Way.
So we just had an action sequence.
I knew you'd be fine if you landed on your butt.
You.
Sexist again.
Come on, let's go.
Texas again, and then all of a sudden, apparently her butt can cushion her from a spiky ass mofo, because that's what he is. And then, like, we're back in survival horror. So, like... Oh, come on. My aim is off on this controller. It's fine. I will make it work. Please notice that I'm trying to. Please, game. Please notice. Please notice me. Please notice I'm trying. Thank you. It noticed I was trying. Oh boy. So now we've got back. It's just jarring. But for anyone who knows about where we are in the game, like, we have that jarring, and then we're immediately gonna be. I don't know what they're thinking. I mean, I honestly, the only way that I can justify how this game is going right at this moment is that it is once again analogous. Where is he? It's once again analogous to the two kids fighting over the controller for who gets to play the video game. I mean, it's basically what it is. And one kid likes horror and the other kid likes action. And they're not even gonna try to negotiate. It's just gonna be like, it's my turn, it's horror now. It's my turn, it's not. I'm getting close to the end. I'm feeling it. I need a little nap. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. So 2 regenerators, and then this. Okay, maybe I could give it a different